Hello, everybody, and welcome to Pickleball on the PPA Tour. Dave Fleming here with Kyle Kazuda, and it is the Takeya Showcase. We are going to be seeing some tremendous pickleball down in Newport, and Kyle, it's singles day, so we're going to start off seeing a popular singles player, Jay Devilliers. What do you think we're going to see from him here on the court?
I mean, Jay's one of the more fiery players on tour, loved around the circuits, and I love his length, I love his power, I love his energy on the court. I'm excited and looking forward to this first match.
Yeah, he will be playing Zach Grabovic, and Zach has started to inch his way into the pro game. This is a guy that he was a Mustang at Western New Mexico University, so has the tennis background, and if you can hear anything Zach says, you'll go, wait a minute, did he say shrimp on the Barbie? This guy is from Melbourne, Australia, so very athletic player, really solid guy. It looks like you'd want him to be your fullback, leading you into the hole on a college football Saturday. So lefty is Grabovic. Again, just getting started. Kyle, the one thing that I think is interesting about the tournament here today, a lot of these players played nationals last week with the Franklin X40 ball. The official ball of the PPA Tour, of course, is the Durafast from Onyx. What's that do to your game, switching from back and forth?
You know, I was playing with a couple people last night, actually. We played with the Dura instead of a Franklin. One of the first comments that was made, and it's one of the things we're going to see, is the Dura plays faster. It's the Franklin oftentimes is a slower ball. It's longer points you'll oftentimes see, but with this Dura and these two players, you're going to be seeing some ripping today. Yes,
and that is not Zach Grabovic. That is a willing volunteer giving some warm up here. So there's a good look at Zach in the background. So the volunteers get a free clinic apparently today, Kyle.
They do. I like what he's wearing as well. It's a statement uniform. He's ready to go.
Hey, anyone knows I love me some gold on somebody. Go full body in it. There's a good look at the Frenchman Devillier. Just had a kid about a month ago, so very family oriented, and all these guys, as they're continuing to build up their pro resume and just being a professional player, balancing the family life is a challenge for some of these guys.
A huge challenge, especially after, like you mentioned, being at nationals last week, being here in Newport this week. It's gonna be a good one.
All right, Zach Grabovic to serve. Let's play pickleball.
Side out. Side out.
Jay loves that one-handed backhand. Didn't make the first one, though.
A good early deep return by Grabovic there.
0-0. Side out.
We could have a clinic here on proper return in singles pickleball. These are an inch from the line.
0-0. Side out. 0-0.
Oh, very dainty from Devillier there. He's got all the weapons.
All right, nice little angled shot cross court there. Tough for Grabovic to get to it. Good shot by Jay.
0-0. Side out.
And 3 up, 3 down in the bottom of the third here, and we're staying at 0.
0-0. Point.
That's a beautiful forehand rip by Grabovic. What's the difference with a lefty? Because sometimes that changes things.
I mean, the habit is to go to the opponent's backhand, which would be a down the line shot for Devillier. But here, Oh, good shot there. Sorry, I stumbled in the middle because this point got so good. Good little cat and mouse there by Grabovic. You saw them both at the net. Little cross-court angle shot there. But as I was saying, in this position right here, you see Devillier. A lot of times you'll hit this ball down the line and approach, but when you do that here, you're actually hitting Grabovic's forehand, which is a little bit different than what most players are used to when they play against another righty.
Yeah, so just the little angles are different. You saw the cat and mouse where you can roll it from. Good start for Grabovic.
Side out. Two, 0. Side out.
So go ahead. Yeah, Grabovic missed the ball there.
Yeah, Grabovic trying to find that big win in his career. There's a huge forehand. Other thing that's going on here is Grabovic won an epic first round, 11-7, 12-14, 11-8. So he's been on the court. This is Devillier's first match. Wow, what a get from Grabovic, and then a awkward winner from Devillier.
Great job by Devillier, not thinking the point was completely over, which is easy to do in singles. It's almost never over until the final ball hits the net or it goes out.
That's, again, walking into your first match of the day versus someone that played a lengthy match and has, you know, felt the court and the elements. Now Devillier, you see there, has found the forehand and the backhand pass so far.
Yeah, I always like playing a first round match before playing someone like Devillier because you do get your width about you before you go out to play.
Good example of the value of a good serve there, Kyle.
Yeah, really good serve. And you saw Devillier get to the net. He controlled the kitchen line. And oftentimes in singles, the player that controls the kitchen line is going to control the point.
4-2.
Wow. Devillier on the dead run on a ball on the edge of the line smokes a forehand that Grabovic cannot handle in this 5-point run. Impressive from the Frenchman.
Five, 2. Point.
No angle for the ATP for Grabovic, and this is the pressure the top players can put.
6-2. Sorry. Point.
Sorry, not kinda sorry since it's in the middle. It was a kinda in there, and this is just so many points in a row for Devillier. Oh, nice touch from Grabovic. Makes this run stop, but this is Devillier in his singles finest, Kyle.
You saw him the slow start, right? First match of the day, as you mentioned, but now we're seeing the Jay Devillier that we know.
Side out.
Just wide on the two-y.
You know, when Devillier gets to the kitchen line, he has such great height and length. You're forcing your opponent to hit a difficult shot, and Grabovic missed that one just wide.
Side out.
Great deep return there.
Two, 7.
Grabovic falls and cannot get back to it, and boy, Devillier is just not trying to do too much, just sort of pulling Grabovic all over the court, and it is working. Grabovic falls and cannot get back to it, and boy, Devillier is just not trying to do.
7-2. Point.
So now the pressure starts to hit, and you feel like you got to hit a better return.
8-2.
Ooh, inside out, Jay Devillier's got all the tricks going, and man, it was like a light switch flicked on, and he is on point. 9-2, 9 in a row.
9-2. Side out.
Took an awkward step there, and yeah, he's wincing a little bit. Let's keep an eye on that, because that was a ball.
2-9.
He was right next to it and just couldn't get his body in position.
Side out.
Looks like he's back walking okay.
Yeah.
9-2.
Oh, and Grabovic was on the edge of the cliff there trying to keep his balance, but fortunately didn't fall all the way into the cliff, but did get caught, and we're at a game point. Oh, Devillier had the walk-off ATP, but hits it too deep.
He got a little casual there as he was going out. It's not typically how he would in ATP, but I think he was feeling good about his game.
I mean, complete command for Devillier here.
10-2.
Net court city on returns, and Devillier
Change
down
ends,
2, looking
2
a
minutes.
little sloppy, and then boom, 11 in a row. So can the Aussie find a comeback? We'll see when we come back. This is the Takeya Showcase in Newport.
Love 15, 30, 40. Any point one means you win. Because when you bet just $1 on any tennis match, you could win 100 if any point is won. Plus, if you're not in a sportsbook state, you can take a swing at thousands in prizes in our free-to-play pools. So download the DraftKings Sportsbook app, sign up with the promo code, bet $1 to win 100 if a point is won, and make it rain.
New People Pickleball.
Our new EV rental fleet is the absolute GOAT.
Nice. Speaking of goats, is that Tom Brady?
Yeah, he comes in to recharge, get software updates, you know.
Same time next week?
You got it.
Cool. Let's go.
Let's go.
All right, welcome back, everybody. There's a good look at the Frenchman, and he is flying 11 points in a row, and he's got the ball to start game number 2. Dave Fleming here with Kyle Kazuda. Beautiful
Game
day of
2,
singles. We got the
time
men
in,
on the court.
0-0.
We'll have the ladies later in the day.
Point.
Just deep on the return. So what do you do if you're down 11 in a row there?
Well, he's definitely feeling the pressure. I mean, you don't want to go short on your
1-0.
return. He goes long there because he wants to get a good return.
Wow, very casual from Devillier, and he gets away with it.
Yeah, I think Grabovic just continue to stay calm, take a breath here, focus on one shot, which is the first shot, your return, and then do whatever that return tells you to do, right? So it's a good
2-0.
deep return, get to the kitchen line. big
Point.
serve there.
Yep, and it is snowballing. That's 14 straight, doing some quick math.
3-0.
Nice finish from
Side out.
Grabovic there. So let's see if that can be the catalyst for a little rally. Very talented player.
I mean, just like it can go bad
0-3.
quickly, it can also go good quickly. So that's why you want to stay in it all the way through.
That's just such
Side
a
out.
good first volley, and then Devillier shows the touch.
The threat of his put away and keeping his technique the same on the look of that put away is what allows him to drop it at the last second with a little bit of deception, ultimately getting him a winner there.
Such a good point.
3-0.
If everything looks the same, you don't know what's coming.
He was
Point.
sitting on that one. He read it well, Grabovic did. Just maybe took a slightly too big of a swing there, which I think we've all done multiple times in our playing career, whether it's singles or doubles.
4-0.
Ooh, unlucky off the tape there for Devillier.
Side
That's
out.
another good singles tip there. If you hit a good ball, don't stay at the line. Follow that in, Kyle.
It may be one of the biggest beginner mistakes I've seen when I'm watching singles players. They stay back the whole time. But like you said, if you hit a good ball, get to the kitchen line, put pressure on the opponent to do something with their next shot.
Point.
And Grabovic stops the run at 15 and is on the board here in game number 2.
1-4.
Beautiful ATP
Point.
from Grabovic. We had cat, we had mouse, we got ATP. Well played by the Aussie.
2-4. Side out.
And that's the one you hate to miss. You got a couple in a row. You got a nice forehand, a good look at it.
I like these last few points, though, from Grabovic. He needs to stay in it
4-2.
like he is. He's playing really well-constructed fronts. Beautiful shot there
Point.
by Devillier.
There really is nothing more beautiful than a one-handed backhand struck nicely. So
5-2.
good by Devillier. Another one.
Point.
A lot of tape action here.
I think we're at 6 net cords. They're not coincidences anymore.
No.
They
6-2.
happen a lot in this game.
Oh, hello, flying
Point.
Frenchman, and then a little lean into the first row there. But I mean, this is a confident player.
It's the shot construction right now that's really standing out to me. He's driving the ball when he needs to
7-2.
drive it, but what we saw in that last point is he just dropped it and approached.
Just
Side
deep
out.
there, so a very comfortable Jay Devilliers smiling. This is a
2-7.
dangerous player in this draw today. If this is the type of performance he'll be putting out there.
Side out.
Another great return. He returned it with a cut down the line, which just made two things, really. Grabovic had to get on the move to hit that ball, and he had to pick it up off the spin that was coming
7-2.
from Devilliers' cut.
Point.
There's the finish, follow your shot technique that driving crash is not just a doubles idea. 8-2.
8-2.
Oh my.
Point.
So then after all that, a beautiful running Ernie angle, and Devillier using that length, the touch, the pace.
Few things feel better, Dave, than an Ernie in singles.
9-2.
I'm still looking for my first.
And
Point.
in rapid succession, and Mr. Grabovic, you do have timeouts, but he doesn't look like he's ready to take
10-2.
one. This is match point.
Side out.
Good stab volley. We will play on.
2-10. Side out.
Grabovic's now the one that's looking not happy with his health at this current moment. You can see him off camera. He's stretching out.
10-2.
That lengthy first match may have taken a toll.
Side out.
His second chance to finish just goes wide.
And while it's helpful to have played a first match before you come in and play someone like Devillier, it's also challenging when you play a tough match because the game is rigorous. And he's coming off of the tough first rounder before he came to this.
There's a beautiful inside-out forehand from the lefty. So again, angles are different. You're used to the inside-out forehand going the other way from a righty. That's well struck. Yeah, you want that first match, but you want 11-3, 11-2, don't you?
Yeah, you want the thing going
3-10. Point.
Just making him work. Yeah, that's the thing with singles. You got to dig deep. There's no one else out there to help you.
Side out.
Yeah, just a little ginger on the change of direction there from Grabovic.
Yeah, caught that forehand a little bit on his back foot, sailed a little bit high, and when Devillier gets a ball like that, it's going to be point over pretty quickly.
Match point 3 for the Frenchman.
10-4. Point.
And that will do it. So
Devillier,
the third
11-4.
seed, Jay Devilliers, looking fantastic. Little slow start and then really, really good. Stretches it out and we'll move on. We'll have more awesome singles pickleball right after this.
Man, crazy. But he believed it was possible.
We're gonna do it.
And because he believed, he became the first blind person ever to stand on top of the world. Guaranteed Rate believes in your dreams. That's why we treat everyone like we treat our own family and work extra hard to get you the lowest low rate possible. Because if you believe, you will.
You don't get the moments everyone talks about without the moments no one sees. Early morning practice, late night drills, running it over and over. You don't get the crowd without the quiet. Everyone sees the glory, the medal, the podium, but every winning shot starts right here. Paddle Tech, let's go again.
The Pro XR pickleball paddle answers the age-old question of how to get paddle speed and control with the same paddle and one grip, and this is it. Pro XR gives you more spin, greater control, and quicker reloads on every shot in the game because you always have that constant feel for that leverage and control and paddle speed that we're all looking for. Pro XR is the most revolutionary technology in pickleball.
Match point, it's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
On your 6, ladies.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours.
What's your secret? Oh, it's no secret. It's the expert help I got at Foot Solutions.
Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
Welcome back, everybody. Dave Fleming with That Pickleball Guy, Kyle Kazuda. If you haven't seen this guy's impressions and everything he's given back, check out his Instagram. Kyle, it says 1 versus 16, so we got Ben Johns on the court, but we have an up-and-comer, Connor Garnett. If you haven't seen him, you're going to enjoy what you see here. Santa Clara tennis guy. He's from Bellevue, Washington, but he is starting to make a mark in pickleball. This is going to be fun.
He's a good player. I got a chance to watch him at the PPA Las Vegas. He was one of the few players that played in the play-in and then ended up making it late in the day. And when I was watching him, my first thought was, wait, who was that guy? Right? And he turned out to have a great day, and he's definitely coming on the scene.
Yeah, so this is what we're going to see a lot of in singles going forward. We're going to have these pro tennis, high-level college guys coming in, and the easiest transition, of course, is singles.
It's singles. You come on, it's the most like singles tennis. It's where, when they start playing doubles, that it starts to get more interesting, because doubles is so much different than playing doubles tennis. It's so much different than playing singles tennis. And so that's one of the fun things, is to see how these really good singles players transition to singles, obviously, but also more interestingly to me is doubles.
Yeah, it's the chess, not checkers part of doubles, where dropping the ball is not a tennis shot. Like, what are you talking about? I can close the net and destroy you. So the tennis guy's figuring that out, but Garnett has had success in singles and doubles, so this is going to be a fun one, and we'll have the rest of this discussion right after this. We're going to Takeya you to a break right now.
We're an independent company, so we do things differently. We offer high-quality polarized shades for a reasonable price. And we personally replace any pair that gets lost or broken. And so far, we've racked up over 100,000 five-star reviews. I founded Shady Rays so that we could have sunglasses that stand up to whatever life throws at us. Order now and get 50% off 2 pairs at shadyrays.com.
We owe great times to good friends, to the glasses that spark conversation, to the ideas that then pour out. Ours came from a night like that, and somehow survived the morning after, to make our own tequila. It wasn't meant to leave our house, but since we made this for friends, we thought it wouldn't hurt to make a few more. Grab a glass, amigo. Our tequila is your tequila. Our casa is your casa.
I guess I'm sort of unique in how I was introduced to the sport because I was sort of watching from the sidelines for years as my brother was ascending to the top of the sport.
Pickleball was kind of funny in that it crept up on me in terms of what it was to me. So I started playing in early 2016, and in that time there were a couple professional tournaments. I didn't have any plans with it. I just thought it was fun. I played the US Open for the heck of it.
Ben and I are both competitive. We like to win all the time. And of course, in a gold medal match, there's more on the line, so you want to win those.
Ben Johns having a moment. It was all Johns brothers in control from the start. They had their foot on the gas pedal and did not let up.
If you're the target, that means you're in a good position, whether it's where other people want to be. So I definitely don't underestimate or undervalue that. Really, it's about trying to stay on top. You know, I mean, people say you don't have upwards to go, and that's never exactly true. It's a constant fight still, and that's really what it's more about, is the grinding, the fight.
My number one reason and why I continue to play pickleball is the fact that I get to spend time on court with my little brother. It's just really cool that we found a sport that we can compete in and play together, let alone actually be at the top of the sport. So pickleball really did, in many ways, come out of nowhere. It's very sociable, so when you go to play, you might have a billionaire, a janitor, and just your average housewife on the same court and wanting to win, wanting to play well, and enjoying themselves. Out of nowhere might be the title right now, but years from now, it's going to be something very different.
Well, welcome back, everybody, and what a good look at the family affair that it is. You even saw Hannah Johns in there doing some post-game interviews, but Ben talked about the fight and the grind, and singles is even that to another level, Kyle, and this is going to be a fun one we have here. We got Ben Johns there in the hot pink. He loves wearing that hot pink, and Connor Garnett on the other side.
I'm excited to watch this one, and like you mentioned, the grind and the constant competitiveness that you see from a guy like Ben Johns. I mean, he's been at the top of the sport for a long time. Guys like Connor Garnett are coming in and trying to take him down, if you will, especially in singles. And so I'm excited to watch this match and see, you know, what type of fight Connor brings and what type of fight Ben brings to this early match in the tournament.
So when we last saw Ben on the PPA tour, he lost. He had a huge lead in the final against Tyson McGuffin in game 2, and McGuffin came roaring back and won it. So he did not win the last PPA event. He then went out to Indian Wells and did win the national championship. So his most recent result is a gold medal, and you know, he is the hunted, and he knows it, and he knows all these tennis guys are coming for him.
Yeah, and that's what's probably most impressive, is people are like, we're going to bring this guy down, but he's still working too. You saw it in the previous video. He's still improving his game as well, and so he's not going to go down easy.
Yeah, he has a lot of unique interests. Told me his favorite movie is Gladiator, so are you not entertained when you see Mr. Johns play? Well, we'll certainly see some of that today, and Garnett's going to push him. We'll see where's the differential here, if any, here on a Thursday morning in California. It's I think this is one of these where Garnett's got an opportunity. So now, okay, you're on center. A couple of guys are talking about you. What can you do when the ball goes live? He looks like he's got some positive energy going there, trying to sort of get that. You know, this is one of those where you're like, okay, DJ, stop. I want to play ball, man. And there you see Ben just chilling. So there's the difference in
game
these
one,
two. All right,
0-0.
Garnett to serve. Let's play pickleball.
Side out.
And you get an ATP against Johns in the first point, and it's actually the shot that costs you the point.
0-0.
Beautiful recovery there. Great ATP by Garnett. Beautiful recovery by Johns. Get the side out.
Side out.
And we'll see. Ben Johns has really been going for his serve in singles, and he's brought that to doubles as well to get those shorter returns.
0-0. Point.
And Garnett goes flying across the court and catches Johns, expecting it down the line.
Goes cross court, like you mentioned. You're going to see a ton of movement. Both of these guys are exceptional movers who hit on balance constantly.
Point.
Deep serve right on the line, sets up a short return, and Garnett makes it happen. 2 quick ones. You see that serve landing right on the line.
Side out.
Back live, so 2-0 for Garnett. Again, this is singles day at the Takeya Showdown.
Point.
Little two-y from Ben Johnson in the middle there. We've seen him over the past couple tournaments adding that more often.
He does, yeah. You'll see, most times when the ball comes to his backhand, he drops it most of the time down the line on his approach. But yeah, he's been putting that two-hander into his game more.
Point.
So much pressure to get depth on that return, but you got to keep it in the margins. Really well played by Garnett there.
Great read by Garnett. That's one of the common patterns you'll see Ben Johns do. He drops down the line, he follows down the line, and he often puts that backhand away, but Garnett was ready for it.
And cross-court forehand again for Garnett, and sneaks back in front. So
I didn't see it.
Certainly look good from our vantage point as they're having the discussion.
3-2.
Beautiful shot down the line by Garnett. Johns was approaching middle. Garnett was on balance, ripped that ball down the line, forced Ben Johns to reach for the ball, and just barely missed it. Point Garnett.
4-2.
Too good.
Side out.
I mean, that's not a bad ball from Garnett, and the just vicious, acute angle there from Ben Johns. So I don't know if you're smiling at the idea of how good that angle was, but down a couple.
Side out.
I don't know. I'm smiling about the use of the term acute angle, Dave. But Garnett's got to feel good right now. 4-2, center court. Ben Johns, he's got to really like where he's at.
And a rope forehand down the line. He'd been winning cross court. Johns perhaps slightly slid to cover that, and 5-2 Garnett. There's that patented backhand rolling finish from John. So we thought Garnett would push him. He certainly has to start.
Absolutely.
Side out.
And sorry, not sorry from Garnett. He'll take every last ounce of pickleball God's love here on center court.
5-2. Side out.
And sometimes the gods take it away really quick.
I like what Garnett's doing, though. He's not ripping a serve.
2-5.
But rather, he's actually hitting more of a floating serve and aiming for deep. You see Johns miss a serve right there, which is a much different type of serve, right? There's a straight pure power laser type of serve, but this one's getting a lot more loft on it. So when it lands deep where he wants it to land, it's a much more difficult return to pick up.
Wow. Wow. Connor Garnett hit not a good serve at all, and the return was punished, and Garnett said, well, interesting, but I got something more for you, Mr. John. 6-2 Garnett. Do not have strings on the paddle. That was a classic tennis swing there from Garnett.
2-6. Side out.
Similar to the serve I mentioned, whether that was intentional or not, the floating return, tough to pick up for Johnson.
Oh my.
Side out.
I see your angle and raise you. So Garnett's ball was very good there. Wow. Look at this get dropped cross court. There's nothing you can do. And Garnett nods his approval.
Side out.
A lot of confidence oozing through Mr. Santa Clara.
6-2.
Nice
Side
finish
out.
from Ben Johns there. And
John's just moving him around the baseline. And Garnett, like we mentioned earlier, a great mover, getting one more back, which is a great thing to do in singles. Just get one more ball back if you're on defense. But Johns puts it away with too much power there cross court.
Side out.
And this is just a very professional effort here. So from Garnett, not trying to do too much, but when he's getting Johns to drive a third, he's making that first volley and it's crisp.
Yeah, and one of the things about that volley, he's not swinging too big on it. He's in position, he's on balance, he's anticipating it well, and he's putting it to a spot that, if you're a beginner player, is some good advice. Hit it to where the other player's not. Right, works at the pro level as well.
Point.
And the fist pumps continue for Garnett, and it's him that was smiling before that last point, not John. So 7-2, game one.
We're watching Garnett hit these strokes. He's got beautiful strokes from his forehand and his backhand, which is a huge advantage for his game and pickleball in general.
Side out.
So what you can do about that is what Johns did there. Return middle, take those angles away and make them find an angle. It gets the miss. Down 5.
2-7. Point.
See a good strong deep serve by Johns.
3-7.
Garnett punches that a little bit long.
Point.
And there's the pressure of you got to make the next ball good, or at least you think you do. And Garnett goes for too much, so 2 quick ones.
4-7.
Johns. And that's that
Point.
wicked backhand we talked in the prior match about everything looking the same. That same ball can be brought cross court.
5-7.
Slides it down the line and is quickly within 2.
Side out.
You hate to stop your own run with a missed serve.
On the flip side, Garnett's saying thank you.
7-5.
Yes, he is.
Side out.
And again, we've talked about a bunch of balls off the tape today, but the reason for that is if it isn't a couple of balls at most
5-7.
above the tape, the volley's going to be put away. So it's that thin of a margin.
Side out.
Great return there. I think it skipped off the line, put Johns in a bit of a difficult situation. He tried to punch one backhand down the line while still on the move. And even for Ben Johns, that's a tricky shot.
And a big come on from Garnett as he continues to put pressure on the top seed here. And he finally got off 7, was stuck there for a minute, now up to 8. And another two-y rope down the line, and Connor Garnett is within 2 of taking game 1 here. And he is walking with purpose.
2 points ago, we saw him have time and space to decide on that ripping forehand. We got to see it again with the backhand. This is impressive.
Side out.
Good try there. All right, so Ben Johns got to go.
5-9. Side out.
Not got to go deep on the serve, and that's 2 out of the last 3. And that just feeds the energy of Garnett.
Point.
And we are at game point for Connor Garnett.
I like to see him be aggressive here and close this game out.
10-5.
Nice job going behind Garnett there. So first attempt at winning game 1 is stopped. We've seen Ben come roaring back from bigger deficits than this one.
Point.
And it's in your head. I had a chance. I had a chance. I had
6-10.
a chance. Let's see if Johns can continue to push him.
Point.
That inside-out drop is just a beautiful shot. It's a change-up from the drive, put Garnett in a different situation. This is long.
Point.
And Garnett could not come in off the powerful serve, chose to stay back and paid the price.
Yeah, we see 3 points in a row. Ben Johns just staying calm, down game point, playing his game. And of course, there's nerves on the other side as well. But Ben Johns been here multiple times, been down many game points. Let's see what he does here.
Point.
Oh dear, and Garnett might want to consider a timeout. We're at 9-10.
9-10.
He will not. And a full forehand volley on the run as Johns goes two-handed backhand there, Kyle.
I'm not sure he expected the reply that he received there. He just pushed it down. Let's see what Garnett can do here, game point.
He's there, but can't make it. Beautiful volley. So 2 game points for Garnett have been saved.
See Johns just slowly walking back, regaining his breath.
9-10. Point.
And that two-hander down the line knots us at 10. So 5 straight.
10-10.
And a blistering forehand from Ben Johns on a nice return. And guess what? The game points on the other side, and Garnett finally calls timeout. Might have wanted to do it earlier. Chose not to. So, Kyle, we've both had leads and lost them. Let's be honest. All pickleball players have. Connor Garnett's on the biggest stage, center court against the top player. He had the lead, 2 game points. What are you telling him if you're in his corner?
Take a breath for a second. Right? You feel at 10, you often feel pressure to win it immediately, and you maybe even do something that you're not comfortable doing or not typically going to do. And so take a breath. The main thing he can do right now is the next thing, and that next thing is to hit a solid return, and then play the point based on what he does with the return. Try to get that side out.
Yeah, I think you can't really run plays in tennis and pickleball, but you can certainly set up a pattern here. I'm going to return to a backhand. I'm going to expect something. Here we go. Game point for Ben Johns. Wow, and he had a chance to put the one before that away, and Garnett was there. So 2 game points saved from Ben Johns, and he rallies to take game number 1, 12-10. It's that ball that I was like, uh-oh, but that beautiful backhand roll. So Garnett's got to dig out of the mental challenge of giving up a chance to win 2 game points. We'll see what he's got for us. Beautiful day in Cali.
Yeah, I can never doubt myself. I know better. All of you critics be acting like you know better.
Love 15, 30, 40. Any point won means you win. Because when you bet just $1 on any tennis match, you could win 100 if any point is won. Plus, if you're not in a sportsbook state, you can take a Love 15, 30, 40. Any point won means you win. Because when you bet just $1 on any tennis match, you could win 100 if any point is won. Plus, if you're not in a sportsbook state, you can take a swing at thousands in prizes in our free-to-play pools. So download the DraftKings Sportsbook app, sign up with the promo code, bet $1 to win 100 if a point is won, and make it rain.
New People Pickleball.
Our new EV rental fleet is the absolute GOAT.
Nice. Speaking of goats, is that Tom Brady?
Yeah. He comes in to recharge, get software updates. You know.
Same time next week?
You got it.
Cool. Let's go.
Let's go.
Welcome back, everybody. Dave Fleming here with Kyle Kazuda, and we knew Garnett was going to be a handful for Ben Johns, and I mentioned Gladiator as his favorite movie. I was very entertained there, Kyle.
He was calm the whole time. That's at least how he looked, even when he was down big, multiple game points, and like Ben Johns does, he was able to fight back.
Yeah, so it was 7 straight points to end game number 1 for that man right there, the top seed. So can Garnett flush that and get off to another good start, hit freely? The Santa Clara Bronco needs to keep bucking and make it hard for Ben Johns.
Point.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how Garnett responds because he had that moment, and now it's a new game.
1-0.
Can he forget flush? And like you said, hit freely in these next few points.
Point.
Just absolute filth there as Garnett took a step to the right, and just you pronate that wrist and go inside out at the last second. 2-zip.
2-0.
9 straight.
Side out.
A few missed serves today. 1 maybe in the budget, maybe not
0-2.
3.
Side out.
That's just too good. So now Ben Johns reading those passing shots a little better, Kyle.
Really good. He's on balance there, and he's taking angles where that ball is
2-0.
basically a laser off his paddle. Tough to recover from that.
Side out.
You know, one thing Johns does maybe better than anybody in all of pickleball is when he's on defense, he often resets it to recover, get back on balance, maybe get back to the center of the court. We saw that there, even though he missed that next shot. Yep. Beautiful.
Point.
Desperately needed for Garnett. So the run of 9 points in a row is done. And just, okay, I can win points. I won 10 of them. I just didn't get the 11th. Well, now the 11th, unfortunately for Garnett, comes in game 2.
Side out.
A little bit of a frenetic walking around pace to Garnett.
2-1. Point.
First little mini firefight there, Kyle.
Yeah, that might be about as many rallies as we're going to see in a firefight in a singles match, but when you do see it, it's fun to watch.
Garnett first forced to go with a complete 180 in the middle of that point and had to bail off the net. That's never good.
Four-1.
Little change up from Johns on the serve.
Point.
You saw Garnett, yeah, he backed up there, and Johns took a glance up, saw where he was, took the angle, then you saw Garnett try to recover.
Yeah, there's the retreat, and there's the reply. Just too many choices. Oh, now the lob
Point.
is just a low. And
Got my receiver,
Garnett
6-1.
is quickly in a big batch of trouble here in game number 2. So Ben Johns has won 13 of the last 14 points. Can Garnett recover?
People look at the Orchard security guy and go, what a joke. He's got electrolytes on his chest. He's got electrolytes in his squirt gun. Do I look like I'm a joke? It's not funny to me.
Hold on.
Does that man look relaxed at all, Kyle?
I think the answer is yes.
This is a man that's won 13 out of the last 14 points, and he's just
You have one timeout.
chilling in Cali.
I mean, that's turning into a
Time
meme
is
if I'm
in.
It better. It better.
6-1.
Goes with a lob serve. That time, a good read on the inside out from Garnett.
Really good read. I think we were a few steps away from saying brilliant shot by Johns, but better read there by Garnett.
Point.
All right, so gets the timeout, gets the ball back. Nice forehand pass. So let's see if he can build from there.
2-6.
And the answer is he most certainly can. Beautiful two-hander from Garnett, and he's within 3.
I love that drop on that third ball. We haven't seen that a ton from Garnett, but it's set up a really nice backhand winner.
Point.
Hello, passing shot clinic.
All right, this is what we saw a bit in the first game. Looks like some confidence is back. Garnett is flying right now.
And just this dude is a pacer, man.
He's
He's constantly. I mean, I don't know that he's getting some sort of bonus for steps from his shoe or paddle manufacturer, but he's getting them in.
4-6.
And that's wide, so.
I'm watching your feet.
A little conversation
Point.
with the referee from Ben Johns, and a pretty casual point.
5-6.
And it is now Garnett on a run.
Side out.
And the reply with the deep return that nearly hits the line.
Yeah.
Good few points there for Garnett. 5-6 down right now. John's
6-5.
serve. See if Garnett has another response.
Point.
It's the read and then the paddle's ready and the angle.
And that's the pattern that you so commonly see with Ben John.
7-5.
He drops it down the line to the other player's forehand. He's ready for the reply with the backhand. Then he changes it up and goes drive forehand. That's why he's so difficult to play against. He's got so many options in his game. You never know quite what he's going to do, but he does all of those things very well.
Side out.
Garnett's hit some nice running, and I don't recommend this for you at home. He's hit 2 running volleys, one on each side of his body. You usually want to be, I mean, this is full sprint swing and then dainty with the feet. Kept him out of the kitchen there.
So you don't recommend like the slightly off balance, massive swing cross?
5-8.
I recommend that all day.
Okay, folks, don't take lessons from Kyle. Just kidding. Ooh, just wide.
Side out.
Yeah, it's just so much has to go right when that many parts are moving.
Yeah. There's a bit of a high risk, high reward to
8-5.
Garnett's game, especially when he's on the move, but he's hit a lot of these shots.
Yeah. There it is again. So
when you have the tennis background as well that Garnett has, he's hit these type of strokes so many times in his life, he can get away with a little bit more than if you haven't had as many reps in a racket sport that he has.
Point.
And it is Garnett that reads the cat and mouse game beautifully and goes back behind Johns. And the lead is but 2.
6-8. Side out.
You mentioned it. If that drive isn't just a few, maybe balls above or centimeters above the net, you can just a sitting duck, and Johns puts it away to the back of the line.
Side
so
out.
John's not in a hurry there at all, was just trying to fight himself back into the point, but can't make the backhand. So
6-8.
Garnett trying to get within 1. And he does. So what was a 6-1 Johns lead in game 2 is now 8-7.
7-8.
Oh, and beautiful. And we got 2 snowmen on the board here in California. Impressive internal fortitude here from Connor Garnett. Just misses that one.
His ground strokes are so good, Garnett's are, that when actually I like him doing a bit more dropping and getting to the kitchen. I think that's going to add a lot to his game.
Point.
And that's, we've seen him running and hitting volleys to the side, kind of jammed him up there.
9-8. Side out.
Critical stop for Garnett there. 8-9.
8-9. Side out.
Just couldn't quite get back as Johns went behind him.
9-8.
And a completely chaotic point where Garnett couldn't get in, Johns couldn't get in. That volley was weird, but then that one wasn't.
Good play. I mean, this guy Garnett, he's a fun guy to watch. There he is,
and here we go, 9-9. What a battle.
9-9.
Oh no.
Point.
And a strange bounce there, and 6-1 Ben Johns is now game point Connor Garnett at 10-9 in game 2 here.
10-9.
Oh man, absolutely smoked it, but caught the tape. Very tight serve. It barely crossed the kitchen line.
9-10. Side out.
And that's about the 3rd one of those during this run for Garnett, where Johns hasn't been able to just slide that backhand slice into the court. And
10-9.
We are at game point 2 for Garnett.
Side out.
Just wide off the tape.
Johns saves another one.
9-10. Point.
Oh no. Saw a couple of those when the lead got away from him in game number 1, and it's going to take more than 11.
10-10.
We're tied at 10.
Point.
And then another serve that doesn't come up, and much like in game number 1, the game point now switches over to Ben John's side, and it's not a game point, it is a match point here.
11-10.
that is what match point should look like. Connor Garnett plays an impressive match, has 2 game points in game 1 and game 2, but it is the top seed that survives with a rare 12-10, 12-10 score. Here's a look at that final point again. We thought Johns was dead there, but he was not. So very great effort from Garnett, but Johns is moving on.
Feeling like you're stuck in a hurricane, 'cause everything around you just keeps.
Love 15.
There's only one way now, just one way out. With every single break comes crashing down. There's only one.
On your 6, ladies.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours.
What's your secret? Oh, it's no secret. It's the expert help I got at Foot Solutions.
Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
What if you could have shades like these for a fraction of big brand prices? With Shady Rays, you can. We're an independent company, so we do things differently. We offer high-quality polarized shades for a reasonable price. And we personally replace any pair that gets lost or broken. And so far, we've racked up over 100,000 5-star reviews. I founded Shady Rays so that we could have sunglasses that stand up to whatever life throws at us. Order now and get 50% off 2 pairs at shadyrays.com.
We owe great times to good friends, to the glasses that spark conversation, to the ideas that then pour out. Ours came from a night like that, and somehow survived the morning after, to make our own tequila. It wasn't meant to leave our house, but since we made this for friends, we thought it wouldn't hurt to make a few more. Grab a glass, amigo. Our tequila is your tequila. Our casa is your casa.
Everybody, Dave Fleming here with Kyle Kazuda. And Kyle, we talked about Connor Garnett before the match, saying we think he could push Ben Johnson. Did he ever?
We just saw an amazing early round matchup between Garnett and Johns, and this kid is for real. I don't think this guy's going away anytime soon.
So That's where we are, folks. This is the PPA Takeya Showcase. We are at the tennis club at Newport Beach. Beautiful time of year to be in Newport Beach, California. And the Frenchman's back. And when we last saw Jay Devilliers, my goodness, he was looking on point.
He had a slow start in his first round after the first 2 or 3 points, and then he went on an absolute tear. Jay Devilliers, one of the more fun players to watch in all of pickleball, and this guy's a fiery player with a strong forehand, great length, and somebody that is tough to beat, and he's been playing really well as of late, Dave.
He certainly has, and he's going to be playing Eric Markowitz, and here's the deal. Local. Okay, so you got a guy that teaches at the Riviera Country Club. What does that do for you if you get to be sort of playing, I mean, a little bit of a drive down to Orange County, but still, it's a home game. You don't get many of them in pickleball.
I mean, the number one thing, Dave, is you get to sleep in your own bed.
Yeah.
And that's, I mean, depending on what your travel life looks like, which in pickleball it could be anything. I mean, you could be staying with a host, or you could be sleeping in a hotel or an Airbnb. And so the fact that it's just a drive down, I think, depending on the type of person you are, can be a really good thing. And so we'll see if it's a good thing for Eric in this match.
Yeah, and Jay is again warming up off camera with his bright yellow volunteer. I don't know if, some of these guys are starting to have a physio travel. If you're bringing practice partners with you now, and I'm not saying that he is, but he's having fun. That's why you can see him smiling there. Markowitz is finally on the court.
Devilliers is one of those, if you're around a pickleball tournament and you see Devilliers, he's one of the great guys. He'll say hello to you. He'll bring you out to do a warm-up. A great player, fun to be around.
Yeah, and he is a player that fans love to watch because you get a variety. We saw Ernie's rarer in singles, certainly. The droppers, the big, beautiful backhand. There's a good look at Markowitz. And again, we're seeing these Selkirk paddles coming. The labs are making an impact.
They're making an impact. The paddle he's holding right now is the 002. It's actually the same one that I play with. And I'm not sure if there's a harder hitting paddle in all of pickleball. And so if you get a ball you can put away, that thing's going away.
Yeah, that and the Ace of Spades from the good guys over at Pro Kenix are just, those two paddles are just crushing the ball.
Yeah.
We talk about a couple paddle companies. I would be remiss if I don't talk about all the huge announcements that have come out in pickleball over the last couple weeks. So, first of all, boom, PPA and MLP coming together. PPA players are going to be playing next year in MLP. That's exciting news, Kyle.
It's amazing. I mean, for the fans to be able to see all of the best players in the world on one stage, it doesn't happen very often, especially in that format. And so as a player myself and just a fan of the game, someone who loves pickleball, I'm pumped to get a chance to watch that. And I think a lot of the fans are too.
Yeah, we had, a lot of jockeying going on, and, it's exciting that MLP and PPA, the best players, you got this league that's so captivating. We want to see Ben Johns and Annalie Waters in that, so we will next year for that. And then, boom, number 2, Pickleball.com has adopted Duper as its official rating. So now we've got unification there as well, which I think is really important at all levels, not the pro. In fact, it's more important at the amateur side.
It's fun to be able to see the unification, as you said, as a player and a fan, and just to be in pickleball right now and seeing that there's news, it seems like every second or third day, is exciting. And I'm just happy to be a part of it. I'm happy I found pickleball when I found it about a year ago. And I think as more people find it, get excited about it, understand how the whole environment works, it's just going to continue to take off.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be a lot easier for the casual fan to come in and understand, okay, the best players are playing on this PPA tour. That's the tour. Major League Pickleball's got this league. I want to understand that. I've heard about these celebrity owners. And RIP Vibe hung out. I've got a sweatshirt that I'll probably sell for a couple $1,000 because it's vintage. It's vintage, Kyle.
I'll give you $1,000 right now, Dave.
See, that's people want my like I've never had more people obsessed with a a piece of clothing of mine.
How much? If you sign it for me, like I get a Dave Fleming signed Vibe sweatshirt. I mean, I'll pay you right now, Dave.
Yeah, I think I can pay for my daughter's wedding next year with that. So, so we'll see. So, guys, just getting warmed up here, but just excited about everything going on here in pickleball right now, and the fact that it's merging and like-minded people who want to grow the sport are making it happen.
Absolutely. I mean, if you're in pickleball right now, it's a great time to be in here. If you're playing tournaments or just casually, there's courts being built everywhere. It seems like everybody's getting involved in it. There's a new name involved in the game at some level, and it's connecting people, which is one of the coolest things about the sport. It connects people of all ages, genders, and you get on the court, and it doesn't matter who you are, what you look like, what your background is. It's 0-0-2 if you know how to keep score yet and you're playing.
No, and it's that, and it's also tennis and pickleball coming together. Folks, we're actually calling the matches from Tennis Channel Studios today, and bringing that element and merging these two wonderful racket and paddle sports. It's just everything's starting to come together to really elevate everything about pickleball. So we're thrilled about the macro. Let's talk about the micro here in this. Kyle, what do you do when you warm up? Are you trying to learn something, or is Jay trying to figure out, can this guy handle a backhand? You know, what are you doing?
Yes, number one, I'm going to hit a few backhands to the person I'm in front of, and I'm just going to see what is their backhand. Is it a one-hander? Is it a two-hander? Of course, they're not going to be showing a lot, but a lot of times, especially at lower levels, you can tell pretty quickly if someone has a backhand or not, and I'm probably going to attack that backhand. My guess is Jay's just getting himself ready here. He's ready. He's played for a long time. He's probably focused a bit more on his own game than what his opponent's going to be doing, trying to get his body ready, get his strokes feeling good, and then he's going to come in and start. He would like to come in and start as strong as he can. So I think that's what he's thinking.
And then you got a guy on the other side who went with the nickname in his official profile. So on the draw, it's not Eric, it's Big E. Okay, so Big E Markowitz there.
I think we might be required to call him that if that's what's in the thing.
I mean, that's what the people are telling me. So Big E right there. And you've played a match or two during the day. Now singles really starts to settle in, and you know sort of, what do I have today to offer? Some days you don't have your two-y, you don't have something. You kind of know what you've got, and now it's what works against this other guy.
Absolutely, and Big E, I think I'm going to keep going with that name for a while. I think as he comes in a match against a player like Devillier on center court, you want to start strong. All right, so if you're serving, you want to get a first good deep serve. If you're returning, you want to get a first good deep return so you can come into the net. Just one for your confidence. Right, against a top player like this, you want to come in and really get a good start.
Yeah, and Kyle, just your point of view here, do you prefer serve, receive in singles? What's your philosophy?
In singles, I'm serving right away because you can get points immediately. In doubles, I often actually take receive first, and part of the reason is it feels like, now maybe not as much at the highest levels, it feels like the first third of the day is often the most difficult third of the day, and so that's in my experience in tournament play. I've often taken receive first, or I just have said, partner, what do you want to do? And I just get it out of my hands. But in singles, I'm definitely taking serve because I want to get points on the board right away.
It's funny you say that because I've had partners that just abort that decision. Like, Dave, what do you want to do?
Yeah, well, if you haven't talked about it with your partner and you get out into a tournament and you're like, what do you want to do? And they like really want to serve and you might want to return. I'm not sure an argument before you start your match is a good. Yeah.
Let's not go to counseling and we haven't had a ball in play yet. So, all right, folks. The players are warm. We've got Big E Markowitz on the other side. There's a big man right there, Jay Devilliers. And again, Big E is the 14th seed. So this is a match where Devillier is going to have to play his best to move on. And we saw the 16th seed Garnett, and I think that seed is only going to get to be a smaller number from Garnett as he plays more and more. But
it's true. The men's draws are so deep now. They're not. You can't just come in and run through a men's draw.
No.
I mean, there's players like a Connor Garnett, as you mentioned, that comes in and goes 12-10, 12-10 with the number one seed. That's not easy to do, but we're seeing it more as the game grows.
All right. Big E's got the ball. He's ready to serve. Let's play pickleball. Hello, Big E.
Did I mention it's good to start with a good first
you sure
point?
Did.
Great shot.
Beautiful two-hander with that 002 Selkirk paddle. Okay, we got the grunting and the come-ons going as well, and Markowitz out quickly. And this is one of those ideas where I totally prefer to serve, because 2 already, and Jay hadn't even touched the ball yet. There's that drop shot, and Markowitz sort of put that into first gear and shut down the chase. A couple of steps into that one.
Well, maybe don't go dive mode on point number 3 of the match here.
Elise Jones would have laid out, though, just to be clear.
That's the truth. Hopefully Elise isn't listening to me, because she might not respect me if I wouldn't dive on point 3.
She would not. Miss return, and we're at 2-1, or 1-2, excuse me. Okay, we're working out a microphone for the ref. I'll make sure that we and the scoreboard keeps the score for you. Markowitz is going for it here, though, Kyle, early.
Yes, I like that. I mean, you're on center court against one of the top seeds. Come out and put it to him.
Won't see that miss again today. That's just a sitter. Maybe too many options.
I actually like what he was doing there. He was maybe slightly off balance and used a little bit of wrist flick instead of moving maybe one more step to the ball, but I like the cross-court drop idea. Just missed it a little bit high.
That's a great play in singles if you're, we saw Garnett retreating a little bit, but if you throw the ball up in the air and it's going to be deep, you can't put overheads away in pickleball nearly like you can. We talked about tennis earlier.
Right, the court's smaller, and it looks like there, I mean, that was a good overhead that landed in the mid-court. It was going to land in the mid-court area, and it's easy to get disoriented when a ball's sitting high for so long. And then you saw Jay there, whether, he got caught in the sun or wherever his eyes were, missed it low into the net.
2-1. Point.
That's pretty right in the corner from Markowitz, and he's up 3-1.
I don't know if Jay looked at his backhand early and said, hit it to his backhand. I think this guy's backhand, Big E, is just fine.
And the forehand is looking great early as well. So I have a little egg hunt here over the corner, but watch him step into this. And that is a tough ball to curl down the line. The only advantage is the spin of the ball. Slice to a top spin is easier.
Side out.
Drive there, slightly sits up high, probably higher than Markowitz wanted, and Devillier was able to swing rather big on that ball and put it away right off contact.
Big swing against Big E.
Side out.
At some point, Dave, you're going to have to say big swing, Big E, and the Flying Frenchman in one sentence.
Okay.
That's the challenge.
4-1.
Accepted.
Side out.
Too good from Devillier there. And that split step, Kyle, is so critical to be able to explode to where that pass is coming from.
Point.
Good close-up look at the one-hander from Devillier. 2-4.
2-4. Point.
Tried to drop it in the midcourt there, Kyle, but couldn't do it.
We saw a similar start with Devillier in his first round matchup. Started slow, found a rhythm. It looks like something similar here.
And just enough pace on that overhead from Devillier as Big E was all over the court there. Look at this beautiful ATP defended. And Markowitz is going to take a timeout, and this is I just ran all over Southern California. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back.
The most important part about Tuesday night pickleball at the Orchard is the sound check. We got 36 microphones in here, and I'm checking the crowd audience microphone, the ambient microphone, making sure we get all the audio from these matches. Check, check, 1, 2. Check, check. Hello? 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 Somebody get me down?
Welcome back, everybody. Dave Fleming with Kyle Kazuda. There's a good look at Jay Devillier, and after a really long point, smart timeout from Markowitz there just to catch his breath, be ready to play his best.
Side out.
Yeah, I agree with that, Dave. And in singles, where I think it's a bit different in doubles, sometimes you will call timeouts for strategy. You want to calm them down. But in addition, you got 2 timeouts in a game. Sometimes just get a rest. Just take a breather. You're out there running a lot in singles.
Side out.
Markowitz tries to run around and pull that forehand down the line, but did not get it nearly where he desired, and Devillier easily deposits that in the open court.
Side out.
Shankopotamus there.
4-4.
Just misses that one. Again, a very cash volley there from Devillier.
4-4. Point.
Heavy return, Kyle.
Great return. Yeah, it was deep. I think he got the ball he wanted. Devillier actually had his third sit
5-4.
high, but Markowitz just missed that one.
Side out.
And I think, again, we talked to Garnett in the previous match, is able to volley on the run. It's just something he does well. Markowitz
4-5.
wasn't set himself and missed, and I think that's going to be more the norm. Garnett's just got some special talents.
Side out.
So Big E has been paused at 4 for a
5-4.
bit here. That's just beautiful
Point.
from Devillier.
Looked like Markowitz was sitting forehand. That's why I probably didn't even move over to the left, because he was anticipating, as you see right here. Gets the ball, the first volley. It's
and those
frozen a little
swing
bit.
patterns look so similar. Really well done by Devillier.
Side out.
Hi, we're going to have backhand rip it practice, if you don't mind, in the middle of this match. Love it.
4-6.
Ran around his forehand in the middle of that one. Yeah, Markowitz hit to get the lead. Just absolute rockets a millimeter above the net.
6-4.
Those drives since then have been too high. Oh.
Side out.
You're never out of the points in singles, and I think we all thought that was a winner right off the bat. And then Devillier, we see him with a good pickup here. Markowitz takes the angle. Devillier gets a paddle on it. Props to getting a paddle on it. Great shot by Markowitz.
Again, the thirds from Markowitz have lost their precision. That's why he's stuck on 4. The other thing you saw Devillier do there, a lot of tennis players do it, I still do it in pickleball, you use your paddle to push off when you're beat backdoor.
6-4. Side out.
And of course, folks, you do not get extra points for hitting the guaranteed rate sign. That was not an intentional miss from Devillier.
4-6. Point.
So a little bit of a drought, but Markowitz finds it. And if you're him, you're like, hey, I'm only down 1, and I had a rough little patch there.
Yeah, he got on balance on that shot and was able to rip it like he had early in the match.
Side
the
out.
footwork.
There's that one you talked about in the previous match that we saw Garnett, who's an unbelievable mover. He was able to convert on some of those, but for most of us, as we saw that miss right there, very difficult to hit that shot on move. Beautiful setup, though.
Point.
Yeah, and I think the difference in court coverage dictates the shots you're able to hit, and you have to play to your strengths.
7-5. Point.
And that is a beautiful singles point from Jay Devilliers.
Time. Receiver. Scores 8-5.
And Big E's going to call his second timeout of game number 1. Devillier, much like in his last match, has found his form. We'll see if he can finish after this.
The most important part about Tuesday night pickleball at the Orchard is the net. Every Tuesday, 4:30 a.m. You're sleeping, I'm not. I'm measuring the height, I'm measuring the length, I'm measuring the circumference, and I'm measuring the tension. Who does tension? We do.
Welcome back. There's a good look at Eric Markowitz, Big E as he's called on the draw. Trying to find that rhythm that he started the match with, Kyle.
Yeah, we've seen some really, really good shots by Markowitz, which has kept him in the match, got him an early lead. And it feels like when he hits a good serve and on a third is able to get balanced, right, depending on the return from Devillier, he's hit a lot of good shots that have led to winning more points.
So Markowitz out of timeouts, used them both. You get 2 per game.
8-5. Point. Nine, 5. Point. Here we go. Yep. 10-5. Point.
And
game.
Devillier finishes game
Change ends.
number 1 with his patented one-handed backhand. So Devillier again, slow start, beautiful finish, and he is looking good again. Same pattern, he'll take it if the slow start means a fast finish. So we'll see if Markowitz can rally in game 2. We are at the Takeya Showcase. We appreciate Best Day Brewing being a part of this as well.
I'm gonna say she's a solid 3.5.
Nah, she's definitely a 2.5.
Guys, look at that forehand. She's clearly a 3.0.
Guys, come on. I'm at least a 4.0.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Ratings don't have to be hard. Duper. Optimized for accuracy, optimized for fun. Download the app and claim your free profile today.
All right, folks, welcome back. We are in Newport, and Jay Devilliers, slow start, great finish. Lather, rinse, repeat with his style so far today. He is playing Elliot, Big E Markowitz, who had a great start, was up 4-1, really striping balls from the baseline, and then too much of that man right there. So we'll see if Elliot Markowitz can rally here.
Time in, 0-0. Point.
There's the menacing one-hander from
1-0.
Devillier to start game 2.
Point.
Menacing times too. I mean, he just took a ball and ripped it cross court, making Markowitz reach heavy. We see it here again. Another cross court ball just outside the reach of Markowitz. Great shot by Devillier.
Point.
And a quick 3-0 start for Devillier. This is where Markowitz just needs to take a breath for a second, focus on a good return, try to get a side out.
Oh my, after all that effort on both sides, you hear the oh no from Devillier, and you hear Devillier saying, I made your run and everything.
0-3.
So some deep breaths from Markowitz before he serves.
Point.
That's one of those that might have been wide, but the tape kept it in.
Yeah, I would love when the ball hits that tape. When it benefits you.
1-3.
Yeah, it looked like it was going wide. Caught, redirected.
Point.
So there's what the beginning of this match looked like, and we'll see if just that missed overhead, it would have been 4-0. Markowitz is in trouble, running all over the court, would have had to defend again, and now he's within 1. Oh dear.
Side out. 3-2. Point.
You see more missed serves and more missed returns in singles than you will in doubles because the players are trying to go after it a bit more to set up a point.
Side out.
And it matters so much more. You hit a big serve, you put your opponent on their heels right away. You hit a big return, you might keep the server back, and you might control the point more when you get to the kitchen line. So it matters so much more. It's why you see more misses.
Side out.
Yeah, there's the precision on that next ball there for Markowitz, because he hit a nice ball.
4-2.
He'd been smoking it down the line. He went inside out, but couldn't handle the next one.
Point.
There's the Wichita
5-2.
native. Oh
Point.
my, just a blast right at him, and Markowitz guessed. Lucky you got out of the way of this. This is a rare winner that hit the middle line. You don't see that in singles very often.
Side out. 2-6.
That is a tremendous guess to start with, and then the hands to go with it, Kyle.
Yeah, really tough angle that Devillier took here with a little backhand roller cross court to set up the point.
Point.
And now 7-2, and
Time,
Markowitz
receiver.
will call
Scores
a timeout
7-2.
here in game number 2. So Devillier again just ramping up his game from start to finish, looking very good here at Newport Beach.
The most important part about Tuesday night pickleball at the Orchard is the net. Every Tuesday, 4:30 a.m. You're sleeping, I'm not. I'm measuring the height, I'm measuring the length, I'm measuring the circumference, and I'm measuring the tension. Who does tension? We do.
We're back, and Jay Devilliers playing hide and seek apparently during the break there. Sneaks back. Love having the video boards here on the PPA tour, and looking very relaxed, Kyle.
She absolutely does.
7-2. Point.
Oh, you hate to call timeout and then miss a return. 8-2 Devilliers.
8-2. Point.
Just kept going back behind Markowitz, and it worked.
9-2.
Brilliant serve set up that third shot drive. I mean, that ball was placed right in the corner, which set up a high, pretty short return. And then it's like, what do I do? Do I come in? Do I stay back?
You're in jail, and now we're at match point. And just too much of the Frenchman. Big E Markowitz got off to a great start, but Jocelyn Devilliers rises to the occasion and keeps playing better and better within his matches, and he will move on, looking like a very confident player here. We are at the Takeya Showcase. We're in Newport. More to come.
There's only one winner, just one way out. With every single break comes crashing down. There's only one.
On your six, ladies.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours.
What's your secret? Oh, it's no secret. It's the expert help I got at Foot Solutions.
Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
Welcome back to the PPA Takeya Showcase in beautiful Newport Beach, California. It's singles day right now, and we've had some incredible first and second round matches. Next up, we have Ben Johns and Dylan Frazier coming up on center court. Should be a good one. Ben Johns played up against Connor Garnett in the previous round, an up-and-coming player, which in an unbelievable match. And we are excited to get this one underway here in a few minutes. Thanks for joining us here at the Takeya Showcase. We start this matchup here pretty soon. There it is. You see Ben Johns, the #1 seed, going up against Dylan Frazier, the #8 seed. Two guys who are frankly pretty used to being late in draws. We're going to see them in the quarterfinals here. Both have been in finals matches plenty of times this year across the tour. This should be a good match. I'm Kyle Kazuda. I'm joined by Dave Fleming. Dave, this could be a good one.
Well, you look at the draw when it starts and you're like, huh, the 1-8, if they both get there, and obviously Ben Johns stared down 2 game points against in game 1 and game 2 against Connor Garnett, but was able to get through that. Dylan Frazier, let's rewind all the way back to the beginning of the year, beat Ben Johns in the first tournament of the year in singles, and everybody's like, what happened in Arizona here?
Yeah, in fact, that was actually the first tournament, Dave, the first PPA tournament I had been to, and I was walking around the venue, and people were like, did you see? Did you see? I'm like, what are you talking about? They're like, Dylan just beat Ben. And so that was one of my first experiences watching Dylan play. As I mentioned earlier, Dylan is no stranger to big matches, late in tournaments. And if Dylan wins this match, I don't know if it's an upset. I mean, Dylan is so good. He's beaten so many top players. I'm excited to see this one get started.
Yeah, I mean, certainly I think the seeds and the history would say it's an upset, but it has already happened this year. So the other difference with Dylan Frazier from that match to today, paddle change.
Yeah, Dylan Frazier's been just recently signed with Selkirk, and last I saw, we'll see if he's still using it today, I was using the 002 paddle, the same one that we just saw Big E Markowitz using, which you're seeing a lot of singles players use that paddle because of the spin it can generate and the power it gets.
Yeah, and you've got to be able to win from the baseline, and you will see some players, not all, switch paddles between singles and doubles, or at least the way they let it up, or what I mean by that is what they add to the actual paddle itself, just to put a little more behind it, because you got to be able to drive through the ball more often. So for those who haven't seen what this could look like, what do you expect to see from Dylan Frazier? How do you think he plays against Ben Johns today?
What these two players do more than most players in pickleball is they do drop their third shot and get to the kitchen. And so one of the things I'm going to expect to see is some good points around the net. I think we're going to see drives, of course, passing shots, of course. But the thing that I'm most interested in seeing is what they do around the kitchen when they're both up there. I think those are going to be some of the most exciting points that we see. We could even occasionally see a couple hands battles, which you don't often see in singles.
We've also got a Maryland versus Missouri battle here. Dylan Frazier's a student at Missouri now, and he's out here, and you see those guys just off to the side. Ben just graduated from Maryland, so he's a Terp. He's got his engineering degree. It's awesome to see how these guys are able to sort of manage their lives around school, around being a pro athlete. Really fascinating.
Absolutely.
The other thing that you're going to see from Dylan Frazier is this is the only moment in time when that paddle isn't spinning 1,000 miles an hour, 1,000. There he goes. He can't help himself, folks. He just can't. It's like
I think he may lead. He's probably top 5 in paddle spins before serve happens.
Oh, he's #1. You know, he's #1, and it's not even close.
I was trying to think about him versus Anna Bright, who
Bright is a runner-up.
She averages like 10 to 12 paddle spins before every serve. Dylan has even been known, there he goes right there, been known to spin the paddle occasionally in doubles in the middle of a point.
For sure. And it's just, it's a mechanism. Everybody's got some. You see Lea Jansen go through her pre-point thing. Paris Todd will face away. Just everybody's got whatever it is. Some people won't step on the line.
Yeah.
Some of it's superstitious.
Yeah.
Some of it's just getting yourself mentally ingrained into what you want to do. But I think the other thing that's very interesting about Dylan Frazier is we talk about all these guys with the big tennis background. This is not the case with him.
Well, Dave, people say Dylan Frazier doesn't have a racket sport background, but I think he's 20 years old right now, maybe 21. He's been playing pickleball for a long time. Pickleball is his racket sport background. So it's like he's not like these. It's not like a Connor Garnett who just came in, right? But listen, Dylan Frazier's been playing pickleball a long time. He's got plenty of racket experience.
So I think the point you make is a good one. Is everybody's like, oh, let me thumb through the resume here and see where the tennis is. Well, Wyatt Stone, maybe a little tennis, but guess what? He's been playing pickleball for a while, as an example, and certainly Dylan Frazier is too. And it's going to be, as this sport explodes, we talked about the unification with MLP and Duper and all of that. This is what kids are going to have, and who knows when intramurals becomes high school pickleball teams and college. There's a lot of college club pickleball going on right now across this great country. So the background, the top players in some time from now is going to be just pickleball.
100%. And while having a tennis background gives you an advantage and you can often learn faster, having a starting in pickleball, you don't have to unlearn those habits that you learned in tennis, which in doubles especially, you have to unlearn some habits from being in a tennis background to going into pickleball. And as you watch Dylan Frazier, you're going to see him do some things here in singles that are impressive. He has some interesting flicks that he'll do, some interesting deception that he'll use. And he's one of the most fun players to watch because of those things that he probably learned from a young age.
Yeah, I mean, what do you mean? I've been comfortable with the kitchen since I was 4 years old, whereas these tennis people are losing their minds. So I think that is the case. And the other thing I think the paddle change has done for Frazier is it's made him much more dangerous off the bounce.
Yeah.
And when they're in these battles that we know we're going to have some fun cat and mouse points, which we mean two guys sort of mano a mano at the kitchen finding angles. He has a little more on those and can also hit through the court from the baseline. So, all right, this is going to be a good one. Dylan Frazier to serve. Let's play pickleball.
Point.
And right off the bat, we get exactly what we thought we'd see, which is kitchen battle.
1-0.
Yeah.
Shows right, execution hits the tape slightly. But what you're going to see a lot from both these players, we're already seeing it right now, obviously, is the cat and mouse, what you just mentioned. But when they're retreating or recovering, they're going to drop the ball to reset themselves. We saw Dylan Frazier do it just now. We're going to see it all match long.
Just deep on that, and the nice inside-out forehand drive from Ben Johns gets him on the board.
1-1. Point.
Two forehand winners in a row. Let's see if Frazier continues to return to that side or not.
Side out.
There it is. You see Frazier just taking the angle, getting Johns off balance. Johns pops one up. Frazier puts it away. But it's that balance and that patience before Frazier makes that decision that ends up setting up the whole thing.
1-2.
Just deep on the two-y from Frazier.
2-1. Point.
And that pesky net cord rears its ugly head again, and much to Ben John's delight, 3-1.
3-1.
Good lead.
Side out.
Weird swing there after a very smart ball that returned that deep to drop it by Johns. Got him back in the point.
1-3. Point.
There it is. Frazier's so hard to read. Right, the ball floats a bit on the cut return from Johns. Frazier had, gosh, a couple seconds to decide. Am I cross court by going down the line? He shows down the line, and Johns shows wrong. Frazier gets the winner.
Point.
And the rare dink in the cat and mouse from Johns that is up and easy put away from Frazier. And like all rec players, Ben stared a hole through his Yola paddle there.
3-3. Side out.
Okay. Love our fans that are passionate.
3-3.
See how vocal that gentleman gets throughout the day.
Oh my God, it's point.
I think there's your answer there, Dave.
Okay, the answer is yes, and consistently. 4-3 Ben Johns here.
4-3. Side out.
Beautiful job by Frazier manipulating Johns all over the court.
Just good shot selection. He didn't try to go for anything crazy. He just had space. Johns was back, hit a drop shot.
Side out.
Not going to see a lot of, that was a lot of emotion from Frazier there, that little double skip there. He's going to be very cool and collected, but he knew he set up an opportunity, just didn't make it.
Side out.
Frazier continues to make Johns hit balls on the run, and it's hard to execute.
3-4.
Maybe on the line. I think everyone everyone on the court, the referee is like, call?
4-4.
That is wicked.
That's too good. There we hear the fan again. If you're watching this match at home and you're like, I want to improve at singles, don't just watch the impressive outcomes at the end of a point, but watch the shot selection that leads to these impressive outcomes.
That's just gorgeous from Ben Johns. He was getting tugged all over the court, but had the final reply.
Beautiful. See here the cross court into a down the line. Gosh, and Johns, he sets it up. He can do that same shot going cross court. He does it down the line. It's hard to read. He ends up winning the point.
Just really good from Dylan Frazier right there.
Underrated ability by Dylan Frazier is his lateral quickness at the kitchen line. He anticipates well, so that helps. And then he's so quick laterally, it's very difficult to pass him. And so when you do pass Dylan Frazier, give yourself a pat on the back.
Beautiful ATP. John's not happy with the net now. He loved it when the drive hit it and went there, but the best ATPs often come from a ball like this that had topspin and just rolls it way wide, and then you're serious trouble.
Side out.
Backdoor house yelled from the audible
5-5
and full of decibels as well, Mr. Fan. 5 apiece. Good volley from Frazier there.
Set up by a great return that was deep. Caught Johns on his back foot. His drive sailed a little high, which was made for a much easier volley there by Frazier, as you mentioned.
John's just hit it hard enough because Frazier's like, ooh, I might be able to get back in this point here because he didn't pulverize this overhead where he's way off the court.
That's 2 points in a row that we saw a ball driven to the backhand of the opponent. John's a second ago and just Frazier there, and they both just a cut angle cross court and set up the win.
Point.
Missed return, and it is Frazier now with the lead at 6-5.
6-5.
John just loves to wave that Cobra at you, like, where's this going? Rolls just so much spin for Frazier because he knows he has to make it bounce or he's dead. Couldn't get it over the net. Just tremendous point all around there, and Frazier so patient with his attacks, though, Kyle.
There you see the big forehand. Johns gets a couple back. Again, Frazier just laterally moves really, really well side to side and just takes the ball to the open space until he gets the point one.
Again, a little too much on that from Johns, and Frazier again using that quickness, able to take a ball out of the air, and that takes all the time away, especially in singles. 7-5 Frazier. And tried to go back behind him, and that was the right choice, the wrong execution.
Absolutely. I mean, it's interesting how much we're seeing these two players at the kitchen line, maybe more than most. They're so good at it, but you see it work so often as well.
Oh, the dreaded HTP. If he let that travel just another, literally another inch or two, he gets that around. So hits the post, doesn't get it around. Johns gets it back.
There it is. We saw that same shot a few points ago, and it's not set up with an amazing wrist flick. You're going to see it. He's just set up with a good balance, the extension of the arm, and he tilts the paddle slightly and able to bring that ball across court, which is why it just goes down, gets him a winner. There it is again. We see the exact same thing. All right, now they have some wrist flick in that shot, Dave. It's just impressive, though, even with the extended reach by Johns, just by tilting the paddle slightly to the right, the ball just ricochets off and flies the other way. We've seen that multiple times, but it's a tough shot. They're making it look so easy.
It is, because if your angle on that is off at all, you shank it or it's going way out because the paddle face is open.
Side out.
Frazier gets it back again, and a little frustration from Ben Johns here, just a little.
8-5. Side out. Five, 8.
And that's a point that Ben Johns cannot believe he lost. He was way ahead with a sitter in the middle of the court. It's this ball right here. And suddenly he's resetting.
Side out.
But gets it back quickly.
Great response.
5-8.
There's a beautiful winner. So John stuck at 5 for a while, gets to 6 here. He's within 2. See him really taking his time on the serve, really going through what he wants to do. That's just gorgeous from Dylan Frazier. He had Johns thinking that way on an earlier dink, and Johns was able to recover and then goes there with the next one.
I think he hit 3 balls down the line of Johns' backhand. I mean, unbelievable shot selection and decision-making by Dylan Frazier there.
Frazier's got the lead. Will he be able to finish? We'll find out after this. Welcome back, folks. We appreciate all the hard-working referees that are working on center and all across the tournament. Can't do it without them. The volunteers, appreciate everything the pickleball tournaments team does. They got to get here so early to get not just the pro matches going, but we got a huge 1,000-player amateur tournament going on. You get to play with the pros. Let's play pickleball.
Side out.
And that's an authoritative "I'd like to serve again right now. Thank you very much" from Ben Johns.
6-8. Point.
If you've watched Ben Johns play, that's a pattern we've seen a million times, right? Ball goes to his backhand, he drops it down the line, he approaches down the line.
7-8.
The opponent hits it to his backhand, he cross-court winners it. Beautiful shot by Johns.
And there's a beautiful forehand pass. So Johns has tied it up at 8.
You know, occasionally, Dave, as we'll see here, Johns goes with a third shot drive. When you drop it a lot, then you deviate from it, you get your opponent off balance just slightly.
Just deep on the ATP. And Johns has pulled in front. It was down 8-6, now up 9-8.
9-8.
And another beautiful forehand. And suddenly Frazier's lead is gone and a game point is on the paddle of Ben Johns.
10-8.
And Frazier will not call timeout to stop it. And the two-way stays in, and
11-8.
a sick array of passing shots to close out game 1 from Ben Johns. Wow, after the timeout, it was just one after the other, and that is the one that finishes. So Ben Johns has been pushed 3 games in a row, but it is his name that is victorious in each game. Will he keep it going in game 2? We'll see after this.
What if you could have shades like these for a fraction of big brand prices? With Shady Rays, you can. We're an independent company, so we do things differently. We offer high-quality polarized shades for a reasonable price. And we personally replace any pair that gets lost or broken. And so far, we've racked up over 100,000 5-star reviews. I founded Shady Rays so that we could have sunglasses that stand up to whatever life throws at us. Order now and get 50% off 2 pairs at shadyrays.com.
We owe great times to good friends, to the glasses that spark conversation, to the ideas that then pour out. Ours came from a night like that, and somehow survived the morning after to make our own tequila. It wasn't meant to leave our house, but since we made this for friends, we thought it wouldn't hurt to make a few more. Grab a glass, amigo. Our tequila is your tequila. Our casa is your casa.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Dave Fleming with Kyle Kazuda. And Kyle, this match, we knew we'd see a lot of the cat and mouse, meaning both players up in the kitchen. So much different than the Ben Johns-Connor Garnett match where it was passing shots from both sides. This is really enjoyable to watch.
It's enjoyable. There's multiple ways to play singles, but what you're watching these two guys and what they're so good at is their shot selection consistently. It's not just what ball do I hit, drive or drop. It's also where do I hit it, right? I'm going to drive it to their backhand, their forehand. Where am I going to drop it? Their backhand, their forehand. And that's what's so fascinating about watching these two play singles.
Point.
So Johns was in an 8-6 hole, won 5 in a row, and then gets a missed return to start game number 2.
1-0. Side out.
Dylan Frazier looking up at the camera there. Hello, Dylan. Too high there. I like that he just kept coming though. He's like, I'm in trouble. I'm still coming.
1-0. Point.
And the Ben Johns forehand has gotten just a little more fine
2-0.
throughout this. And we saw some great two-handed passes as well.
Point.
Had a few of those today.
In that spot, yeah. We've had a few balls either die there or bounce funky as players have looked down at the ground. We see one there from Dylan Frazier.
3-0.
And that's just wide, and Frazier can't believe it. And 5 straight at the end of game number 1, 4 straight
4-0.
to start game 2.
Point.
There's that just obscene backhand roll that Ben Johns is known for, but he can roll it down the line as well. So it causes all sorts of problems, and Dylan Frazier's got maybe 100 problems right now. Just in a big hole, had played so well. There's a good look at Frazier. I love that he called timeout there, Kyle.
Yeah, he had a couple tough returns, tough bounce on one, a couple short balls on the other. And on the flip side, talked about shot selection. Ben Johns is noticing a couple short returns, taking advantage of those short returns with pretty big drives. And because of that, he's up 5-0 early in the second game.
And there you see again, Ben Johns smiling, just talking with
Receiver,
the
1 timeout remaining. Server, 2 timeouts remaining.
No, it's tough. You're close to winning game 1 against Johns. It's a bit deflating even going into game 2. You have to flush that, forget about it, and then move yourself to game 2. Let's see if Dylan can respond here.
So 5-zip Johns. The answer is no, and it's the same thing. Short return off a big, heavy serve.
It's the tricky part of singles is you don't want to miss it short, you don't want to miss it long, but if you miss it short, then you're often going to get punished for the short return.
It's a great ball from Frazier.
Side out.
So, deficit is 6.
0-6.
Nice deep breath from Frazier there. Let's see if he can turn that into some points.
Side out.
not on that opportunity.
6-0.
Oh my.
Side out.
That inside out forehand set up literally cake.
Yeah, he makes that look
I mean, that had sprinkles. That had sprinkles. He put it in the net.
0-6.
Everybody's human, folks.
Good lead.
Point.
Great drive. 1-6. Let's see if Frazier can respond here.
1-6.
Frazier's the one getting a couple short returns and taking advantage of them. I mean, that's singles for you. It can turn in a heartbeat. It's why you don't let your mind get out of it. Stay in the point.
And we replay the serves off the tape here on the PPA Tour, as long as it clears the kitchen.
It's so good. You mentioned it a few moments ago, but you know he's going across court, but then do you? Because he might take it down the line. So he keeps you honest. Okay, we have so much time here. He rolls it at the last second. Looks exactly the same as he would if he was going down the line.
Good finish by Frazier there. So down 6, got 2, got the ball back here.
Side out.
But can't do anything with it. So back to Johns.
6-2. Point.
And again, it's the forehand that is causing most of the damage. There's been a couple two-handers that have been sharp, but it's the forehand. You can see Frazier using every inch to be able to return. Oh my goodness. Frazier covers an ATP that never came out of the factory as this ball is going back the other way. That is absolutely gorgeous. And another clean winner off the midcourt, off the bounce.
It's a similar thing we were talking about is they wait until the last second and then they give their little flick.
And it all has to look the same, and it does for Johns, and he is up 9-2.
Side out.
We've seen Johns drive to Frazier's backhand a number of times, and he handled some of them really, really well early on. In this game, we've seen a couple slight mishits, but if you're playing singles at any level, go to their backhand more. It's a less powerful reply. You'll win more points that way.
Side out.
And Frazier's thirds have betrayed him here in game number 2, and the scoreboard is reflective of that. The lack of space behind the court is also causing some of these short returns. That is a great move from Dylan Frazier right there.
Smart. He read it early. Knew Johns was dropping that ball right at the moment he was about to hit it. Jumped the kitchen line, hit the earning for the winner.
Yeah, just another really high third, and even though he was able to keep that going, just so far behind.
9-2.
Well, flirts a little bit there with the sideline.
He got on top of it, but it was on the left side of his body here, so you can see how he had to sort of put a little topspin on it to keep it in, or that would have floated wide. So nice paddle positioning change with the wrist there by Frazier. Again, if he watches this back, he's going to see his thirds just didn't bounce.
Yeah, much more so in the second game. He's missed more of them high in the first game. Yeah, really nice.
Right there, yep. Oh no, and then a loose miss there, and that's as frustrated as you will see Dylan Frazier right there. We are at match point. I'm going to say caught the outside 1 millimeter of the line there, because Ben is not walking forward to tap paddles. So, boy, that's tight. You can't tell it's in. So Frazier saves a match point. Just a clinic, and the referee gets tagged there.
Johns has that backhand roll in the backhand. He also has it on the forehand, too, the forehand roll cross court.
Referee doing his job, just staring at the line, and another match point for Johns.
Side out.
Don't see Ben off balance like that very often. That was weird.
His feet got caught up a little bit.
2-10. Point. .310.
That's a beautiful forehand, and Frazier's probably like, man, where's that been? But stranger things have happened. Because that's a good return in the corner for Johns. And that's why he's the #1 player in the world there, because Frazier did everything right, and it's side out.
10-4.
Oh, and a nifty little pull his body to the left and slide it down the line from Frazier there.
Beautiful setup, too, with his footwork. He moved his feet quick, then got balanced, then he was able to hit that shot down the line. Really nice play.
Just missed from Frazier. Try #4 for Johns to close this match out and move on.
10-4.
And Dylan Frazier says, not right now.
Ooh, great reads from both players. That was an incredible point. Good pick
You
up.
thought it was over there. And Frazier, with that lateral quickness you've been talking about, was able to get over there.
Side out.
It's good shot selection. Ben, he sees Frazier running in. There's space opened cross court. So Frazier thinks he's going to go there. He doesn't. Puts him off balance. Ends up winning the point.
Too good.
Side out.
Looks like Frazier's ball was either near the line or on the line. Ben dropped it. It was so far back, Frazier recognized it.
Yeah, that right there. And then just another one where Ben's feet got a little bit wonky there on that prior point. But again, Frazier has played unbelievable. This is match point #6 coming up. Just hadn't been able to do anything when he gets the ball back. And it is Frazier who wins another showdown. And this is what the beginning of the match, very even, back and forth. Frazier's up 8-6, and scoreboard is 10-4 here. Wow, net cord all over the place there. So, Ben Johns, will it be lucky #7, or will we play on?
Okay,
remember that net cord I was talking about? It says, I like this matchup. I'd like some more.
I feel like those even out over the course of a lifetime.
Well, lifetime, okay.
I'm going big picture here.
We talked macro and micro earlier. You went heavy macro, miss return, 5-10.
5-10.
That's what makes Dylan Frazier so lethal in singles. couldn't finish that. I'm sure Ben Johns would love a new ball, the ball that's got the winning point in it. And interesting, I like this. Ben Johns calls timeout here. He's had 7 match points, so take a break, really think about, okay, I'm going to serve here. I expect the return to go here. What am I going to do with the third?
Yeah, it's easy to go and play 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 points, and then all of a sudden you actually don't even remember what just happened because you're so locked into the match. And so to take a timeout like this and maybe just reset your brain. Okay, what was working before? Let me just do that on this very next point and end the match rather than maybe continue doing what's not working or what the other player's doing well, trying to stay away from. So let's see if Johns can put this match away on this next point.
So Ben Johns literally has been standing there ready to serve since he called timeout. Took a little walk over. All right, match point 8.
10-5
for Ben Johns. How about serve on the middle line, forehand winner? If that's the conversation he had with me, myself, and I, it was a good one.
Yeah, great shot there by Johns. Great playing by Frazier. That's a great singles match here in the Takeya Newport.
Yeah, so Ben Johns again is pushed, was down 8-6 in game number 1, but came up with it. It really took him, that 11th point is often such a struggle, and even for the top players. So folks, if you're having problems finishing out your matches at home or in the park at the rec center, Ben Johns just needed 8 to finish, so don't feel bad. It's the same everywhere. We're gonna be back with more awesome singles action. This is the Takeya Showcase in Newport Beach.
There's never been a better time to get away. With a great deal on the Hyundai you've always wanted. With America's best warranty and up to 3 years complimentary maintenance. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry in to get our best deals of the season. Get in and get away.
Get 0% APR financing plus 0 payments for 90 days on select vehicles. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
A lot of us miss-hit the ball. I know I miss-hit the ball a lot. So
Speak for
more
yourself,
forgiving.
At Baird, we offer a different, more holistic approach to wealth management. With your career, family, friends, and community, finding time for you and making sure your family's financial plans are on track can be a real challenge. At Baird, our financial advisors get it. We'll partner with you to create a unique financial plan and coordinate with your legal and tax advisors to bring it all together so you have more time for what matters most.
Welcome back, everybody. This is the PPA Tour, and this is the PPA Takeya Showcase. Beautiful look at the tennis club at Newport Beach. What a setting. What a great time of year to be out here just before the holidays. We got Thanksgiving right around the corner and so much to give thanks for in the pickleball world, just to be able to see the rise. We talked about the unification of the sport with partnerships with the PPA and MLP, Duper. Just it's a great time to be part of this amazing sport, and it's only going to get better, folks. That's the good news. And we've had some tremendous singles, and it will continue. And folks, Tyson McGuffin, the most electrifying person in all of sports, said Barstool. is going to play Jaume Martinez-Vich. And do I have some facts on this gentleman? So let me share what you're about to see. This guy is from Hawaii. This guy was Rafa Nadal's hitting partner when he was 15 years old. Just let that settle in, everybody who's listening. Yeah, so think about the tennis background this guy has. He was part of the National Championship Hawaii Pacific tennis team, okay? So this guy is coming into pickleball, and he is ready to show me, you, Kyle Kazuta, and everybody else that I've got the goods. I can't wait to see it.
Not a bad stage coming center court against Tyson McGuffin. I mean, this is going to be an exciting match. And we've seen this happen over the course of time, Dave. More tennis players are coming in, and they're going up against top players like McGuffin. And we've seen upsets, and that's how they've made a name for themselves and made their way into the tour. And so it's singles is a great place to start because it translates fast for tennis players. And so this will be a good matchup coming up.
Yeah, and McGuffin, of course, is a beloved player. There's a good look at him. He's got the look, the flow coming out the back. Love that lettuce. Got the hat, the Skechers. 32 years old, turned pro in 2016. He's won 6 PPA titles. Uses that Selkirk paddle. And when we last saw Tyson McGuffin at a PPA event, in singles, in Texas, down 9-4, took game 1, and this was best 2 out of 3 final. Won 7 points in a row. Finally got that Ben Johns gorilla off his back because Johns had owned him over the past several years. Chucks his winning paddle in the crowd and then shotguns a beer with a fan who held up a sign. He said, "You betcha, I'm in." That's what this guy does. So the entertainment value is off the chart when Tyson McGuffin is involved in the sport.
The bigger the crowd, the bigger the energy, the bigger Tyson typically plays. And so Tyson here, singles is his favorite event I've heard him talk about. And so we'll see if he can continue on today's matchup.
So here we go. Quarterfinal action. Martinez to serve. Let's play pickleball.
Side out.
Big swat at that one. And you can see the 39 seed getting to the quarterfinals. 0-0. Already impressive.
Point.
And
McGuffin's going to live in that left corner of the court, isn't he?
I mean, most players try to return to his backhand because he doesn't hit a lot of backhands. He's going to run around that a lot. And that inside out he loves.
Side out. 0-1.
Beautiful.
Point.
Okay.
So he cross court drops it into a slight pop up by McGuffin in a running inside out forehand.
At a crazy angle, clean winner. More, please.
It's the same shot again.
Yeah, and real compact stroke isn't taking the big hack that a lot of tennis players do, and really isn't going after his serve much so far either.
Side out.
Figured we'd have a big two-handed backhand from him. Misses that one. So McGuffin's going to just be,
1-2.
Maybe he's never seen this guy. Many of us haven't.
Point.
And that's the curse if you go to that backhand corner. You know he's going to run around it, but he has options when he does it. It's not like he's in jail.
Point.
Yeah, it's true. You'll see him rip a inside-out forehand after he runs around it. You'll see him drop an inside-out. You'll see him go inside-in occasionally.
What do you mean by inside-in?
So basically, he runs on the left side, runs around his backhand, and instead of going from left to right, he basically runs around and goes down the line on the left side.
Want to make sure everyone understands the lingo here. What a battle in that point. 2 lobs thrown up by Martinez in the middle of it.
Beautiful point. And that tells me he knows how to play pickleball a bit, how he was back at the baseline, dropping, looking for an opportunity to turn the point around.
3-2.
Great play by both players.
Inside in.
Inside in.
Point.
And we'll show it to you again just so everyone's got the concept. Short return there. McGuffin's going to eat it alive. And then you try to land it on the... I will make him hit a backhand, and you just can't. 5-2 McGuffin up early.
5-2. Side out.
Oh, so ambitious after an unbelievable third.
Oh, and I love the shot selection there from Martinez. Instead of going backhand, which he had just done time after time, he goes forehand, which set up that entire point.
2-5.
Well played.
Point. Three, 5. Point.
Couple of mistakes, and within one is Martinez.
4, 5.
And that compact rolling forehand that comes back again, Kyle.
It's been the shot that we've seen him consistently hit here on his third ball. Just a roller as McGuffin's moving middle and slightly left, keeps him off balance, ends up getting the point. Misses that one a little bit high. Same shot, and that's the difference, right? If you miss that even a little bit high, any drop in singles, you put yourself at a huge disadvantage.
5, 5.
That is ridiculous right there on the dead slide. Gets the paddle clap from Martinez. That's really good. I mean, this is a difficult ball. And McGuffin, while that was played, got a net cord, and Martinez is saying, I'd like one of those.
7, 5.
Sure he would. We all want one of those, or 11 of those.
Point.
It is. He's saying the same thing, and we're saying yes, it is the same thing. He's got to find the return position. And McGuffin just lets Martinez make the move first and then goes behind him. Watch him hold this. Where are you going? Okay. And again, the value of going for your serve. We've seen several shanked returns today by very talented players, and McGuffin quickly has a game point. Beautiful drop shot there, and the header from McGuffin, ready for the World Cup to start next week.
5, 10.
It's a huge skill to let the ball go.
Use the word skill. It is a skill, right, to let a ball go, because it's so easy to hit, especially when a ball's higher. You think, I'm going to crush that thing. And then you do, and you miss it, and you're like, that probably should have let that one go out.
McGuffin again, second chance, and that'll do it. So McGuffin really full of pressure and winning all those runaround. He's made a living running around the backhand in that corner, and that is his workshop. And McGuffin looking very, very sharp here in game number 1. Look at that flow, people. Come on.
What are you guys doing?
We're getting our duper tattoos.
You know it changes every match, right?
Oh,
Duper, keeping tattoo removers in business by updating after every match. Download the app and claim your free profile today.
Can you change that 6 to an 8?
I sure can try.
For many of us, we just charge ahead because planning for your future takes time. And right now, thinking about your financial future takes on new meaning. At Baird, our financial advisors have guided individuals and families to achieve their goals through every crisis evolution and groundbreaking idea for over 100 years. That's the difference between thinking you're ready for what lies ahead and knowing you've planned for it. Now that's different. Discover the Baird difference.
Miller Lite has more taste and only 1 more calorie than Michelob Ultra.
What are you guys doing?
Getting our duper tattoos?
Oh, cool.
Hey Cameron, how's it going?
Almost done.
Perfect. Can't wait to see your number.
Number?
Duper, because ratings shouldn't be a surprise. Download the app and claim your free profile today.
I haven't even started yet.
Oh.
Welcome back, everybody. Dave Fleming here with Kyle Kazuda, and it is the father of 4. Yeah, the most electrifying man in sports. Also has 4 kids. And Meg, his wife, his princess, as he calls her. So McGuffin is a family man and a great athlete, and up early here in game 1.
Point. Two, 0. Point.
Inside in is the name of the day.
Another just beautiful forehand. You see Tyson with the patented bark afterwards, getting himself fired up. 3-0, great start for McGuffin here, using that forehand as a weapon.
Oh my. Best point of the match goes to McGuffin. He talks about his wrestling background and just that grit, that fight. He will never, ever give up. You saw it on that point.
And that's what you have to do in singles. Get 1 more ball back, especially when you're caught on your heels. There you see Tyson talking with the fans.
Oh, he's winking at people. I mean, that's part of the package, man. Just filthy.
Come on, Tyson.
That was behind him. And Martinez is quick. Look at this, where that ball is. It's behind him. Feeling it is the name of the day. That sails wide, and it is 6-zip in record time.
And Tyson, again, we talked about in the last match, shot selection, smart. Movement, quick.
6-0.
Power, there. Right, it's been doing that the whole match.
Oh no, great hands by Martinez Vitch to handle that one off the tape, and then got a bunny but missed it.
7-0.
I mean, all that effort and just on a string. It's Geppetto and Pinocchio here a little bit, just moving them all over the court. McGuffin looking very good.
Side out.
I love the effort.
A rare miss there by McGuffin in this specific game in all match, honestly. I mean, he's been hitting incredible shots.
That's pretty, and that's been the moneymaker.
Yeah, Martinez just with the forehand cross court, especially as Tyson's already moving a bit left. It's beyond the kitchen line. It's a tough pickup. Good point by him.
That's nice there. So you can see that beautiful tennis foundation that is brought to pickleball here.
Tyson's feeling energized. He said, I got you.
Well, he tried to roll it back under the tape. That's the kind of guy he is, though. Like, I didn't get it there. It's on me.
2-8.
Winner of this gets Jay Devilliers in the semis.
Side out.
He went for the same shot that he's been hitting on his forehand. Right. Cross court drop. Goes for it on the backhand. You see it just sails slightly high there.
I'm going to go with more than slightly.
I was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt.
I'm not letting him off the hook. That was high.
As we see Tyson there with a ripping forehand winner.
9-2.
Oh, so good.
Side out.
Tremendous lateral movement as well from Martinez Vitch right there, and then to hit the shot to go with it. Look at this. I mean, that's awesome.
2-9. Side out.
Bark goes the McGuffin there. Again, he's not the tallest guy, but his ability to use every inch of his reach is phenomenal.
Yeah, it's maximum reach, it's maximum effort. Look, he looks like he's having fun out there too. Right?
It's because he is.
Side out.
Strong volleys there from Martinez Vitch, putting McGuffin back at the baseline, forcing him to hit something with his backhand. He does, and then he ends up missing that ball into the net. Good point.
Ooh.
Side out.
McGuffin talking himself up. Your time, your time. I mean, every minute you're on the court takes a little bit away from the next match. So, can he finish?
Beautiful return down the line. Right, set up the whole thing. Put McGuffin off balance. Got to the kitchen line. If you're at home and you play singles a lot, when you hit your return, don't stay back. Hit your return, especially if it's a good one. Get to the kitchen line.
Point.
Okay, keeping him off 10.
Yeah.
Getting some points.
3-9. Point.
And McGuffin's been stuck at 9. Few points in a row. Very well played.
4-9.
Little belief.
Side out.
There's a lot of benefit, and I'm not saying he can't come back and win. It's a steep hill, but every point you play against the best players as you're making your way into pro pickleball is huge. I'm not saying this is a clinic by any means. I am saying, what do I have to do to win points against the best players? The only way you can really find out is to play them.
Point.
I was worried he was going to fall with the sound of those feet there, but stayed up, and now McGuffin has a match point.
10-4.
And it is Tyson McGuffin in convincing fashion, advancing on to the semifinals where he will play his doubles partner, Jay Devilliers. So that is going to be one heck of a semifinal, and rarely in singles do we get chalk, meaning the top 4 make the semifinals, but that happened today. You got the 2 seed, McGuffin, the 3 seed, Devillier in one semi, Ben Johns the 1, Hunter Johnson the 4 in the other semi. That's going to be something else. We'll have all of that for you, and the ladies will be hitting the court soon as well. McGuffin into the semis here in Newport.
Love 15, 30, 40. Any point won means you win. Because when you bet just $1 on any tennis match, you could win $100 if any point is won. Plus, if you're not in a sportsbook state, you can take a swing at thousands in prizes in our free-to-play pools. So download the DraftKings Sportsbook app, sign up with the promo code, bet $1 to win $100 if a point is won, and make it rain.
New People Pickleball.
Our new EV rental fleet is the absolute GOAT.
Nice. Speaking of goats, is that Tom Brady?
Yeah. He comes in to recharge, get software updates, you know.
Same time next week?
You got it.
Cool. Let's go.
Let's go.
Welcome back, everybody. Dave Fleming here with Kyle Kazuda. We are at the PPA Takeya Showcase, the tennis club at Newport Beach. It's the week before Thanksgiving. So much to be thankful for. And it is semifinal time, Kyle. And our first semifinal of the day will feature the 1 seed Ben Johns, who had to save not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 game points in 2 separate games against a very difficult Mr. Garnett, and Hunter Johnson has given him problems in the past, and this is a very good singles player.
Ben Johns didn't get to the semis easily, as you mentioned. He's played some tough matches. Hunter Johnson on the other side, phenomenal player. Fantastic mover, fantastic ground strokes. I mean, he can really do a little bit of everything, and he hasn't just given Ben some problems. He's given everybody some problems as he's come onto the scene.
Yeah, and his brother, Yates, in the draw. They play together, and they are getting better and better and better As I mentioned, what a great place to be this time of year. And, you know, we put a graphic together. I think there's 6 feet of snow heading to Buffalo this weekend. Well, folks, Newport Beach has 0 snow in the forecast. 72 beautiful degrees and sunny. So what better thing to do than hunker down out there in the Northeast and watch some pickleball. And it's brought to you by Takeya, Best Day Brewing, Gamma Pickleball, Baird Wealth Management, Hertz, DraftKings, and Chase. There's a good look at all the courts, as we've mentioned. On the PPA Tour, you can play right next. You can see Dylan Frazier's out there on the second court. Obviously wishes he was not playing on that court, as he'd be in the match we're about to see. But folks packed in here around the court. There's a good look, little 2-shot of Hunter Johnson, the 4 seed, and Ben Johns on the right. A couple of Texans. Now, I don't know if Ben's going to call himself a Texan quite yet, but he now lives in Austin. Hunter Johnson lives in New Braunfels, and if you see Hunter and Yates together, these are like identical.
Oh, you
identical.
panic.
I do as a broadcaster when they're playing doubles. I have to find something that's unique about them, because that, as twins go, they're as identical and so talented on the court.
Well, the funny thing with me is I've spent a little bit of time with Hunter, but I haven't spent any time with Yates. And so when I walk up to one of them, hey, how about that? I don't know what to do, so I don't even bring up anything. I just ignore them and keep going.
I'm sure they tormented English teachers and their parents throughout their life, but the tormenting comes from the paddle when we start to talk about pickleball, because what they've found is, we talk about that tennis to pickleball transition. They've found it in singles and have done damage. They're starting to find it in doubles, but again, it's that last refinement, Kyle, that they need to really start to make a difference. Their pure athleticism and talent gets them some level in doubles, but in singles, these guys are all over the place, and Hunter has really risen to the top of the game. He's a 4 seed at a PPA.
Yeah, and it hasn't taken him that long to get there because of those results. And you mentioned it, that the transition for tennis players to singles is typically a little bit easier. And I think part of the reason it is more difficult going to doubles is in singles, or excuse me, in tennis, you don't hit that many drop shots and you don't dink a lot in tennis, if ever, maybe once in a point in a match, right? So you get to tennis, pickleball, and you have all these different shots. Now you have the ability and the reps from the past, but then you have to put it together, and that takes a little bit of time. But for singles, as you mentioned, we see Hunter, he's a 4 seed. He's playing Ben Johns, the number 1 seed at a PPA. So it's an impressive player.
Yeah, and I'm impressed that the top seeds all press through. You know, chalk is hard in singles, and it happened today. And everybody was pushed a little bit, so now the cream has risen. Who will get to play on Sunday? So that's the other incentive, man. I get to punch one good match. I'm done for the day. Enjoy the beautiful weather that we just showed you. And I'm playing on Sunday for a title.
Yeah, that's the tricky thing, because if you lose, you go to the back draw and you still have a few more matches and you're going to be playing for a while. And so, like you mentioned, the incentive is there for these guys. Neither of them want to be in the back draw.
Absolutely not. You see behind Ben the wall. So we've seen the big servers, and you know, depending on where the tournament is being played, sometimes the space behind the baseline is bigger or smaller. So I think we'll see a lot of people's booties backed up against that fence or the video wall there, because most guys like to step in because you need that momentum going up to the kitchen line on your return.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see how much of a factor that is in this match. We've seen Ben Johns hit big serves. We know Hunter Johnson will hit big serves because of how much it matters to set up the rest of a point in singles.
We've got Howard Hepworth there, our lead referee. Samche Moy is his second referee, and this is going to be a beauty. Again, this is the first of 2 semifinals. Winner plays on Sunday. Loser keeps playing today, but they really don't want to. Second semi will be the doubles partners that I lovingly call McVillier. It's going to be McGuffin and Devillier. Wonder how that'll go on Saturday when they're playing together. We'll let them sort that out. It has happened before. So Ben Johns, Hunter Johnson, ready to entertain us here on the PPA Tour. Looks like Ben's got the ball, so he will serve.
Game 1. Time in, 0-0.
Let's play pickleball.
Point.
A very close call on the one on the backhand side there too. Must have just caught the outside of the line and skitters off. So we got Johns and Johnsons and all sorts of fun with the names here.
Side out.
When Ben needed that forehand when he was down to Connor Garnett, he found it. Misses the first one there.
Point.
You're going to see Hunter Johnson do that really well. His forehand is powerful. His backhand is powerful. You see here, and his ability to get to the net and put balls away in reply to those backhands and forehands, you'll see that a lot.
Side out.
Punished, but pulled just wide, so one he'd love to have back, but that's not the way it works.
One. Side out.
So Ben goes for that little inside out off speed pitch, but catches the net.
One. Side out.
And you can see Hunter Johnson point to his head. He's got 2 balls on his forehand that he could do some damage with. That you don't want to give up those opportunities against the best player in the world.
Point.
So a little change up there in the last serve Johns had. He went inside out drop and missed it into the net. This time he goes inside out forehand drive, ends up winning the point.
Too good from Hunter Johnson, who thought the point was over, and Ben Johns scampers over there and makes him hit another one.
1-2.
It's a tough shot, and he's really good at that little cross-court forehand. It's a bit different than we saw in the last match. That wasn't quite a cross-court forehand drop. It was almost like the middle of a drop and a drive together.
Side out.
Just deep there, and Hunter Johnson having a long conversation with Hunter Johnson about his forehand right now, because that's usually money. That is a great decision by Hunter Johnson, and it's hard to be patient when you're attacking. He did that there.
Impressive gets there by Johns. The ability to land those in the kitchen from that far back, Johnson recognized it, jumped the kitchen line, able to get the winner.
Tracking down the ball and just making sure it's all good here.
2-2. Point.
That's the difference with the players that are higher seated, lethal on both sides of their body.
Point.
We're seeing the same thing on both sides, right? The cross-court forehand, the cross-court backhand. I think the theme is that ball is dipping intensely.
Side out.
And I think that's both players are staring at their paddles here. So.
I don't know about you, Dave, but I've made very few mistakes in my life that were my fault.
Oh, this freaking paddle? Come on, man. Make the shot. You hit the ball.
Side out.
Oh, that did catch. Okay, that's pretty. No margin for error there. That hit the outside of the line.
4-2.
And we felt like we'd let you see Ben Johns up close and personal on that point, and it is actually Hunter Johnson who finishes.
Wow. An intense focus there from Ben to be able to pick that up off a net cord.
Just wide from Hunter Johnson there, so
Side out.
he's up 3, but it could be more. He's had some great looks on the forehand.
2-5. Side out. 5-2. Side out.
That's just such a good finish. He has the ping pong background, and that is not a tennis shot right there, just to be crystal clear.
2-5. Point.
Johnson peeking back at the line. Looks like that ball either skipped off the line. The serve was so deep. And as you mentioned early, those players don't have a ton of space in the back. And so they really don't have as much forward momentum on these deep serves.
Side out.
See Ben Johnson make it.
5-3.
Nice finish from Ben Johns there, and unlike the Dylan Frazier match with Ben Johns, this looks more like the Connor Garnett one earlier, where it's passing shots, much quicker points,
3-5.
limited cat and mouse. That's the way Hunter Johnson wants to play for sure.
Side out.
Wow, step back forehand, drive down the line, catches the line.
When you're playing a guy like Ben Johns, who may be the best cat and mouse player in all of pickleball, if you're not that good at that, you might just want to stay away from it like Johnson is. Go for more passing shots.
Side out.
Yeah, it's those guys that played a lot of ping pong with their tennis that have done things where you roll the ball like that. That's just not a tennis swing at all. But it is such an effective ball in this sport. Both players frustrated with opportunities that have been on their paddle, and we're sort of stuck in this sort of helter-skelter 5-3 Johnson lead.
Point. Six, 3.
Wow.
Side
Not
out.
sure he hit that clean, but the result was perfect right in the corner.
3-6.
Beautiful.
Great read. Caught Johns on his back foot, head down, goes down the line on the reply. Johnson reads it, jumps the kitchen line to go across court. Ernie, so savvy there by Hunter Johnson.
And there's the forehand, and I'm sure as Johnson's walking back, he's like, man, this game could be over. I've had 3 or 4 others like that, but it's not. He's still up 4.
7-3. Side out.
Yep. Stare at that paddle, Hunter. So very little flow in this semifinal.
3-7. Point.
You love a freebie when it's a little bit chaotic like this. Good, I didn't do anything and I got it.
4-7. Point. Timeout receiver. 5-7. Did you say
That's a
timeout?
beautiful forehand there, and just a little sigh of, not relief, but like, okay, I made one there. Down 2, Hunter Johnson calls timeout, as Howard Hepworth shares with us there. So Ben's actually going to go over and hydrate here, and you know, there's lots of reasons to call timeout. Hunter Johnson has the lead. It was a 2-point run here. We'll see what he has after the timeout. We're on the PPA Tour. All right, folks, we are back. Hunter Johnson, the 4 seed, has the lead. Just called timeout as Ben Johns has gotten the last 2 points, and Ben Johns, Kyle, been pushed all day long, and he's been able to deal with it. Can he continue that comeback pattern here in the semis? That's beautiful two-handed backhand there.
A few months ago, you didn't see Ben Johns hit that two-handed backhand off, and he would drop that almost every time. Now he's really starting to mix that in, and it's really helping.
That's a beautiful drop there, and the lead is gone. 7-3 is now 7 apiece.
7-7. Point.
And Hunter Johnson unable to make that volley, and this feels like a pivotal moment right here. Can he get the ball back?
Side out.
Yes, he can. So that's a clutch point for Hunter Johnson.
7-8. Point.
So heavy and dipping.
The return just floats a little bit.
Yep.
Right? And when it floats a little bit and he has time to think and do something with it, get his feet set, get on balance, he just rips the heck out of it.
Side out.
Oh, and Hunter Johnson is staring a hole through the line. He's might have slid just a little on the kitchen line there. 8-8.
8-8.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is a classic Ben Johns singles point. You saw the patience, the drop, and then the ridiculous angle to win it. That's why he's the top seed right there. He's got all the tricks from the back, but when he needs to win in the kitchen battle, he's just too tough. And Dylan Frazier's right up there, but Hunter Johnson does not want to play too many of these points.
So patient all the way through. He could have come to the kitchen earlier, and I think he would have considered that a bad decision. So he stayed back. He stayed back. He stayed back. Then he got a ball where he could come in. He came in, and then he got a ball that was to his backhand, took it cross court, and that's what separates him from so many players is his shot selection and decision making over time. Is he knows when to come in, he knows what shots to hit, and he does it more consistently than every other player on the tour, and it's why he finds himself in the semifinals and finals, and he's winning so many of these tournaments.
Got the lead, does Ben Johns. And that just catches the line, and Hunter Johnson runs out of real estate despite a 360 in the middle of that volley flip around there. You do not have style points or judges from other countries, and we are a game point for Ben Johns, who was way down.
Side out.
So unable to finish here, and obviously earlier 8 times to take the second game against Dylan Frazier. So not saying that's running through his mind after one chance, but Hunter Johnson's got to go here.
10.
And he's saying let's go to himself, and he is within 1. That's a beautiful forehand.
9-10.
And that slides off the line, and it is a gorgeous two-handed roll, Kyle.
Unbelievable shot. The two-handed roll cross court as Johns was slightly leading to the right, had to change direction back to the left. Couldn't get to it. 10-10.
Side out.
And then a loose forehand. He can't believe it. He's holding the non-grip end of the paddle there. That's a frustration indicator. 10-10.
10-10.
Oh my, step away, inside out backhand, but he put too much on it. And Ben Johns has his second game point of here in game number 1. And that misses by a fraction, so we will play on.
Ten, 11. Side out.
And Hunter Johnson again just can't take that next step there. Game point 3 for Ben Johns. And that goes wide as he set up for inside in down the line there and then threw it cross court at the last second. Would have been money, but the tape said no.
10-11.
Wow. So instead of the roll, he goes for the flick with more pace on it, Kyle.
Gets that, man. Beautiful shot. Sets it up with this really nice forehand. Gets to the ball, gets balanced, waits a second, goes cross court. Okay, hands battle.
Hunter Johnson wins a little firefight, and now he has a game point at 12. Wow.
12-11.
Just wide. So Ben Johns gets the ball back, but it is the score correctly is 12-11 Hunter Johnson
11-12.
here. So 11 serving 12.
Side out.
Great ball there by Hunter Johnson.
So
just
patient.
Taking the ball deep to Johns' backhand. Johns tried to do probably a little bit too much with that ball. Easier said than done, of course, but
12-11.
takes it out wide. Got another game point.
And it is Hunter Johnson who fends off 3 game points and takes game number 1, 13-11. Ben Johns walks to the corner just a little frustrated there. He's been getting out of jail. He's gotten that community chest card on the Monopoly board. That time he is going to jail, directly to jail. He's not getting $200. He's not winning game 1. We'll see if he can win game 2 right after this.
Big dreams since like baby. I've been joining forces with the likes of an A-team. Jumping off of buildings used to be so stimulating. Now I'm reaching new heights. I'ma need the off-white.
I'm gonna say she's a solid 3-5.
Nah, she's definitely a 2.5.
Guys, look at that forehand. She's clearly a 3.0.
Guys, come on. I'm at least a 4.0.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Ratings don't have to be hard. Duper. Optimized for accuracy, optimized for fun. Download the app and claim your free profile today.
Welcome back, everybody. Beautiful, beautiful sight here. Gorgeous day, 72 degrees out here. We're at the tennis club at Newport Beach, and there is pickleball everywhere. And man, do we have a lot of great pickleball this weekend. Today is men's and women's singles. We will see the ladies. Tomorrow we got mixed. Saturday, men's and women's doubles. And on Sunday, it is Championship Sunday, of course, where the winners will be crowned. So a tremendous start to this, and Ben Johns took 8 game points to win the second game in the match against Dylan Frazier, and then had 3 more chances to take game 1 here against Hunter Johnson. Hasn't been able to finish, so that's literally 10 of 11 points he did not win when he had a chance to close out a match. So he's got to just settle back in. You do see some of the ladies practicing out there and playing some pickleball, so we'll get them to center court here after the men and the semifinals. But again, you can see the throng of people watching their friends at the lower levels and the amateurs, and just having the best time, Kyle.
Yeah, this is a fun event. It's a great venue. It's a beautiful day out there. It's with the beautiful weekend ahead, and we're watching the best players play on center court. Ben Johns, Hunter Johnson. Credit to Hunter Johnson. Some unbelievable shot making from the forehand side, from the backhand side. Looking forward to a game 2.
Yes, and we'll see if there will be need for a game 3. Here we go. Oh, and Hunter Johnson coming in hot, and that, folks, did click off Ben John's paddle, so that is a point. And will the momentum ride for Hunter Johnson carry into game 2? It certainly did on the first point.
1-0.
And that's a floaty, pick your poison kind of return. And Hunter Johnson has struck again while that replay was running, came flying in and finished a forehand, and we're at 3-0.
3-0. Side out.
So, John, sometimes you want to go with that shorter return. It doesn't let people swing away. You get a lot of misses from that as long as it's cut low.
Point.
Big forehand there from Ben Johns. Getting on the board early. I mean, down 0-3. I don't think he's too concerned about down 0-3, but it is good to get that first point. Let's get rolling here.
Side out.
Just fractions. He missed one of those 3 game points I mentioned early by half a ball, but got to find it here.
Side out.
Again, that box and the back half of that box has had the best players in the world swinging and missing and shanking. So some interesting bounces over there.
1-3. Point.
You saw after Hunter Johnson hit that 2E cross court, he was backpedaling. Then he had to move back forward versus just the lateral movement. Just a tough positioning there. Good shot by Johns.
Side out.
Good reply from Hunter Johnson. You can see him saying, I got to keep my feet. I think he's saying that. I agree with what you said. And we've seen a couple of the tennis guys. Connor Garnett just bailed on a couple points when he was in trouble. Just flew to the back. Got to stay up there if you can, especially in singles. That is pretty. And a nod to the crowd from Hunter Johnson. Yeah, I just did that.
I mean, the ability to hit with power and to place it beautifully with topspin like that, cross court away from where Johns was, that's a special skill that the best players in the world are doing more and more in their games.
Yeah, I think with the paddle technology getting a little more forgiving with spin
Side out.
and your ability to create it gives you shots like that. So Hunter Johnson definitely finding it. Obviously, there's no strings on that paddle, but that same idea, brushing the ball.
Side out.
You know, the other thing it does is it makes you unpredictable.
Yeah.
You know, if you only drive every ball, then it's easier to read. If you drive some, you drop some, you drive some, you drop some, all of a sudden you become this threat that's more difficult to handle.
Point.
And that forehand volley from Ben John sails deep. And folks,
5-2.
Hunter Johnson is up in game 2 and has game 1 in his pocket.
Side
Good
out.
read, but couldn't execute it. Ben typically goes inside in on that too and leaves that down the line.
Point.
Too good there by Johns. Getting a little half volley
Yes.
cross court. Didn't give Johnson a lot of time. It wasn't an out of the air ball, which if you take it out of the air, you steal time away from your opponent. But by doing that little half volley, you also take time away from your opponent. Johnson had to reach heavy cross court, wasn't able to get there.
Point. Timeout
Hunter
receiver.
Johnson
4-5.
misses the return and just keeps walking right to his bench, calls timeout on the pathway there. So we saw him do this in the first game. He called timeout when he had the lead, and that is not Ben Johns on your left, I can assure you, although it's a different shot of Hunter Johnson. Folks, we'll be back. What a compelling first semifinal here at the Takeya Showcase.
The most important part about Tuesday night pickleball at the Orchard are these cameras. This is the Canon 6R44-2B. We got a red light situation here. Ah, there we go, green light. All right, that one's done. 35 more to go. Okay. Grab the ladder.
One timeout receiver. Server, 2 timeouts.
Welcome back, everybody. That is Ben Johns on the left. Hunter Johnson just called timeout, and we are at 4-5. Wow. So it is Hunter Johnson who was giving a little ground at the kitchen, but got away with it because you can see Ben's feet are right up there. But that was the only way he was going to win that, is that sick of an angle.
Side out.
Ball actually didn't land too far out. It was a great read by Johnson on the put away by Johns. Johns casually let it go, but it looked like it just was pretty close to the line.
Oh, he thought he missed that return. Wow, what a gift. He gave up halfway in. Folks, trust yourself. Trust yourself. It's good. Oh, dear.
Hunter Johnson does yoga, I think.
Oh, call every urgent care center in Orange County if that was me out there. My goodness.
He just got up like that wasn't even a thing.
No, that wasn't a thing. It's not a thing at all. It's like I do that all the time.
Point.
So that's that pattern you spoke of, and Hunter knows it, so you try to bring that across court, and there's not a lot of room there, and it forces you to hit a better ball. I love the Ernie. I love the first volley even better, Kyle.
Yeah, I mean, he had to reach hard to get that. It was impressive footwork and reaching ability to even just save that point. Then obviously the Ernie capped it off.
Side out.
Way too high on the drive. So we saw throughout the day, and you know, you said, well, why are there all these net courts? Because they know if it's not tight to the net, you get absolutely munched. Ernie Fest 2022 continues.
You know, not that many players do that in singles. And so Johnson's putting the ball in place that most players aren't going to go Ernie that shot. It's down the line ball, but Johnson's very athletic and he's able to see that coming, using the Ernie to get the point.
Point.
So Johnson able to retake the lead, had
6-5.
Had the lead, got caught, now up 6-5. And another short return from Ben Johns is punished with the two-y. So 7-5, 4 points from Championship Sunday is Hunter Johnson.
7-5. Side out.
Love people that finish behind the player. You know, don't have to watch them take off, and don't have to hit a great ball when you do that. So Ben Johns back to the wall.
5-7. Side out.
Went for a huge serve and just missed it wide.
7-5. Side out.
Boy, that's one of those where it's going to be in the memory bank if this score changes.
5-7. Side out.
Ooh, I think Johnson got away with one there. He was coming in so hot, and Ben Johns went with the inside
7-5.
out drop, had him off balance. Ball caught the tape and went out.
Just another really short return from Ben Johns there, and Hunter Johnson's on it.
Ball dipped. I mean, those are those tennis forehand strokes. He's done that a million times in his life.
And how many free points do you want to give, says Ben Johns, and he better not give any more, because we are 2 points from the 4 seed upsetting Ben Johns. Just missed that one. Woo, boy, that would have put match point on Hunter Johnson's paddle. All right, Ben Johns.
5-9.
Down 4.
Point.
Down 3.
You know, he comes in aggressive, looking like he's about to drive that down the line.
Yes.
And it's at the last moment that he goes inside out. Right? He drops it, puts Johnson in a difficult position, gets the point.
Down 2.
Seven, 9. Point.
Unbelievable stab volley, and then
receiver.
Ben Johns is able to scramble up and get there, and Hunter Johnson has slapped his paddle and put it in timeout, and he will take a timeout himself. Ben Johns within 1. We're going to take a quick 1-minute break and see the conclusion. What a match. What a semifinal. This is the Showcase, brought to you by Takeya.
The most important part about Tuesday night pickleball at the Orchard, this door. This is the door where the pros come in. It's my responsibility. A lot of people will do a simple lock, unlock test. I do a 34-point inspection, top to bottom, left to right. No door, no pros. No pros, no pickleball.
All right, folks, welcome back. What a semifinal we have been treated to here so far, and it is far from over. Hunter Johnson, of course, hopes there's only 3 more rallies, gets the ball back and wins 2 points in a row. That is the furthest thing from Mr. Ben Johns' mind, though, Kyle.
Ooh, it's going to be interesting next few points. Johnson, who took the timeout, let's see how he responds.
Side out.
See here, Ben John saying make it, but that was a very non-tight, aggressive point at crunch time from Hunter Johnson there. So he gets the ball back, stops the run with the lead, but it's just 1.
Side out.
There's that area of the court again with the ball staying low and just not a good look at all for Hunter Johnson. The return was very well executed, though. Cut. That thing was knifing.
8-9.
Second chance to tie it up for Ben Johns. That is a beautiful two-handed backhand volley.
I love because he was on the move. I love that he didn't take this big swing on it. It was a little swing. It was more of like a push to the place he wanted it to.
Use that left hand to put it where you want it.
Wow.
And that two-hander catches the far sideline, and Hunter Johnson has a match point.
10-8. Side out.
Oh, does not get a good swing at that one at all. So Ben Johns has survived 1 match point.
8-10.
Oh my goodness, at 10-8 in the second. Wow.
We haven't seen that shot all day, and he goes with that
Silky
touch.
hands. Match point number 2.
Side out. Side out.
And you did not see a missed serve there on match point.
Point.
Wow, Hunter Johnson's feet got all tied up, and I thought he might have gotten away with it with that looping half volley. 9-10. Oh man, his feet were all tangled. And Howard Hepworth is going to have a little conversation with Hunter Johnson there. There you see his weigh in. Very scrambly there, and 2 match points are gone. A lot of frustration, but it's still just 10 apiece here.
A lot of people come up to me on Tuesday night pickleball at the Orchard and ask me, where's the bathroom? Now, is that my job? No, but I am here to protect and serve. It's 55 steps. I measured it once and thrice. Because that's what we do.
All right, folks, we are back, and game 2 is tense. Hunter Johnson has had 2 match points. Now has the ball back. And we are tied at 10.
Reserve.
Ball off the net. That one stays in, so we replay.
Side out.
Turn in that same corner, and Hunter Johnson just perturbed over there, but's gotta rein that back in. I mean, he's 2 points from a championship Sunday berth. Hunter Johnson goes body after all that, and Ben Johns was not getting out of the way. Guess left, and you know, it's sort of like these, you know, we talked about the World Cup coming up, that soccer goal kick where you know the goalie's going to jump, just kick it down the middle. Just wide there, and Hunter Johnson has fought back and has his 3rd match point, this time at 11-10.
Side out.
Good point played on both sides there, just couldn't finish. What a battle.
10-11.
And that backhand volley floats just wide. Hunter Johnson out of timeout, so he does not have that at his disposal.
11-11. Side out.
And Ben Johns, wait.
It's good.
Oh.
Point.
Oh, okay.
Johnson called it in.
Hunter Johnson says that ball was good, and now we have a game point for Ben Johns. And Ben Johns runs out of room. If that court was wider, you're going to see a wicked ATP.
Incredible angle there by Johnson. Like you mentioned, John just runs out of court space, can't make the ball, looks down, visibly frustrated.
11-12.
And this battle continues. Clean winner. Hunter Johnson looks over at his fans in the crowd. It's going to take at least 14 to win game number 2. 12-12.
12-12. Side out.
That is a great volley from Ben Johnson. Again, the drive just a little high, and that's the difference on how good that 4th is from your opponent.
12-12. Point.
Oh, and what a rough time for a missed return. And now Ben Johns has his 2nd game point here in game 2.
13-12.
And the ATP goes deep as Ben Johns got exactly what he wanted from an ATP, well wide of the post, but hits it long. And that might have hit just the outside of the line over there too. So that goes wide. So we've had 3 match points for Hunter Johnson. Those have all been stopped. This will be the 3rd game point for Ben Johns to force a game 3.
13-12.
And that will do it. So Ben Johns stares down Sunday elimination, not 1, not 2, but 3 times, and is able to get over the top. 14-12. I know the fans wanted a game 3. Well, guess what, fans? You are getting it. Wow. A lot of grit and determination in that. We'll watch this last point, and again, it is Johns able to get that ball cross court outside of the reach of Hunter Johnson. So what a semifinal. We'll be back with game number 3. This is the Takeya Showcase.
Man wanted to climb Mount Everest. My man crazy, but he believed it was possible.
We're gonna do it.
And because he believed, he became the first blind person ever to stand on top of the world. Guaranteed Rate believes in your dreams. That's why we treat everyone like we treat our own family and work extra hard to get you the lowest low rate possible. Because if you believe, you will.
You don't get the moments everyone talks about without the moments no one sees. Early morning practice, late night drills, running it over and over. You don't get the crowd without the quiet. Everyone sees the glory, the medal, the podium, but every winning shot starts right here. Paddle Tech, let's go again.
The Pro XR pickleball paddle answers the age-old question of how to get paddle speed and control with the same paddle and one grip, and this is it. Pro XR gives you more spin, greater control, and quicker reloads on every shot in the game, because you always have that constant feel for that leverage and control and paddle speed that we're all looking for. Pro XR is the most revolutionary technology in pickleball.
Match point, it's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
Welcome back, everybody. Dave Fleming with Kyle Kazuda. There's a good look at the rest of the beautiful courts at the Newport Tennis Club. Today it is taken over by the PPA Tour and all those great pickleball players. And my goodness, what a semifinal match. Hunter Johnson takes game 1, 13-11, where he saved 3 game points. Ben Johns comes back and wins game 2, 14-12, where he saved 3 match points.
Point.
And Ben Johns gets a gift. It's almost the holidays here on the first one. That's a forehand volley that Hunter Johnson's going to make most of the time. We will switch sides at 6.
Point.
And Ben just, sorry. Just not even finished. Look, SOR, sorry.
We saw that same shot actually sail wide a couple times earlier in the match, so this one actually benefited Johns.
Oh my, and that time the ATP, and I am hopeful that Hunter Johnson is okay. He's holding that left ankle. Oh no. Because he went to cover the ATP wide, and Ben Johns brought it back across the court. Oh no. Absolutely hate to see this after the battle these two have had. He's going to walk it off and just try and catch his breath there. That left ankle. When you try to defend the ATP, you're assuming it's coming to the close to the line, and because it got so wide, Ben Johns was able to bring it almost back to the middle of the court, and that created a ball in a different place, and then your expectations in a different spot, Kyle.
Yeah, put him in just an awkward footing position here. See Johnson cringing a little bit.
So he will All right, we're going to take a look at the point again, just to sort of see what happened here.
Oh, it's his.
Yeah, it's the left. It's the one in the back.
Yeah,
it's just sort of caught
on the ground as he was reaching for the ball.
So a medical timeout is called, and you have up to 15 minutes. So we are going to take a quick break. We certainly hope that medical attention or just a little bit of time, maybe some ice and a wrap, can get Hunter Johnson back, because this has been quite a match. So we'll take a quick break ourselves and be back right after this.
There's never been a better time to get away. With a great deal on the Hyundai you've always wanted. With America's best warranty and up to 3 years complimentary maintenance. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry in to get our best deals of the season. Get in and get away. Get 0% APR financing plus 0 payments for 90 days on select vehicles. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
A lot of us miss hit the ball. I know I miss hit the ball a lot. So
speak for
more
yourself,
forgiving.
At Baird, we offer a different, more holistic approach to wealth management. With your career, family, friends, and community, finding time for you and making sure your family's financial plans are on track can be a real challenge. At Baird, our financial advisors get it. We'll partner with you to create a unique financial plan and coordinate with your legal and tax advisors to bring it all together so you have more time for what matters most.
There's never been a better time to get away. With a great deal on the Hyundai you've always wanted. With America's best warranty and up to 3 years complimentary maintenance. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry in to get our best deals of the season. Get in and get away. Get 0% APR financing plus 0 payments for 90 days on select vehicles. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
All right, folks, we are back, and unfortunately, when we left you, Hunter Johnson really rolled that left ankle. He has gotten several layers of tape like a basketball player that roll their ankle, and we'll see if that is enough. This is a gritty competitor who is absolutely going to try and give it a go if it's medically safe to do such a thing. So, heavily taped left ankle. And hopefully he's able to push through. I'm sure there's pain going to be associated with this as well. And the ask of him, and it's not an easy one, is to block that out and just play. And that's going to be hard to do, because to beat the best player, you got to trust it. And you see our medical staff talking him through it. See, all right, we're going to take another look at what put us into this medical timeout. This ball right here is going to kick off the tape, and this ATP is going to come back inside, and oh man, that's a rough roll of the left ankle there, as he just tried to, you try to plant that left leg so you can get back to the other side of your body, and it just didn't connect with the ground the way he wanted to.
Awkward play. You don't see a lot of rolled ankles in pickleball, as you might like a sport like basketball. But I think as Johnson gets back in, he looks like he's going to give it a go. I don't think he's going to be looking for any type of long points. He's going to be serving big.
Yeah.
hitting big thirds. Looks like he's moving okay. We'll see how he actually moves when it gets going.
You can see all of the, during the commercial break, I mean, they really, it looked like a, you know, a basketball, or you see a lineman or something in football, they go out and tape up that ankle. And he has 15 minutes to get his faculties and his trust in his ankle, but you saw that reaction was not a good one. Okay, we're gonna see if he can find some comfort there, and we're gonna look at some scores from earlier today that have transpired on center. We saw some terrific matches. Got to go to that Ben Johns-Connor Garnett match, 12-10, 12-10, where Garnett had 2-game points in both of those. Jay Devilliers has looked terrific today, so he's going to be playing doubles partner Tyson McGuffin in the second semifinal. The winner of that will get the winner of the one we have on court here. And we really liked the cat and mouse, different kind of match that we saw with Dylan Frazier and Ben Johns, Kyle.
Absolutely. I mean, that was an incredible match. And as you mentioned, Johns, Devillier, McGuffin have all been playing incredible. Hunter Johnson in this match has been playing incredible. It's been an amazing day of singles where the top 4 seeds made it to the semifinals, something that doesn't always happen.
Yeah, you usually see somebody get hot that you didn't quite expect, and especially in singles, the amount of upsets, and in some cases those fractions are tiny, does happen. So Ben Johns even helping Hunter Johnson out with something there. I'm guessing some pain medication right there. So that's we talk about how badly everybody wants to win, but what I am proud of from our sport is the sportsmanship and what we see on the court. There were a couple balls that were really close, called in. There was a ball at 11 all that we both thought, and the referee even called side out, and Hunter Johnson said no, that ball was good, and gave the flat hand, which is the indicator for that. So it looks like Hunter Johnson's going to give it a go here. And you know, you fought all day to get here. You're playing a great match. You had 3 match points, and now that's in your mind. Like, this would have never happened if he would have just won one of those points. But all right, so Hunter Johnson is back on the court and going to give this a try.
3-0.
And gingerly came in there, and I understand why. So 4-0.
4-0.
Okay.
Side out.
And he raises his hand in victory, but he is clearly hobbling. And after watching that reverse angle, the replay, it's easy to understand why. This is going to be grip and rip time, Kyle.
0-4. Side out.
Yeah, and he did not feel good about that. And when the left is used as the plant leg, that's where it's really going to be a problem.
4-0.
That's a beautiful point from Hunter Johnson, who is covering as much as he possibly can. And apparently is a magician in his spare time.
Side out. Four zero. Side out.
Just wide, so Hunter Johnson hanging in there. Sometimes these things it's rough and then you work through it. Other times it gets worse. We'll see what transpires here.
Side out.
Not happy with that forehand. And if you're Ben Johns, you got to just ignore the fact that he's hurt.
4-0.
Yeah, which is tricky to do.
Very hard, because we're human beings.
Side out.
Goes body. We've seen that work a few times today in a variety of matches.
If Johnson can get a point or two here, you know, sometimes that can give you some extra adrenaline going. Maybe push through a little bit. Let's see if he can do that.
Side out.
Yeah, he's moving to the ball, but when he gets there and he plants, like you mentioned, on that left foot, he's not getting the acceleration through his foot to put the force through the ball. And you see that frustration in his face right now. Just wants to be able to hit it. He's just struggling to do it.
Side out.
His lack of movement at the kitchen with the volleys has actually looked good because he's just steady up there and making the volleys.
There's some movement.
And the hardest part of that was him digging in and stopping as he was about to run into the sideline score hard.
Side out.
So several points in a row on serve where Ben Johns has not been able to capitalize on Hunter Johnson and his mobility challenge.
Side out. One, 4. Side out.
Yeah, that's going to be tough for him if he really wants to drive through that forehand.
4-1.
But still, just 4-1. That's pretty from Ben Johns.
You know, he sets his feet up as if he's going to rip the ball.
Yes.
And then just at that last moment, as we've seen him do time and time again, footwork looks the exact same as the previous shot, but the shot selection is slightly different. Gets the winner.
5-1. Point. Timeout, end change, 6-1.
So we're going to switch sides at 6 in what was a gripping, phenomenal first 2 games. Unfortunately has encountered this ankle roll for Hunter Johnson, who, to his credit, is trying to gut his way through this and find a way to beat that man right there, Ben Johns, the top seed. And those 3 match points in game 2 are definitely on his mind, but right now it's finding that ankle. Like, what can I do? So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with the conclusion of this match right after this.
most important part about Tuesday night pickleball at the Orchard is the sound check. We got 36 microphones in here, and I'm checking the crowd audience microphone, the ambient microphone, making sure we get all the audio from these matches. Check, check, 1, 2. Check, check. Hello? 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 Somebody get me down?
All right, welcome back, everybody. Dave Fleming with Kyle Kazuda, and we are in the middle of a very interesting match, and unfortunately, an injury-plagued match here in game number 3. You see Hunter Johnson just trying to find any level of comfort. If you're just joining us, he rolled his ankle at 2-0 in this third game and has been struggling since then to find some comfort. Oh no, now he's down. He will continue though. That sails deep, so Hunter Johnson finding every bit of grit there. You see him trying to push off that left on that point before that and just unable to get there.
Point.
But hits a beautiful two-handed backhand to get himself his second point. And you know, we've all seen the stories of the injured hero. Ouch.
Point.
You asked, why do I keep falling? I think it has a lot to do with why you rolled your ankle before. And plus, he's one of these guys that slides. It's just hard to get all that to function properly.
Side out.
There's some better movement in that point. He kind of
very courageous movement for sure.
I think some of the anger he's feeling right now is
channel that to the left ankle.
Right.
No left.
Side out.
He'll take that missed serve all day long.
Point.
Okay, Hunter Johnson goes body again when he had a ball that he could rip, and just feeling slightly more comfortable, it looks like, and just down 3.
4-7. Side out.
Finish from Ben Johns there. So 7-4 is our score. This is game 3.
Seven, 4.
Great read by Hunter Johnson, and grimaces in pain after he hits that winner.
4-7. Side out.
But just clearly frustrated with the anatomy issue here.
7-4. Point.
Beautiful forehand from Ben Johns brings him just 3 points from a Sunday berth.
8-4.
We got knee blood coming off Hunter Johnson there too.
Point. Timeout receiver, 9-4.
Hunter Johnson calls timeout and just trying to find anything he can in the tank to prolong this.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you're already playing Ben Johnson's difficult enough. He was playing so well for 2 games. You can see the frustration between points here. I mean, you just can't even go after that ball.
Yeah, and as we discussed, it's tough to be able to find it and just push through it when you know every time he's put up. And I think we saw a paddle without a grip there, so there's another casualty of this, but just it's so mentally challenging to be able to go, what can I do? And I think, you know, we talked about it. You got to just go for something quick here.
Yeah.
Because the 5th ball you may not be able to get to.
Yeah. I mean, obviously just disappointing for him, but commend him for even trying to go after it.
For sure.
I mean, you know he's a competitor. You can see on his face how disappointed he is, just all the attention going to his ankle right now in an unfortunate play. But being around and watching him play, this guy's the ultimate competitor,
No doubt.
and he's not just going to go away.
Yep, so we're going for more tape. Oh, now we're going for a wrap around that knee that's been bloodied. So there's a look at what's left of the paddle. This is giving everything you got. As Ben John sat over there, you can see he was talking to his brother. So it's nice for Ben. He doesn't need it very often, but to have Colin Johns in his corner just to point some things out, especially on singles day, obviously.
Absolutely. I mean, it's difficult to always be able to see from an objective standpoint, what am I doing well? What could I do differently? And anytime you can have somebody who you trust watching your game, who knows your game a bit, they can give you some coaching in between. Very, very helpful.
Might know his game just a little more than a bit, as he's blood brother. So here we go, 9-4. And Hunter Johnson unable to explode over to that. And we are at match point for Ben John. So quite a turn in this. Unfortunately, it was an ankle that turned as well. And that'll do it. So a very game effort from Hunter Johnson to play out and finish. But what a shame. It was a tremendous match, and it was one roll of the ankle. Ben Johns advances, though. Kudos to him. He saved 3 match points pre-injury, and he will play on Sunday against the winner of our second semifinal. That'll be Tyson McGuffin and Jay Devilliers. We'll be back with more action from the showcase, brought to you by Takeya. This is the PPA.
On your 6, ladies.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours.
What's your secret? Oh, it's no secret. It's the expert help I got at Foot Solutions.
Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
Welcome back, everyone, to Center Court. I've got Ben Johns here with me. He's headed to Championship Sunday. Ben, things got a little tight. It really looked like a big upset was coming at the end of Game 2. How did you turn it around?
Yeah, you know, Hunter's definitely a very great player. I think he saved 3 game points in Game 1. I saved a couple match points in Game 2. He saved a couple game points. So it was just really tight in those first 2 games. Obviously, it was just back and forth. A lot of just missing by inches, really. And then obviously in Game 3, the unfortunate ankle twist there. So you never really want a match to go that way because it was just such high quality points and all that. So yeah, great playing. And I was just happy to come away with Game 2, really.
Well, obviously, as you mentioned, you never want to win against somebody who is injured, and it's really tough emotionally to play against somebody like that. You tend to start to feel bad. How do you dial back in emotionally knowing you're not playing somebody who's at their best? Yeah, you know, I think really what you got to go to is the best respect you can give somebody is to play your best. Nobody wants anybody going easy on anybody, so I think it would really not be right if anybody was doing that. So you just really got to focus on that and give it your all no matter what and finish the match out. Well, Ben, you're so quiet on the court, but I want to know what's going on in your head. What are you saying to yourself when you have those moments of frustrations, when you look up and you're like, ah?
Yeah, no, I think I exclaimed maybe a couple times more than usual in this match. Missed a few too many volleys. So really, you're just yelling at yourself a little bit. Just like, how could you possibly do that? How could you mess up again? But, you got to wipe that from your mind. Can't let it get to you after too many points. You can say it once and then let it go.
All right, Ben, congratulations. We'll see you compete for the singles title on Championship Sunday. Dave, over to you.
All right, well, what a battle by Ben Johns there. So, as I told you, I promised you, the ladies are coming. The ladies are coming. Well, here they come, and it's going to be a great one. Yana Grechkina and Lea Jansen coming up next on Center Court at the Takeya Showcase. We'll have that for you right after this.
For a fraction of big brand prices, with Shady Rays, you can. We're an independent company, so we do things differently. We offer high-quality polarized shades for a reasonable price. And we personally replace any pair that gets lost or broken. And so far, we've racked up over 100,000 five-star reviews. I founded Shady Rays so that we could have sunglasses that stand up to whatever life throws at us. Order now and get 50% off 2 pairs at shadyrays.com.
We owe great times to good friends, to the glasses that spark conversation, to the ideas that then pour out. Ours came from a night like that, and somehow survived the morning after, to make our own tequila. It wasn't meant to leave our house, but since we made this for friends, we thought it wouldn't hurt to make a few more. Grab a glass, amigo. Our tequila is your tequila. Our casa is your casa.
Hey, Dave. Take a quick picture of us, would you? We'll try to get this.
The most important part about Tuesday night pickleball at the Orchard are these cameras. This is the Canon 6R44-2B. We got a red light situation here. There we go, green light. All right, that one's done. 35 more to go. Grab the ladder.
And welcome back to Newport Beach, California. Couldn't be a more gorgeous setting for the PPA Tour. Dave Benz alongside Sam Querrey, and want to thank so much Dave Fleming and Kyle. They were fantastic here all morning into the afternoon on our live stream of the PPA Tour. And Sam, this is your maiden voyage doing some color for the PPA Tour. Of course, a lot of people probably know the name. 16 years for you on the pro tennis circuit, but you have gotten into some pickleball playing on your own, and I know you've played with a lot of these players that are on the PPA Tour, and we're thrilled to have you on board on our coverage here.
I'm happy to be here. I've actually, one of the first events I ever watched was right here in Newport Beach this summer, and I played on those courts that you guys are seeing right now, and excited to get in the booth and call some of these.
And our next match coming up for you, it's going to be Lea Jansen, the number 2 seed in the women's pro division, taking on the 7th seed Yana Grechkina. And Gretchkina already with 1 match played today. Lea Jansen, this will be her first match of the day as she got a first round bye. Lea Jansen has been so good for so long on the PPA Tour, still seeking her first gold medal in the women's pro singles division for this year. She's won 3 silvers and 3 bronze medals so far in the singles division this season. She would love to see if she can leave Newport Beach with a gold for the first time this year, but just getting started here on her tournament in Newport Beach. And it is going to be Yana Grechkina in the pink in the near court and Lea Jansen in the black in the far court. And we are just about set to get underway. Best 2 out of 3. Games to 11, of course. Winner must win each game by 2.
Side out.
And Grechkina, she just does catch the line, and so she's going to get the serve. Nice shot by her.
Yeah, that one actually might have been called wide.
They call. Oh, yeah,
it was called
wide. Yep. Okay.
Yep.
So Gretchkina, as they are going to try to retrieve the ball. I'm not sure exactly where it went, and Lea does emerge with the ball.
0-0.
So Gretchkina did start with the serve. So Lea now gets the serve, looking to see if she can strike first here. What a great match that was that preceded this here on center court. That's going to be side out, so get it back over to Gretchkina. And you feel bad for Hunter Johnson with the injury that kind of quashed his effort against Ben Johns, as Johns will advance to the championship of the men's singles coming up on Sunday on Tennis Channel, as Tennis Channel will have Championship Sunday for you.
0-0.
No Annalie Waters in the tournament this week in Newport Beach. So that changes things up a little bit, Sam, in terms of opening things up for some of these other ladies to not only win in the singles division, but also in the mixed doubles and in the pro doubles as well.
Definitely, and kind of on the men's side, you know, you have Ben Johns just dominating. Annalie dominates the women's side. So I think all the players, you know, I don't know if they'd admit it, but I think they're all a little excited if Ben doesn't play the men's and if Annalie doesn't play the women's, because like you said, it opens up some doors for them to not only win the singles, but the doubles and the mixed doubles.
You know, and listen, nobody's going to tell you that, right? They're going to say, hey, I want to beat the best person out there. And I think as a competitor, of course you do, but you also, you're not shedding any tears when you realize that maybe the road is going to be a little bit easier to taking home a gold.
Exactly, and Lea, like you alluded to earlier, she hasn't won a title yet. She wants to get the title however she can. You know, 4 years from now, if she wins this tournament, no one's asking who you beat along the way. You know, at the end of the day, she's going to win the tournament, and that's all that matters. So someone like her especially, she really needs to kind of do her best to take advantage of this opportunity and what you could maybe say is a little more of an open draw compared to some of the other events.
So 0-1 as Jansen gets the serve back here. And well played shot there. So Gretchkina will get it back at 1-0.
It's such a tough sport to go from defense to offense. You know, tennis is tough as well, but pickleball is even tougher, I think. When you're on the run, trying to get a ball down to the person's feet is very difficult.
Lea comes up to the net, and Gretchkina hits it into the net.
Side out.
And now it's going to be the side out as Lea can't get it over. Sam, you've had a chance to play on the ATP Tour as both a singles player and a doubles player. And what similarities can you draw for singles and doubles in pickleball versus tennis?
You know, for a tennis player like myself and others, we can transition over to singles pickleball very easily. It's much more similar. I think you can go in as a tennis player and, you know, honestly, within a couple days, kind of figure out the nuances of the singles pickleball game. Doubles is a different story. Doubles pickleball, I think there's more kind of intricacies to the game. There's little things you pick up here and there. That is something I feel like it takes a few months for a good tennis player to figure out how to kind of figure out what to do. But singles, right away, you can come in and make a splash.
Oh, Gretchkina thought she was going to have an opportunity there and instead hits it into the net. Lea Jansen with that patented move with the paddle in front of her body, just kind of centers herself. It eases her mindset before each and every exchange.
2-2.
You ever play against any players on the tennis tour that had a ritual like that?
Not quite like that, but there was a lot of guys and girls that had unique little rituals. I mean, Rafael Nadal is the one that everyone knows. Take his water bottles and line them up perfectly on the bench, but most people had some type of routine or something they went to before the serve. But, you know, hitting yourself kind of on all four sides of your body with a paddle like that is new.
Yeah, well, Lea's been doing it ever since she stepped on a court, and she's had a lot of success. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Of course, you see the patch there on Lea's arm. She's a type 1 diabetic and has to monitor her food intake and her exercise intake and her blood sugar level regularly. Just so inspirational for anybody that has to deal with that. How about that shot from Gretchkina?
She was off the court there.
Not quite an ATP. It did go over the net, but that was impressive.
Great low volley. If you can get a player moving forward in this game and tennis, it's so difficult to hit passing shots from that, you know, kind of position on the court when you're running forward and having to make a play with the racket or paddle.
Side out.
That serve was deep, so Jansen will get it back here at 4-3.
4-3.
Lea Jansen, who resides in Austin, Texas. Gretchkina calls Kansas City, Missouri home, although she's originally from Russia.
Austin, Texas seems like it's one of the 4 or 5 big pickleball hubs around the U.S. right now.
You've got Austin, Texas. You've got the Kansas City, Wichita area. You've got Naples, Florida.
Newport Beach, I mean, is another one. A lot of events, a lot of players.
Nice backhand there by Gretchkina.
Timeout by receiver. Score is 6-3.
And there's 2,000 members, speaking of pickleball, at this Newport Beach location that play pickleball. That's how big it is.
I mean, you're seeing courts go up at every tennis club across America, but a lot of those clubs might put up 2, 3, 4 pickleball courts. This club here is committed. I'm not 100% sure how many courts they have, but when we zoom out, you'll see it looks as though they have 20 to 30 pickleball courts here in Newport Beach.
Yeah, well, and we are doing much of the broadcasting for today remotely, but I've been down there, you've been down there. It's such a great location in Newport Beach, right down the road here in Southern California. And there's no question it's a place the players love coming to, especially when you look at what's happening around the rest of the country. You mentioned to me when you walked in, Buffalo going to get hammered with snow. It's reportedly already started back there. So if you're watching on the East Coast in upstate New York, I'm originally from Syracuse, so I know they're probably not getting spared either.
They've already actually, right before this match started, they announced they're moving the Buffalo Bills game to Detroit due to too much snow.
6-3.
That is unprecedented. How about that?
So Newport Beach isn't a bad place to be right now.
Gretchkina see if she can benefit from that timeout, and she cannot. Jansen's lead is going to grow to 7-3 here in game 1.
7-3. Point.
And make it 8-3 for Lea Jansen. This is the final quarterfinal match in this bracket.
Point.
And make it 9-3 now.
To me, I'm not sure how others feel. Pickleball seems like such a game of momentum. I feel like when I'm playing even years ago at a casual level with friends, it seems like you would reel off 4, 5, 6 points in a row, and sometimes it's tough to stop that momentum, and you kind of see it at the pro level here as well.
Well, now we've got game point as Gretchkina's in a huge hole at 10-3. We'll see whether or not she opts to use her second timeout. It looks to me like she's just going to play on.
10-3.
So Jansen trying to close out game 1.
Side out.
And instead it's going to be the side out. Gretchkina did beat Cloe Murillo in the first round, 11-1, 11-8, to get to this quarterfinal match. Winner of this one will take on Salome Devidze in the semifinals.
Point.
Gretchkina gets it now a little bit closer. That's the thing, though, about pickleball, right, Sam? You can be in a big hole, and then you can go on a little bit of a run, especially in singles.
Right, exactly. Those runs go two ways. And, you know, like we saw Jansen reel off, 6, 7 points in a row. It's not uncommon to see that from the other side as well. We didn't see it there, but there is a little pressure here on Jansen to finish it off here, because you don't want to have, you know, the ball go back to Gretchkina and have her, you know, put together a string of points.
And that was just going to be tough sledding for Gretchkina once she was going into the corner on the baseline. Jansen closes it out. One more look at game point. And Lea Jansen, it was a little slow early, but then she hit her stride, and she takes game 1 11-4 in this women's quarterfinals. Back with more coverage from Newport Beach after this timeout.
Time to get away. With a great deal on the Hyundai you've always wanted. With America's best warranty and up to 3 years complimentary maintenance. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry in to get our best deals of the season. Get in and get away. Get 0% APR financing plus 0 payments for 90 days on select vehicles. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
A lot of us miss hit the ball. I know I miss hit the ball a lot. So
Speak for
more
yourself,
forgiving.
At Baird, we offer a different, more holistic approach to wealth management. With your career, family, friends, and community, finding time for you and making sure your family's financial plans are on track can be a real challenge. At Baird, our financial advisors get it. We'll partner with you to create a unique financial plan and coordinate with your legal and tax advisors to bring it all together so you have more time for what matters most.
Yana Grechkina on your left, Lea Jansen on your right. Women's pro singles quarterfinal action from Newport Beach, California. Dave Benz and Sam Query along with you.
0-0.
And we are delighted to have you on board for the PPA Tour in Southern California. Jansen, an impressive 11-4 victory there in game 1. And Sam, when you come into something like this where Lea hadn't played yet prior to this, and Yana had played to get to this match, who's got the advantage? The fresh legs or the person who's feeling warmed up?
You know, it's the better player, whoever that is. You know, in tennis, a lot of times at a Grand Slam, you could play first round, you'd play a qualifier who on paper you're supposed to beat, but just like you said, you're playing a guy that just won 3 matches. So even though Lea hasn't played, she's a better player. She's coming against a girl who's played a match, she's won, she's kind of confident. But after that first set, you can see that Lea's in control, and I don't think there's too much worry in her head right now.
Sorry.
Unable to catch up to that one, though.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
So Gretchkina will get the serve.
Side out.
Gretchkina, we mentioned, grew up in Russia. She's also lived in Spain for a period of time before coming to the United States to play tennis collegiately at the University of Missouri, Kansas City. She actually won back-to-back championships there in 2018 and 2019. Ran track and field while she was there.
She's a great athlete. We're seeing a ton of collegiate tennis players on the men's and women's tour, you know, transition over to pickleball. That seems like where they're all coming from. They all played college tennis, all might try to play pro tennis for a year or so, and then they all seem to be switching over to the pickleball tour now.
You know, I know a lot of people like to talk about, hey, and you and I had a nice conversation before we came to take over the coverage here today about the Olympics. You played tennis in the Olympics in Beijing in 2008, got a chance to represent the United States, and a lot of people always say, hey, is that where eventually pickleball could get to? Could it get to a point where it's an Olympic sport? And I had a great conversation with Ben Johns about that. He came on my podcast yesterday, and we'll be dropping that next week. But you know, it's probably still a ways away for that. But Sam, I think the better question might be as well, friendly bounce off the net there for Gretchkina. The better question might be, how far away are we from seeing pickleball as a scholastic sport at high schools and seeing it as a collegiate sport?
That's the question. You know, I do think within 10 years, maybe sooner at the rate pickleball is going right now, we'll see it in college, at the high schools. And I do think pickleball will be in the Olympics when it's in Los Angeles in, is that 2028, I believe. I'm not 100% sure how the Olympics and the sports work, but I believe every host country gets to add 4 or 5 new sports to the Olympics when they have it, and pickleball definitely in the U.S. right now is going to have a look at being one of those few sports that gets a look at the Olympics.
You are correct. It is 2028, and you know, if that happens, you wonder if Newport Beach might be one of the venues that tries to compete for getting to host the pickleball.
Yeah. I personally would bet that it happens as of right now, that we will see pickleball in the 2028 Olympics. Now, I don't know going past that to the 2032, 2036 if it'll be in those, but I do think it'll be in Olympics in America in 2028. And this could be the site, like you're saying.
Yeah, and possibly as a demonstration sport. Is that still a thing that they do, the demonstration sport?
It could be, yeah. I'm not 100% sure, like I said, how they bring things in, but you know, in the sport, as fast as it's growing in America, there's still room internationally for it to grow. We're not playing yet in a lot of these other countries, but you know, if those other countries follow suit to what's happening here, as soon as they get a little taste of it, it's going to take off.
Gretchkina, nice job bouncing back after that loss in game 1. 4-2 lead here.
Wow.
And Lea, looked from our angle like maybe that had a chance of going out, but Lea thought it was going to be in, so she tries to take a shot at it.
Good timeout. Lea seems a little disappointed with herself not putting one of those 5 high balls away, but a great running passing shot there.
We will step aside for a moment. Gretchkina with a modest lead in game 2 in Newport Beach.
I can never doubt myself, I know better. All of you critics be acting like you know better.
The most important part about Tuesday night pickleball at the Orchard is the net. Every Tuesday, 4:30 a.m. You're sleeping, I'm not. I'm measuring the height, I'm measuring the length, I'm measuring the circumference, and I'm measuring the tension. Who does tension? We do.
Back in Newport Beach, California, the PPA Tour with the Takeya Showcase. And Yana Grechkina trying to see if she can even up this match with Lea Jansen. Forces Jansen to use the timeout, as Grechkina has the 5-2 advantage in game 2. And making a 6-2 advantage. And Lea now talking to herself after being frustrated. She left that one up.
She did. She's not in a good place right now. She needs to kind of get back to her fundamentals, focus in. And she is, when both these girls are playing well, she is the better player. So if she can just kind of get back into routine, get back into the rhythm, kind of, she's down 6-2, go 1 point at a time, go to 6-3, go to 6-4. She'll kind of slowly gain confidence back and get back into this.
Lea lets it go.
Yes, that ball was out.
Gretchkina thought it was in, and Lea called it out. And
I also thought it was in.
I thought it was in too, but the official not going to overrule Jansen on her call.
I'll recall the score.
It's interesting on the women's tour. You don't see the girls come to the net right away like you do on the men's side. The men's side, I feel like it's return, get to the net. The women, you kind of have some longer baseline rallies. And they're really coming to the net on a very particular shot.
Well, Gretchkina gets to the net there.
Great point.
Side up.
So Yana will get it back at 6-3. That is wide. So Jansen now will get it back.
3-6. Point.
Lea tightens it up. The winner of this one, I mentioned, will go into the semifinals. The other semifinal, Catherine Parenteau and Mary Brascia have already advanced.
Side out.
So side out back over to Gretchkina.
6-4.
Both players are dealing with a little bit of a shadow in the court. And for those of you who have played pickleball or tennis, shadows are tough. They've probably got 45 more minutes until this shadow covers the entire court, but until then the ball's going to be coming in and out of a shadow, which can make it tricky.
4-6. Point.
You're probably going to affect Gretchkina more, you would think, than Lea at this point.
Timeout by
If they
receiver.
do get to a third
Score
game,
is
of course, they would
5-6.
have a side switch at 6 points. We're going to have a timeout taken here by Gretchkina as Lea has tightened it up to just a 1 point game in Newport Beach. Back in Newport Beach, California, just 1 point separating Gretchkina and Jansen here in game 2. Gretchkina using the timeout, though, as Jansen has taken over the momentum right now. And Lea has drawn even at 6 apiece, looking to see if she can close this thing out in 2 games.
6-6.
Following this match, we'll get back over to the men's side. Tyson McGuffin and Jay Devilliers for a spot to take on Ben Johns on Sunday in the men's finals.
That's exactly what you want on the single side for the men's. Those are the 3 of the biggest names in the game, 3 really fun guys to watch, and I'm excited to call that one.
Yeah, the Flying Frenchman against possibly the funnest player to watch in all of pickleball, Tyson McGuffin. And you talked briefly about the international impact of the sport. I mean, we have been seeing it grow. You know, you've got Yana out here who's from Russia, but, you know, did play tennis collegiately. And, of course, Jay Devilliers from France. There are more and more players with international backgrounds that are finding this sport, and that's probably only going to continue.
Yeah, I bet fast forward 12 months at this tournament next year, I wouldn't be surprised if half the draw is international players.
Point.
Now Lea with the lead here at 8-6.
Side out.
Trying to play it down the line, but just misses wide.
The backhands in this game are tricky. I think a lot of players, even the good ones still, are trying to decide, do I hit a one-handed backhand or a two-handed backhand? Because the two hands awkwardly fits on the paddle. But a lot of tennis players, you had a two-handed backhand. That's what's natural. But in pickleball, you kind of have to go to a one-hander some of the time, because that's just, you know, one hand is what all that fits on the rackets, and that's sometimes what you have to do.
Yeah, although, if you can't get the two hands on there, the power you can generate, I mean, you think about, nobody does that better in the women's side than Anna Leigh Waters.
Absolutely. If you can get two hands on there, you go two hands.
Of course, you know, Anna Leigh is only 15, so maybe the hands being a little bit smaller help.
Right. No, she continues. I mean, she could dominate this sport for 20 years.
It is scary. It is scary to think about just how dominant she has a chance to be, and she hasn't even gotten to be at the height of her powers yet.
Right, but as we keep going, as the sport evolves, we're going to see a lot more girls come in, make a splash, and challenge her as the years to come on.
Well, and I think, Sam, that's the thing too, right? So a lot of the pickleball players that dominated the sport early, and nobody early on the men's side was better than Kyle Yates. And you know, you think Ben kind of took the baton from Kyle Yates, and you know, and you think about the women's side, Simone Jardim and Anna Leigh now has kind of taken the mantle from Simone. But the sport itself, early on, there weren't a lot of tennis players. A lot of tennis players, I think, kind of chuckled at the sport early on. And you're shaking your head yes as I'm saying that. And I don't think that's the case anymore.
No, I was one of those players, you know, that you would kind of whisper, oh, I'm watching pickleball or I'm going to play pickleball. But you know what? Now it's as the sport grows, it's on TV. People are talking about it. And now it's, you know, I think a lot of those tennis players can proudly say, hey, I'm going to play pickleball or I'm playing pickleball. And that's what we're going to continue to see. And that's going to be great for the game. The level is going to continue to increase. And it's going to be harder for people like Ben Johns and Anna Leigh Waters to keep dominating the sport.
As the prize money and the eyeballs and the endorsement money continue to go up, it's just going to be more and more of a draw to more people.
Exactly. You're going to see more, I think, collegiate tennis players, men and women, kind of pull out, or I guess pull out, but you know, stop playing college tennis and say, hey, I can go over and make kind of an impact on the pickleball tour right away, and I think they're going to do that.
Yeah, I mentioned the podcast with Ben Johns that we recorded yesterday. We asked him if he remembers the first time he ever actually got paid for playing pickleball, and he said it was when he won the 2017 U.S. Open. I think he said he got $2,000, and he felt like he was rich.
You know, and that's the thing that pickleball as we keep going here, they're going to have to increase the prize money at the events for all these players. I think that's what's really going to draw over a lot of, a lot more tennis players, a lot of other athletes, and really kind of make the competition and the level in the sport continue to increase.
Gretchkina had a chance there, and instead hits it into the net. So Jansen's going to get the serve back here at 9-8. Well, of course, the merger now between Vibe and MLP, that's in all the, you got LeBron James and KD and Draymond Green and Mark Cuban and all these people getting involved. That's going to help grow things as well.
No, absolutely. Those the team competitions next year are going to be incredible. They're going to be so much fun. You're going to have hopefully all the players at them, men and women on the same team, and those are going to be a highlight during the year for pickleball players and fans.
Match point number 1 there for Jansen, but she hits the side out. Had a little bit of wiggle room, so maybe trying to see if she could hit a perfect serve. You don't see a lot of aces in pickleball unless you're watching my games against my son, because he always seems to find that top corner, and I can't get up to the net in time.
And I think that's part of the game that will evolve. I think we'll start seeing players go after their serve more and get more free points, and also say, hey, it's okay if I miss serves, because the risk is worth going after it and getting a short return or a missed return and missing the occasional serve. I think it's going to pay off being more aggressive.
Gretchkina trying to draw even, and she does, knocks it up at 10, so we're going to go to some extra pickleball here to decide this game by 2. Gretchkina responding with her back against the wall. And now she forges in front. She's got a chance for game point.
11-10.
Jansen's going to make her wait, though. Lea's going to use a timeout. So this second game, we've seen some momentum swings. In this one, it was Gretchkina getting out of the gates early. Jansen came back and got it to a match point. And now Gretchkina has battled back. She's got a game point.
Yeah, and Jansen, I'm sure she's thinking about that match point on her own serve, and she missed the serve. Sometimes it's tough to overcome moments like that, but hopefully she can, lock in on this timeout, kind of recollect her thoughts, and get back out here and battle for this second game.
And you see her looking at her phone there. You wonder if she's getting some text advice from somebody watching the match.
No timeouts.
Both players, I've noticed, are looking at their phones on their the timeouts. It could be their own notes, could be text from coaches, who knows.
Although it is a good point, is I'm being reminded, and we did mention this, Lea does have to regularly check her blood sugar, so there's also that she's monitoring as well. So here we go. Game point.
Side out.
And the friendly bounce off the net gets it back over to Jansen, trailing at 10-3.
10-11.
So knotted up at 11 after Gretchkina hits it wide.
Eleven.
Oh, nice play shot there by Lea Jansen.
Great deep volley. She missed a similar volley about 5 points ago and made a great adjustment, hitting that one deep corner there.
And she set that one up before. The shot before was the two-handed backhand there, Sam.
Point, game,
and that is going to be it. So match point number 2 turns out to be the winner for Lea Jansen. She has to do a little bit of extra work in game 2, but she does take it in 2 straight games. Tip of the cap to Gretchkina, though, who battled valiantly in game 2. So Jansen moving on to the semis, and we're taking a timeout, but more coverage to come from Newport Beach after this quick break.
What are you guys doing?
We're getting our duper tattoos.
You know it changes every match, right?
Oh,
Duper, keeping tattoo removers in business by updating after every match. Download the app and claim your free profile today.
Can you change that 6 to an 8?
I sure can try.
For many of us, we just charge ahead because planning for your future takes time. And right now, thinking about your financial future takes on new meaning. At Baird, our financial advisors have guided individuals and families to achieve their goals through every crisis evolution and groundbreaking idea for over 100 years. That's the difference between thinking you're ready for what lies ahead and knowing you've planned for it. Now that's different. Discover the Baird difference.
Miller Lite has more taste and only 1 more calorie than Michelob Ultra.
Children, your Duper final athlete exam begins now. You, how much does it cost to have a rating? It's free. Deckel, how many different types of ratings are there?
2. 1 for singles, 1 for doubles.
Cameron, who can have a rating?
Anyone. And world peace.
Duper, bringing world peace to pickleball ratings. Download the app and claim your free rating today.
Congratulations. You are all smarter than you look.
Beautiful Newport Beach, California. The tennis club in Newport Beach, the site for the PPA Takeya Showcase, and we've reached the men's pro singles semifinals. The chalk has really carried in this bracket today. You don't always see the chalk get all the way to the finals, but we had 1-4 in the other semi as Ben Johns defeated Hunter Johnson, and you got 2-3 here as Tyson McGuffin taking on Jay Devilliers, and neither McGuffin nor Devilliers lost a single game in their 3 matches so far today. 3-0 in terms of matches, 6-0 in terms of games. Devilliers, the most points he gave up in any one game today was 5. So he's been fantastic. McGuffin did have one game that went to 11-9, but other than that, he's been dominant as well. So you got a couple of immovable objects here that are going to meet brute force in this match.
Yeah, and both these guys had a good showing last week in Indian Wells. They're coming off good performances. They're confident. And these are fun guys to watch. Tyson McGuffin is the most exciting person in this game. And Jay Devilliers getting better every week. I mean, if you look back from where he was a year ago till now, his trajectory is just going up and up and up, and hopefully we'll get some good points here in a close match.
And you know what's great about both these guys, and I know you know both of them. I've had a chance to talk to both of them. They just couldn't be better guys to be able to talk to. They're both the kind of guy that you'd like to go sit and just have a beverage with and just be able to kick it back and shoot the breeze.
Absolutely. I was in Idaho earlier this year, and I got to go actually visit Tyson at his house. I did his podcast there from his house. We went out and played afterward, but just so much fun to hang around, so full of energy. The way you see him on the court is how he is off the court. The guy just wakes up and it appears that he's had about 10 espresso shots and he's just ready to go.
Yeah, and Tyson, I mean, the story's been told many times. He a high school wrestler, and you know he's kind of got that WWE mentality when he comes onto the pickleball court.
Just look at him. I mean, he's the only guy that I know of wearing sleeves, but he's just got the entire look with the clothes, the hair, the tattoos, and it's just you know, you don't have to be a pickleball fan, and if you come out and watch this guy, you're going to be entertained. And
you know, you and I talked during the timeout earlier. I mean, for the longest time, I think people knew of Tyson mostly as being, you know, the teammate of Riley Neumann, but there's no question Tyson has emerged from Riley Newman's shadow. Riley's still fantastic as well, but Tyson now, he has taken the spotlight for himself.
Totally agree, and I know, you know, Ben Johns is a unicorn and very dominant in this sport, but in my opinion, Tyson is the face of this sport right now. He is the most well-known guy. He's got the most character, and he is the guy that I think most people want to watch at these events.
Meantime, Jay Devilliers mentioned he is originally from France, and he's got a pretty good tennis background himself before making the transition to pickleball. And when you watch him play, do you see any of his tennis background parlaying itself onto the pickleball court?
You do a little bit. I watched him play my good buddy Wes Burrows last week in Indian Wells, and they had a great 3-set match. And Jay was hitting passing shots as well as anyone can hit a passing shot in pickleball. You know, as you know, the court's small here. It seems as if you've got about a foot on each side of the guy at the net to make your passing shots, and he's one of those guys that can paint the lines on the passing shot. And if you don't come in on a good ball, he's gonna get it by you.
Well, it should be a fun match. I don't know. Yeah, the only thing I'm going to predict on this one, I think we're going to see 3 games.
I'm going to predict at least 5 times we're going to see Tyson McGuffin stick his chest out, look to the crowd, and try to hype them up.
Yeah, and whoever advances for this, how fun is it going to be on Sunday? I mean, Ben against either one of these two men, it will be must-see TV on Sunday on Championship Court.
No, absolutely. And these 3 guys, especially along with, you know, probably JW, you know, they're kind of the 4 big names in the singles. You see them, I feel like, week in, week out. They're in the semis, they're in the finals, or they're winning it. Their results are consistent, and they're amazing players.
And I think that they've helped elevate the singles aspect of this sport as well, because when pickleball really first kind of started coming onto the forefront, at least as a televised sport, the singles matches, I remember the first U.S. Open I did in 2016, there wasn't even any of the singles matches televised. It was kind of an afterthought.
Yeah, you know, it has, and I do think singles, for a lot of people, it is more fun to watch on TV sometimes. And these guys have done a great job of making it fun, making it exciting. I think doubles is still the primary event that you want to dominate. I think a lot of people, if you ask them, would you rather be #1 in the world in doubles or singles? I still think it's doubles, but singles is catching up at a rapid pace.
And we are just about set to go here from Newport Beach, California. Dave Bent, Sam Querrey along with you. Glad you could be joining us on the coverage. And Devillier will start this one with the serve.
Game 1, time in, 0-0. Point.
And a very quick start for Jay.
Like I said, his passing shots are, they might be the strength of his game, and he hits them as well or maybe better than anyone in this sport.
Tried to sneak one past Tyson there, but couldn't get it. And couldn't catch up to that one. Kind of got caught in no man's land. He was a little bit too far back from the kitchen line.
He did a great job of kind of neutralizing Tyson early and kind of getting back into a 50-50 rally, but then Tyson just hit a shot that was a little too good there.
Point.
And now McGuffin able to get on the scoreboard. What's the over-under on number of shirts we see Tyson wearing in this match?
I'm gonna go 7.
He does a wardrobe change more than anybody in pickleball, I believe. How great was that shot out of Devillier?
Yeah, that was incredible. That's as good as a backhand volley as you're going to see in this game.
Point.
Tyson would like that one back.
2-1. Side out.
Both these guys hit shots that you just sit there and you're like, they make it look easy, and it's like, that's not easy.
That is a very difficult shot, and unlike tennis, when you hit a backhand volley in tennis, you obviously hold the grip a certain way. It's not the same way you'd hold the grip in pickleball. So that's one of the toughest parts, especially at this high level. You have to take your grip that you've used in tennis for all these years and slightly kind of rotate it to more of an Eastern style grip in order to compete at this highest level. Again, great volley back behind McGuffin.
You mentioned Indian Wells. McGuffin had to settle for bronze in Indian Wells. Devillier did not medal. And Devillier unable to catch up to that one.
1-2.
Nice defense by Tyson to keep it alive. And Devillier finally able to put it away.
That defensive shot by Tyson about 5 shots ago, hopefully they show in the replay here, was truly one of the best shots I've seen in this game.
2-1.
That's the thing I think about pickleball that is different than tennis, right? I mean, Sam, you play tennis, you hit a shot that's a winner. On occasion, it's not a winner, but how many times in pickleball do you see a shot that, oh, that's going to be a winner, and it's not a winner?
Right, because they've got that little thing in the middle called the kitchen, it's tough to put balls away. You know, you can't be right on top of the net and get the best angle possible. You know, you're back off the net there 4 or 5 feet, and it just makes for an exciting point, and it gives the defensive player just that little bit of extra time to make a play on the ball.
Great control there by Devillier. He pulls the paddle away at the last moment, thinking that's going to go out. Indeed, it does.
Point.
And now Devillier is going to build a modest 2-point lead here in game 1.
3-1.
Make it a 3-point lead. So I got to know what the Tyson McGuffin residence in Idaho is like.
4-1.
You know, it's remote, but a lot of places in Idaho are remote.
Yes.
I believe it was in Hayden, Idaho, right near Coeur d'Alene, and it was this beautiful kind of house amongst, 5,000 trees. And he, I'm sure a lot of people who are listening or follow Tyson, he's got a very popular podcast, and he's got a great podcast studio at his house. And I believe he has plans to build some pickleball courts in the back, but it's a really cool place. I don't think there's a lot of people for him to practice with there. But, this tour, there's a lot of stops along the way, so I don't think he needs to practice a ton when he's home because he gets a lot of play on the road.
How about that shot right there? Or did they call it out? I thought McGuffin caught the line, but they did call it out.
Just still good. You could hit a good shot and miss it, so that's one that was one of those. It's a good shot, just an inch wide.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm surprised there's not pickleball courts already there at Tyson's place. Where did you guys go play if it's so remote?
We played at a park near his house. There was 2 courts there. We went there and played. Also I think Selkirk is there too, and they've got an indoor court. But yeah, we just went to a park near his house that had 2 pickleball courts and played for a while.
That's awesome.
The wind was blowing at about 80 miles an hour that day, so it made things a little tricky, but we were playing doubles with 2 other guys, but we had some fun points.
4-2.
Just 2 guys who happened to be at the court? Or 2 guys that you knew?
We brought 2 guys along.
I was saying that would be not fair at all.
Right.
Side out.
But no, I'm hoping Tyson will play a doubles event with me next year. That's one of my goals for the 2023 season. Team up with this guy for one event.
Don't want to ask, 2-4.
So 2-4 here.
Point.
Beautifully placed shot.
3-4.
Just a little bit out of the reach of Devillier.
I got it.
Right
on the line. McGuffin's such a showman there.
Yeah, yeah. That's why I'm just sitting and being quiet just so I can hear him going to town. And now back into the net, so Tyson's going to get it back.
3-4.
Oh.
Point.
You felt like Tyson was in control that entire time, just had Devillier on the string where he wanted him.
Oh yeah, moved right, left, back to the right. He had Devillier in a yo-yo here. Yo-yo there. Say that 5 times fast.
Yeah, yo-yo there.
I saw that out. Side out. 4-4.
Oh.
Point.
There's that passing shot you were talking about.
I've only seen Jay play a handful of matches, but every one of those matches I play, He seems to come up with passing shots on the forehand and backhand that are better than anyone in the game.
And that's wide, so McGuffin will get it back. And this first game going kind of exactly the way that we thought it might. Nip and tuck.
Point.
And tied again.
Five.
And then Jay hits it deep. So McGuffin back in front. Yeah, as you mentioned, there are so many courts at this facility in Newport Beach. You know, don't let the crowd in the bleachers fool you. There are a ton of people at the tennis club in Newport Beach today for this tournament, and no doubt we will see those stands more and more full the closer we get to Sunday.
Absolutely, and a lot of people don't realize it, but during these events, these PPA events or nationals last week in Indian Wells, there's the pro level events going on, but then there's amateur level events at the same site here on all the back courts that has, you know, they have thousands of people playing in these. So the pro aspect of this is almost like a small part of it when it comes down to it.
Well, and there's so many other things you can watch too, right? Like you can go see some great 12-year-old taking on, you know, a 19-year-old, and like, hey, I want to watch this.
Exactly, and with Duper, the rating system, you know, if your ratings if you're 12 years old and you're a 3.2, you can play an 80-year-old with a 3.2 ranking, and you know, you should be about the same level and have a good match.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. The PPA officially aligning itself with Duper now, which is great. Tyson trying to hit that finesse shot, but can't get it over the net. So Devillier gets the margin back to 2 at 8-6.
That was one of those rare points in men's singles where you have some dinks.
Timeout being taken. We'll step aside for a moment. You're watching the PPA.
The most important part about Tuesday night pickleball at the Orchard are these cameras. This is the Canon 6R44-2B. We got a red light situation here. There we go, green light. All right, that one's done. 35 more to go. Grab the ladder.
Back in Newport Beach, California, Jay Devilliers has taken some control here in game 1. He's got Tyson McGuffin's back a little bit, well, nearing the wall anyway. Oh, wow. That was filthy.
That's as good as it gets right there. That was unbelievable playing from Jay. And, you know, Tyson's in a bit of a hole here. I think he can sense not only that Jay's winning this match, but that Jay is getting better week in, week out, and he's going to be one of the guys that he's going to have to battle, you know, at every event moving forward.
And now Jay has game points at 10-6.
10-6, 1 minute.
And Tyson is going to use a timeout. So if you're Jay Devilliers, you couldn't have drawn this one up much better. But we all know that 11th point, Sam, that is the toughest one to get in a pickleball game.
That's for sure. And Jay's going to need to get this first game, I think, to win this match. You know, Tyson is the more experienced player. He's had a lot, you know, he's had the better results. But if Jay can close this one out, he's going to be in the driver's seat.
And again, we mentioned the winner will move on to take on Ben Johns, who was victorious against Hunter Johnson earlier this afternoon in Southern California, a match that went to 3 games. Hunter Johnson suffered an ankle injury in that third game when it was 2-0. And that ended up impacting the outcome of the game. You just hope Hunter's going to be okay for doubles play for the rest of the tournament. And after the timeout, Devillier, game point number 1. And they will have to wait as McGuffin staves off a game point.
It's so tough to get the ball by McGuffin. He's probably the best mover in this game.
Point.
And make it 7-10.
7-10.
Jay puts that one away. So serve goes back over to Devillier.
10-7.
And just like that, he gives it right back. So 2 game point opportunities and nothing to show for it for Devillier.
7-10.
Some
How about Tyson?
Animation for McGuffin. He was a little sluggish for him, I guess you would say, as far as chest bumps and shouts at the beginning of this match. It might have been due to the 100 pieces of sashimi he had at Nobu last night. I don't know if you follow on Instagram, but he was there eating away. He had a platter out. I'm not exaggerating. There's probably 100 pieces on that.
Well, I mean, 100 pieces of sashimi is, I think, everybody's dream, isn't it?
It looked pretty good.
I saw it clearly out, yes. Point.
And Jay, they're trying to politic, and it's not gonna work. So this is now 9-10, 3 straight points for McGuffin. Trying to draw it even and make it 4 straight points for McGuffin, and we're at 10-10 now.
Yeah, Jay's not. Those were 4 of the worst points I've seen Jay play this year.
Side out.
So it'll go back over to Devillier now in an extra pickleball situation, needing to get at least to 12 to win this first game.
And Jay was talking to the umpire there. I think the 10-9 point, I think Jay was claiming he wasn't ready for the serve.
Oh, Tyson. If he was snoozing earlier, I think that the alarm clock has gone off.
Yeah, and you see right after this point, he knows right where the camera is. He looks right there, gives a scream. And that's what we love to see from him, though. That's why he's so good for this game.
Jay got Tyson leaning the wrong way.
I'm watching.
So he'll get the serve back at 10-10.
That was a great volley from Jay. Tyson went at him there, and he did a good job of. Jay's a big guy. He's probably 6'3", 6'4". He did a good job of getting his body out of the way there and getting the paddle on the ball to get it by Tyson.
Yeah. Side out.
Tyson right back at you, and he looks right at the camera again. Now Devillier waiting for the ball to come back.
10-10.
Oh, what a shot down the line by McGuffin. Now Tyson will have his
11-10.
first game point. And that is game. McGuffin comes back from trailing 10-6 to win it 12-10. So Tyson McGuffin in the driver's seat. And he is going to have a chance to try and wrap this thing up in 2 games. Game 2 coming your way after this timeout from Newport Beach.
Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I need a bag, bruh. Send it through quickly. I'm making his
Blind man wanted to climb Mount Everest. My man crazy, but he believed it was possible.
We're gonna do it.
And because he believed, he became the first blind person ever to stand on top of the world. Guaranteed Rate believes in your dreams. That's why we treat everyone like we treat our own family and work extra hard to get you the lowest low rate possible. Because if you believe, you will.
You don't get the moments everyone talks about without the moments no one sees. Early morning practice, late night drills, running it over and over. You don't get the crowd without the quiet. Everyone sees the glory, the medal, the podium, but every winning shot starts right here. Paddle Tech. Let's go again.
The Pro XR pickleball paddle answers the age-old question of how to get paddle speed and control with the same paddle and one grip, and this is it. Pro XR gives you more spin, greater control, and quicker reloads on every shot in the game, because you always have that constant feel for that leverage and control and paddle speed that we're all looking for. Pro XR is the most revolutionary technology in pickleball.
Match point, it's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
Well, Tyson McGuffin, he did win gold at the start of the month at the PPA event in Dallas, and he's trying to see if he can make it 2 straight golds on the PPA tour with a victory in the tournament in Newport Beach. Comes back from down 6-10 in game 1 to take that game 12-0. And now Devillier is going to get the serve to see if he can go in front early on here in game 2.
He made that volley look very easy right there. And the reaction time there was about 1/100th of a second.
Yeah, Jay's reaction time is just off the charts.
Looked like a Rob Nunnery serve there.
Rob Nunnery is one of the best at fooling people with his serve, no question. But you brought up a good point earlier, Sam. You know, I mean, I think that's the next frontier, right? Like, how do we get to a point where the serve becomes a weapon in pickleball the way that it has been over the years in tennis?
Right, and it'll never get to the point, you know, where in tennis it's a huge weapon, but I do think there is room for these guys to go after the serve a little more, and we'll see if that happens or not. But I think the game will head that way slightly. You know, never to a point where you're gonna see aces, but to where we're gonna see some more aggressive, you know, serves to start the point.
Well, and we have seen the sport try to actually make sure that the serve doesn't become too overbearing. I mean, you think about last year, players were able to put that spin on it, and then that was eliminated, because the whole point of pickleball is to be able to have some volleys. That's but you know, I think there's a sweet spot somewhere in between that can be found.
I definitely think so, and we'll see as the game gets going here. But it's you know, I'm glad they're getting rid of the spin serves. Those were fun to watch and play against occasionally, but I do think they're bad. They're bad for the sport. But and you're right. We don't want the serve to get so good where it takes away the points, because that's part of the beauty for pickleball. You get these rallies sometimes that could be 8, 10, 12 shots long that are really exciting and really fun.
Devillier getting the serve back here down 0-2.
Reserve.
Yeah, that was.
And going to be a let there as he caught the net, so reserve.
Reserve. 0-2.
Ooh, Jay tried to catch up to that one. Just did catch the net as you see that serve again. And with pickleball, you do have to have an upward motion on the serve, and Devillier is just at that line, and now the official bringing the players together.
This is where we need some sound on the official.
Yeah. And I'm not sure what the discussion is. I almost wonder if they're talking about Devillier's serve. Is he getting enough of an upward motion on that serve?
2-0.
That's indeed what they are saying. They're saying that it's an illegal serve. You have to have an upward motion on the serve.
I was going to mention it from our angle that we're looking at. It appeared that it didn't have one, and it seems like that's the correct call.
Side
and then McGuffin hits it wide. And that's the thing, right? Like, you're trying to find that line, right? You want to get, you really would love to be able to hit it sideways, but
It's a reserve. I'm calling it on the height of the ball. Players, let's get back to playing.
Tyson doesn't think Jay's found the line. He's not happy with the serve that Jay is offering.
And Jay missed that serve there.
Jay's making
And so right there, that was an illegal serve that's called a replay, but he missed the illegal serve. That should be a fault, in my opinion. There's no way you should be able to hit an illegal serve, miss it,
and then get a
serve
replay.
again. That's, I'm 100% on Tyson's side here.
The rule is a reserve. 15 seconds, gentlemen.
If that's the case, just hit an illegal serve every time. And hope they don't call it.
Right.
The score is 0-2, and I will recall. 0-2.
Or you should at least have a limit on how many illegal serves you can hit.
Right. And you hit the if you hit the illegal serve, till you hit more than 2 in a game, then it's an automatic side out. And I got to be honest with you, Sam, I've called a lot of pickleball matches. And I know that I've known the serve has to have an upward motion. I've never seen the illegal serve get called like this before.
I've never seen it get called either. But if it is an illegal serve, I'm glad the umpire is calling it. That's what the umpire is there for. And if he sees it, he needs to call it.
It is interesting that we were talking about the serve, and then that happens. It's almost crazy how that
transition was perfect.
Comes into play, yeah.
There's some awkward tension in this match now that you can feel through the camera even.
Well, despite all of it, McGuffin building a lead here now, up 4-1. He's just 7 points away from punching his ticket to Championship Sunday.
And no one gets around the backhand better than Tyson McGuffin in this game. You rarely see him hit a backhand. He'll hit forehands from 5 feet off the side of the court over there and hit him well. He hits them inside out, inside in. It's an amazing shot that he's got.
McGuffin at 5-1. You also wonder, you know, how much the illegal serve could get into Devilliers' head, right? Because now when he does serve, he's got to be thinking about it.
Exactly, and usually in pickleball and all sports, quite frankly.
Oh! How did Tyson get to that?
Jay hit that ball and he just walked back not thinking Tyson was going to be there, and he actually got there pretty easily.
I mean, Jay definitely thought the point was over. And McGuffin absolutely rolling now.
It's a perfect storm for McGuffin. He's got as much momentum as you can have, and Jay seems to be checked out here almost to a point. Yeah, he's completely checked out, as you saw in that volley there.
8-1.
A huge lead for McGuffin. And McGuffin now putting out a clinic.
Yeah.
Can I walk back my prediction about 3 games?
9-1, 1 minute.
Too late now.
And we're also well under on the shirt change by McGuffin. He's suddenly made this one look kind of easy.
He's a fan of the lime green.
You don't see Jay come off the rails like that, and but he's lost his composure right now in Newport Beach. We're stepping aside, back with more of this men's pro singles after this.
The most important part about Tuesday night pickleball at the Orchard, this door. This is the door where the pros come in. It's my responsibility. A lot of people will do a simple lock, unlock test. I do a 34-point inspection, top to bottom, left to right. No door, no pros. No pros, no pickleball.
Well, Tyson McGuffin in the driver's seat and then some right now against Jay Devilliers, as it unraveled quickly for Devilliers. And McGuffin into the net, so Devilliers is going to get the serve back, but he's got a steep hill to climb right now.
1-9.
Ooh, got McGuffin guessing wrong there.
He held that one nicely, and at the last minute, kind of went inside out with it.
Two, 9. Point.
How good was that?
At no point did I think he had any room to go to take that ball down the line, but he found a small sliver and landed right on the line.
All right, so consecutive points here for Devilliers. And McGuffin says enough of that.
Nine, 3.
Backhand by Devilliers. McGuffin able to cover a lot of ground. Finally, Devilliers puts it away, but McGuffin made him work.
And we always talked on the tennis tour, we watched pickleball highlights because it was one of the things we love doing in the locker room. And we always compared Tyson's movement to
receiver.
Djokovic's movement.
3-9.
The way he moves around the court's pretty incredible, and it's fun to watch.
And his conditioning is, I don't know if there's a better conditioned pickleball player than Tyson McGuffin.
That's true, and he lets you know about it on Instagram. He will put those videos up, and he'll show off the movement. And we also used to joke on the tour, the more content you put out of you working out, the less you actually worked out.
Well, there's probably something to be said for that. Having worked in the NBA for 10 years, I think a lot of NBA people feel the same way. Oh, you're putting up to, you know, and then they always put up all the, when they made 10 threes in a row, how many did you miss in a row before you got that 10 in a row makes? See Devilliers getting replay of him getting working as well. So out of the timeout here, Devilliers still in a big hole at 3-9 and trailing 1-0.
Time in, 3-9. Set out.
And now McGuffin will get it back.
9-3.
Quick hands by both players, but quicker hands by McGuffin.
It's so rare you see a quick exchange and singles go past maybe 2-3 shots, but we got about 6 there.
Right here. And now we have match point number 1 for McGuffin.
10-3. Set out.
Devilliers not done yet.
Three, 10.
A smart decision by Tyson to get out of the way. So this will take us to match point number 2.
10-3.
It's going to be just wide.
He had him there. Tyson did a good job of freezing Jay and working the angle, just missed it a couple inches wide.
3-10. Point.
Well, Devilliers has rolled off 3 straight points here.
4-10.
McGuffin is going to get it back, and match point opportunity number 3 now for Tyson.
10-4.
And the third try is the charm for McGuffin. He'll take game 2, 11-4, and wins the match 12-10, 11-4.
I know who he's looking at right now, but I love every second of what he just did.
Yeah, I don't know if he's finding another camera or if he's got a friend out there in the crowd.
It might be just no one. He could be looking at a building right now. Just let him know it's his house.
Oh, you gotta love it. McGuffin puts on a show. Newport Beach, California. 39 pickleball courts at the tennis club in Newport Beach. And man, it's been a fun start to this week in sunny Southern California.
On your six, ladies.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours.
What's your secret? Oh, it's no secret. It's the expert help I got at Foot Solutions.
Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
Well, welcome back, everyone, to Center Court. Here is Tyson McGuffin. Tyson, that was a close match to start. You went down. It looked like you were going to lose game 1. Then you came back and won a definitive game 2. What was that flip-flopping?
Let's give a hand to Jay here. Jay's my guy, so it's kind of crummy. I got to play with this guy on Saturday. He's my boy. He's like a brother to me, and this is the first time this stuff has happened. So all good, though. Yeah, I felt like I served exceptionally well, as we all kind of dealt with there. I was a little messy. Found the forehand, fought well, played the big points exceptionally well, and happy to be moving on and looking for the same result that I had at Texas Open, baby. I'm a brand new man here.
Well, yeah, talking about the serve, there was some question of the legality of the contact point of the serve. Can you walk the people at home through that?
It's my first time being in a position where somebody was questioning me on my serve, and then obviously he was kind of flirting with serving a little higher himself. He was missing serves, and then he was allowed to reserve. That rule has to be changed. I mean, for gosh sakes, what is going on out here? Anyhow, definitely not a fan of it. It needs to go away. I'm going to talk to Don Stanley right now because, I mean, it's not fair that somebody can just serve from 2 o'clock and miss serves and just get to reserve. So change the rule.
Always something raw and real from Tyson McGuffin right here. Tyson, talking about Sunday, you're going to see that rematch against Ben Johns. You took him down at the Texas Open just a few weeks ago. Are we going to see another upset?
For sure, definitely. I'm feeling dangerous right now. I'm re-inspired. I got to go with people. I have a lot of good people around me. I have my trainer, I have my wife, some other health coaches, and so the last couple of weeks been playing a lot different. Not over-respecting the top guys. I'm kind of bringing a little delusion and putting myself way up here. Also, some key words and some self-talk goes a long way. So I'm coming in hot come Sunday.
All right, thanks, Tyson. Dave.
Great stuff as always, Hannah. Great stuff out of Tyson. And, you know, Sam, that's exactly what you said. You shouldn't be able to hit an illegal serve out of bounds, and then they say, okay, you know what, here, we'll give you another shot at it.
I mean, you don't need to know tennis or pickleball to think that way. It seems like if you hit an illegal serve and you miss it, you should have a fault there. It should be the other guy's serve. So I agree with Tyson there. Hopefully they can get that rule changed.
But should be a whole lot of fun on Championship Sunday. Ben Johns and Tyson McGuffin, the 1 and 2 seeds, will meet for the title in the men's pro singles division. So who's going to meet in the women's pro singles division? That is yet to be decided because we have reached the semifinals, and we're going to have coverage of the women's pro singles semifinals from beautiful Newport Beach, California, coming your way after this timeout.
We have shades like these for a fraction of big brand prices. With Shady Rays, you can. We're an independent company, so we do things differently. We offer high-quality polarized shades for a reasonable price. And we personally replace any pair that gets lost or broken. And so far, we've racked up over 100,000 5-star reviews. I founded Shady Rays so that we could have sunglasses that stand up to whatever life throws at us. Order now and get 50% off 2 pairs at shadyrays.com.
We owe great times to good friends, to the glasses that spark conversation, to the ideas that then pour out. Ours came from a night like that, and somehow survived the morning after, to make our own tequila. It wasn't meant to leave our house, but since we made this for friends, we thought it wouldn't hurt to make a few more. Grab a glass, amigo. Our tequila is your tequila. Our casa is your casa.
Welcome back to beautiful Newport Beach, California. Dave Ben, Sam Query, happy to have you on board as this Thursday of pickleball action has descended upon the tennis club at Newport Beach, the PPA Takeya Showcase. And we know much of the country, it is not balmy and sunny and warm, so we hope you're being warmed up by watching some of these players play on Championship Court, one of 39 courts at this fantastic facility in Southern California. And we've reached the first of 2 women's semifinals. Catherine Parenteau and Mary Brascia are going to play the 1 seed and the 4 seed. Parenteau, 27 years old, and Brascia, just 22 years old. She's coming up on her 23rd birthday, which will be just a couple weeks from now in early December, and she'd sure love to celebrate with a victory in Newport Beach. She is someone who calls California home, so in some ways this is a home court for her. See if she can take advantage of that, Sam.
Yeah, and Catherine's coming off a bit of controversy last week. She was playing with Alice Jones, dropped her partner in doubles about 12 hours before the event, played with Anna Lee, won, and kind of left Alice without a partner. So we'll see if that's still on her mind or if she's recovered. She gave an apology, but you know, obviously she's playing well here and into the semifinals.
And there's a look at what we talked about with the 39 other courts, and there's just a ton of action going on in Newport Beach in all the divisions. And you know, it's just so great to see all these tournaments just get filled up and just so much great action no matter what court you're watching. And so we are underway here, and Brascia is in the near court
0-0,
wearing the black, and Parenteau in the far court with the white hat.
point.
And Brascia able to get the first point as Parenteau hits it long.
1-0.
Both Brascia and Parenteau with tennis backgrounds. Brascia played at Biola University of California for her tennis career.
0-1.
Meantime, University of Arkansas, and then a transfer to Michigan State for Catherine Parenteau as she hits it into the net, and that story's been well told. Parenteau got introduced to pickleball by her former tennis coach at Michigan State, one Simone Jardim.
1-0.
By the way, the ref for this match is Howard Simon.
0-1.
Thanks to Melissa McCurley from pickleballtournaments.com, passing along that information.
Point.
You wonder how one gets into reffing for a pickleball tournament. As a new sport, you know, it hasn't been around, so I'm sure they're having to kind of learn about it themselves and get educated and go out and call some smaller events and work their way up to some of these PPAs. But it's a
side out.
It's a journey that the refs kind of have to take along with the players.
Well, and a lot of the officials at a lot of tournaments are volunteers, and you know, we tip our cap to the volunteers at all levels of the sports who help make these tournaments happen.
Point.
Nice shot there by Brascia. So you got to go through and get certified, and once you reach your certification level, then you can ref some of the pro matches.
All right.
I'm sure Don Stanley would be able to enlighten some people on that entire path. I did love, by the way, Tyson just, you know, saying he's going to go talk to Don Stanley.
Side out.
Yeah, absolutely, and hopefully he can get that rule changed, because I'm sure he's in the majority with that mindset.
I don't think there's any player out there, pro or otherwise, that would say, you know what, that's a good rule.
No, totally agree, and Don's got to make that change, and he should make it starting tomorrow. Don't wait till this tournament ends. Make the rule right away.
So Brascia gets the serve back here with the 2-1 lead. And a nice shot from that baseline. That's not easy to do.
No, this is pickleball. It's tough to hit passing shots in pickleball, and Brascia made that one look pretty easy.
Brascia, who went viral with one of the shots she hit in the MLP, and if you type her name into Google, it'll be the first thing that comes up, behind the head.
It was an amazing shot, and like you said, if you go into Google, YouTube, Instagram, that'll come up right away. It was a behind the back, or behind the head.
1-3.
And people started calling it the merry-go-round, but it's an incredible reactionary shot that if you've got 10 seconds, go check it out.
Yeah, it was fantastic. And she's not been playing pickleball very long, Mary Brascia. She started playing like so many people during the pandemic, during the lockdown. Her sister Maggie said, hey, let's go purchase a pickleball net and make a court in the street. And that's what they did. And then she was hooked.
Yeah, and you know, it is one of those sports where I feel like you can get really good, you know, in a 2-year period. I'm not saying that's a short time, but maybe compared to tennis or some other sports. But because it's such a new sport, you know, you can kind of rise to the top of the game relatively quickly right now, and that's going to change as the sport continues to grow and more players are playing. But like we're seeing, a lot of these girls and guys picked the sport up 2 years ago, 1 year ago, and now they're some of the top people in the sport.
Well, you and I talked about it earlier too. It's like, you know, not everybody's got aspirations to be a pro player in pickleball, but you know, you go and you can play for 15 minutes and you can feel like, hey, okay, I'm not embarrassing myself out here, and it's like I'm having fun.
Absolutely, and you know, tonight they've got, I believe it's on CBS, there's like a celebrity
Stephen Colbert
pickleball event, and you're going to see the celebrities playing because they can kind of play. You're never going to see a celebrity football event or you know, baseball event, because you know, you can't go out and pick up those sports right away. But this is a sport you can go out as an amateur, as someone the first time going out there, and keep a rally going, and that's a really fulfilling kind of place to be as a person when I've never played a sport, and you go out there like, oh, you know what, day one I can kind of figure this out.
Parenteau trying to see if she can climb out of this modest hole, but instead Brascia is going to get the serve right back.
Straight out.
The other great thing is, you know, that with pickleball, it's the initial investment is not that high. I mean, you could spend obviously a lot of money on getting the right paddle if you want, but you can get your basic starter kit paddle and go play for hours and hours and days and months with the same gear, and you don't have to worry about paying greens fees. You're not losing any balls.
Right, just get any paddle you can, pretty much go to any park in your neighborhood, and there's going to be a pickleball court and people playing.
Tell you what, Brascia is impressive so far against Parenteau.
Five-three.
So 5-3. She's able to catch up to that one, but then Catherine finally puts it away with the backhand.
Three, five. Point.
And the point for Parenteau gets it back to just a 1-point game here in game 1.
4-5. Point.
Great down the line passing shot there from Parenteau.
Love the reaction.
5-5.
Just does catch the line. And another great passing shot by Parenteau. She's found her groove now.
Timeout receiver. 6-5.
Nice angle there. And Brascia's going to use the timeout as Parenteau now is starting to build some momentum. Up 6-5 in game 1.
The most important part about Tuesday night pickleball at the Orchard, this door. This is the door where the pros come in. It's my responsibility. A lot of people will do a simple lock, unlock test. I do a 34-point inspection, top to bottom, left to right. No door, no pros. No pros, no pickleball.
Welcome back to Newport Beach, California. Dave Ben, Sam Query, happy to have you on board for the Takeya PPA Championships in Newport Beach. Catherine Parenteau with the momentum. Brascia uses the timeout to try to see if she can stem the tide a little bit. And a great shot there.
Five, six.
Brascia last week in Indian Wells in the singles did not win a single game. Parenteau down the line. She'll get the serve right back.
Parenteau seems to be finding her form a bit here. That's 3 passing shots from her in the last 4 or 5 points.
Side out.
And that serve misses, so the side out gets it back over to Brascia. You feel like Brascia's got to win this first game to have a chance of upsetting Catherine in this match. And we did talk earlier that no Annalee Waters this week in Newport Beach. So that really does open things up in the women's division, as well as in the women's doubles division and the mixed doubles division.
Any division that Annalee Waters is playing in, you know, she's most likely the favorite in that division. So like we kind of said earlier, when the fact that she's on here opens the door for some of these other players.
6-5. Side out.
Side out will get it back over to Brascia.
Five, 6. Point.
And into the net, so we're knotted again here at 6.
6, 6.
Brascia, a native of Dayton, Ohio, before relocating to California. Parenteau originally from Montreal.
Side out.
Now makes her home in Florida.
Do they have any PPA events in Canada yet?
6, 6.
I do not believe there has been an official PPA event in Canada, but there is one scheduled for next year in Toronto.
Okay, got our first one.
I'd love to see. Toronto's a great city. Been there many times. Montreal's fantastic.
Yeah, like I said, we had tennis events in Toronto and Montreal. They're both great cities. We'll see. Maybe they'll move it kind of like the tennis tour did. Maybe 1 year Toronto, maybe 1 year Montreal for the pickleball. We'll see which city embraces it more.
Yeah, Montreal in the summer down by the waterfront. Man, that is just so gorgeous.
8, 6. Point.
And that does catch the line. So Parenteau now 2 points away from taking
9,
game 1.
6. Point.
And now game point number 1 for
receiver.
Parenteau.
10, 6.
We're actually going to use her second timeout.
Yeah, it's a wise decision to use the timeout. You don't get the advantage of being able to go over and adjust the strings on your paddle the way you do in tennis, Sam. You got to use a timeout.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, World Team Tennis, that was the only kind of tennis event where you got timeouts. So it was kind of fun. But you know, it's fun to see it here in pickleball. There's very few sports where the player's in charge of calling the timeout. You always see the coaches call it. So this is one of the few times where, as a player, you need to make the decision. Should I call the timeout now? Should I try to get out of this hole and save the timeout? You kind of got to, you know, have multiple options running through your head of when to use them.
Yeah, and I mentioned the Press Box Party podcast that I recorded yesterday with Ben Johns. We'll drop it next Tuesday. We talked to him about timeouts. He never takes timeouts. And he said he doesn't like taking timeouts because it feels like it's a sign of weakness.
10,
yeah,
6.
You know, look, my friends and I joke about that too. Sometimes I think the timeout's a bad look. You know, next year when I'm playing, I'm assuming I'm never going to take a timeout just because optically I agree with Ben. I think it kind of looks weak, but we'll see what happens.
Nothing weak about Catherine Parenteau on game point as she puts it right down the line. And she takes game 1, 11-6. So Parenteau 1 game away from moving on to Championship Sunday. We'll have game number 2 of this semifinal coming up in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. You are watching the Takeya Showcase on the PPA Tour from Newport Beach, California.
Spoon.
Spoon. I prefer the Taco Bell spork.
Spoon, definitely. Happiness. Obviously.
Happiness. Riches.
Riches. Numbers, all the way.
I'm just gonna go with Ben John's answer here. Numbers.
Letters. Numbers are confusing.
I'm a big numbers guy. Comedy.
Comedy.
Comedy, but more specifically, romantic comedy.
Action, definitely action. Take sweatpants.
Sweatpants.
Ooh, definitely sweatpants or even yoga pants.
That's tough. I'm gonna go with suit. I'll say blue.
Aquaman.
Blue?
Blue.
Brewed with Valencia orange and coriander, Blue Moon is one of a kind. Something this unique could hang in a gallery. But then, you wouldn't be able to grab it. Sure, something so well crafted might belong in a frame, but then you wouldn't be able to drink it. So, we framed it with our signature glass instead. Blue Moon, one of a kind, every time.
He stands a titan in the arena. A legend of the game that holds one thing above all else: the will to endure. Ferocious in attack and relentless in his pursuit to be the best, to be number one. Tyson McGuffin and Selkirk Sport, champions of pickleball.
She's from California.
Yeah, she is, yeah. Back in Newport Beach, California, Mary Brascia, she had some momentum there in game one, but then Catherine Parenteau took off the warm-up, and it was pretty much all she wrote. Catherine found her groove, and now she's got the 1-game-to-none lead in this best 2 games out of 3. As they switch sides of the court, Parenteau hits it wide. Melissa McCurley texting me during the timeout, wanting to know what podcast I keep referencing. It's called the Press Box Party. And it's, again, we recorded with Ben and his sister Hannah yesterday, and we will drop it next Tuesday. So if you want to be on the lookout for that, that'd be great. And Parenteau couldn't catch up to that one. And how about Brascia getting out of the gates here in very definitive fashion and much needed fashion here, Sam?
Definitely. I think the first set she was up 4-1. Parenteau kind of went on a roll there, took it 11-6. So Brascia needed to get some momentum back. She's done that.
Parenteau working the angles there, kept Brascia back and takes advantage.
Zero, 2. Side out.
Side out, I'll get it back over to Mary Brascia. The other half of this bracket, Salome Devidze and Lea Jansen will play in the other semifinal for a chance to get to Championship Sunday. Oh, what a shot by Mary.
We saw a little bit of everything at that point. Offense, defense, then finally great inside-out backhand for the winner.
3-0.
So 3-0, the early lead here for Brascia. Catherine able to get up to the kitchen line, but then puts it into the net.
Timeout, receiver, 4-0.
So timeout is going to be taken here by Catherine Parenteau. And gotta like the start for Mary Brascia, as she's got a 4-0 lead here in game 2.
A lot of people come up to me on Tuesday night pickleball at the Orchard and ask me, where's the bathroom? Now, is that my job? No, but I am here to protect and serve. It's 55 steps. I measured it once and thrice, because that's what we do.
Mary Brascia showing signs of life here in game 2 against Catherine Parenteau as we finish off day 1 of this pro action in Newport Beach. tomorrow, the bracket will turn to the pro mixed doubles division. And then Saturday, we'll have the men's and women's doubles before Championship Sunday. Hands out all the hardware in the final day of the event. And Brascia just continuing to pile it on right now.
She can do no wrong in this second set.
6-0.
She cuts the line twice. Well, one of those was out. I'm not sure if it was the first one or the second one. I thought I heard Catherine say the first one was out, but then she hit it anyway, and Mary returned it. The second one must have been wide as well, or one of those.
I think Parenteau had to call one out regardless just to try to stop the momentum there from Brascia.
Yeah, but Brascia is just going to get the serve right back.
6-0.
You know, it is amazing. We talked about it, right? How quickly you can ascend in pickleball. Now, granted, Mary Brascia, she played collegiate tennis, so she's had a racket or you know, something in her hand playing a sport similar to this for a long time.
7-0.
But to go from, I'm just going to play pickleball in my driveway during the pandemic to being here playing on the pro tour in such a short period of time, it is amazing.
Yeah, and on the men's side, is it James Ignatic played at Vanderbilt college tennis, and he picked up pickleball. I'm not 100% sure how long ago, but maybe a year ago in the MLP last year was kind of an unknown draft and became one of the best players.
Yeah, it's so fun. Man, Brascia had Parenteau running all over the place, then puts it away.
Stay down.
I did not see this coming. I didn't rule out Mary being able to rally and come back in this match, but she's dominating right now in game 2.
No, I don't think either of us. I don't think anyone saw this coming. She still needs 4 more points though, so this isn't over. And as we've said before, that last point's always very difficult.
Catherine finally gets the serve back, so she's going to try to get this bagel off the scoreboard.
0-7. Point.
And Mary was trying to paint it down the line. Instead, she hits the post.
One 7. Side out.
And it's going to be deep, so Parenteau able to get a breadstick on the board, but not much more.
7-1.
And Catherine will get the serve back.
Sometimes in a game like this, and similar to tennis, if you were losing a set by a lot, or here you're losing a game by a lot, you can, you kind of start looking ahead to the third game. But you want to go into that third game with some momentum. So even if you're Parenteau here and you lose this set, you want to try to make it competitive. So you're going into that third game with some momentum, saying, hey, you know what? I kind of started to turn things around, and I picked it up that second set, and I can carry that into the third.
You're 100% right, but in this particular instance, I don't think Catherine wants to go to a third game yet. She's not there. She's like, all right, I've got 2 points now on the board.
And that first game, she had a moment there where she reeled off 6-7 points in a row, and so she's probably thinking, why can't I do that again and tie this up?
Although Brascia does get the serve back again now.
7-2.
Parenteau able to get up to the kitchen line. And the
great
backhand right into the corner.
Side out.
Brascia's going to slowly walk to this ball to give herself little bit of extra time to catch her breath.
Yeah, she's still got the big lead, but you can feel like maybe the momentum's starting to go a little bit towards Parenteau, especially if Catherine can get a point or two here on this service opportunity and tighten this thing up further. Yep, but instead, Brascia's going to get it back.
Side out. Seven, 2.
Oh.
Kind of wrong-footed Brascia there and hit a great backhand passing shot up the line.
Yeah, Brascia couldn't recover.
The game's so fast sometimes in singles. You know, if you're at the net and someone's hitting a passing shot, it's hard to stand up there and react to it, where you kind of have to lean and almost pick a side sometimes and hope that you guessed right to make the play.
Brascia going to get the serve back again. She's been stuck on 7 here for a while.
Good news for her is Parenteau's been stuck on 2 for a while, so no harm, no foul in either direction.
7, 2.
I mentioned Howard Simon, the lead ref here. Edward Nielsen is the second ref for this match.
Side
and
out.
Parenteau puts that one into the corner.
Timeout receiver.
And so a timeout going to be taken. Brascia's got the lead, but she's been stuck on 7 for quite a while, and she's going to take a second here to try and regroup. And that's going to be frustrating when you're sitting there and not able to take advantage of having a big lead. We'll see if Parenteau can climb further back into it on the other side of this timeout.
People look at the Orchard security guy and go, what a joke. He's got electrolytes on his chest. He's got electrolytes in his squirt gun. Do I look like I'm a joke? It's not funny to me.
Hold on.
Mary Brascia on your left, Catherine Parenteau on your right. You basically got Florida against California here, even though neither one of them is originally from there.
Time is in. 7, 2. I'm sorry. 2, 7.
Catherine correcting the official as he said it was 7-2, and Catherine said no, it's 2-7, but now it's 3-7.
Three, 7.
Parenteau had to climb out of a hole in game 1. She's trying to climb out of a bigger hole here in game 2, and she's inched her way back even further. Trailed 7-0. Now it's 4-7.
Yeah, even though she's down 3 points here, it feels like all the momentum is with Parenteau right now.
Point.
And make it another point.
5, 7.
5-7. I believe Catherine called that out.
Yeah, it looked out for me. I think she just missed
Yes,
it.
ball was out. Point.
You know, and I don't know your feeling on it. Clearly it's out, but when I play against my 14-year-old son, he'll be like, well, you hit it.
Exactly. Look, it's tough to call your own lines in this game. You know, same with tennis. You know, if I had it my way, I'd want the umpire to just call every line, and you know they're going to miss some here and there, but it's going to go in both directions.
How about the reaction out of Catherine there as she's reeled off 7 straight points.
And another timeout from Brascia there, I believe, which is smart from her. She's got to stop the bleeding somehow.
It's her second and final timeout, and if you're Mary Brascia, you got to feel like, man, wasted opportunities, as she had at one point a 2 or 3 point lead in game 1 and let Catherine come back, and then now had a 7-0 lead in game 2.
Yeah, and that's, if she goes on, if Brascia goes on to lose this game, it's hard not to think about that tomorrow when you say, you know what, first game I was up 4-1, second game I was up 7-0, and I lost them both.
Well, Catherine Parenteau's been here before. You know, she doesn't get, we talked about, I don't know if we talked about it on the air or off the air, but she doesn't get the spotlight necessarily that Annalise Waters gets. But you talk about, if you take Annalise out of the equation, who is the second best pro women's player right now? Well, certainly, there's no question Catherine is very much in the conversation for that moniker.
Absolutely, and you've seen it here, especially these, I was going to say last 7 points, now last 8 points. She's playing at a very high level, and this is a level that can beat Annalise.
Catches the line there and then into the net, and that's going to take it to 9-7. Parenteau.
That's great touch from Parenteau.
It's going to take us to match point. By the way, I am checking right now the official PPA Tour rankings on the women's side. It is Annalise #1. Catherine is #2. There's a pretty wide margin. Lea Jansen right there at 3. Kelly Smith at 4.
There it is, 11 points in a row.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable performance by Catherine Parenteau. She's down 7-0. She was not thinking, I'm going to build momentum and get to take that into game 3. She said, I'm just going to come back and take game 2.
And she did it in extraordinary fashion, reeling off the last 11 points of that set.
And there are those rankings that we were talking about. We will see the woman who is #3 as well as the woman who is #5. We've got Devidze and Jansen coming up in the other women's semifinal. But we're going to hear some interviews after this timeout.
Love 15, 30, 40. Any .1 means you win. Because when you bet just $1 on any tennis match, you could win 100 if any point is won. Plus, if you're not in a sportsbook state, you can take a swing at thousands in prizes in our free-to-play pools. So download the DraftKings Sportsbook app, sign up with the promo code, bet $1 to win 100 if a point is won, and make it rain.
New People Pickleball.
Our new EV rental fleet is the absolute GOAT. Nice. Speaking of goats, is that Tom Brady? Yeah. He comes in to recharge, get software updates, you know.
Same time next week?
You got it.
Cool. Let's go.
Let's go.
Welcome back, everyone, to Championship Court. Catherine Parenteau here with me, and what a match that we just witnessed. Mary Brascia has so many tools in her disposal. She's got great ground strokes, flying backhand overheads. How did you pull this off?
Yeah, I had to adjust for sure. I mean, she's a great player. I knew that she had some amazing wins in the past, and I've never played her before, so I wasn't too sure what to expect, and she came out and was just playing very well. I caught a few timeouts. I think that really helped me to kind of just, I was just like, I'm playing great. She's all over the court. But yeah, I was happy to get the W in 2 games for sure.
Well, you went down in game 2, I think 7-1. What did you tell yourself at that point? Did your team contribute to pulling yourself out of that hole?
Yeah, actually, I went to talk to them. I'm like, oh my God, what's happening? I feel like I'm playing amazing, but she's just hitting everything back. And they're like, yeah, just keep it up. I mean, you never know. Maybe she's going to stop just hitting amazing shots at one point. So I just kept going and fighting.
Well, as we near the end of the year, we have 2 more tournaments in this calendar year. You look back over what you've accomplished throughout this year. Anything stick out to you?
I would probably say winning the Triple Crown in Charlotte in North Carolina. I think that was in May. That's probably one of my favorite moments of the year.
All right. Well, we look forward to seeing what you can do on Championship Sunday. Catherine, congratulations. Dave, over to you.
Thank you, Hannah. And who will she play on Sunday for the women's gold medal? We will find out. It will either be Lea Jansen or Salome Devidze, the 2 and 3 sides. And again, just like on the men's side, Sam, the chalk has carried so far on the women's side in Newport Beach.
Yeah, you rarely see upsets in pickleball right now. It does seem like the cream of the crop rises to the occasion at all these events, and you're getting the best players week in, week out, and we'll see if we got the 1 versus the 2 on Sunday.
Although, as we mentioned, no Annalie Waters this week, no Jessie Irvin this week. So, I mean, there's a couple of big names. No Callie Smith here this week either. So, I mean, a couple of big names atop those rankings that made some openings possible for some of these ladies.
Right, exactly. And like we alluded to earlier, they're not going to admit that, but they're happy those girls aren't in this draw. They want a chance to win it. They want an easier road to the final, and that's what they've gotten.
Yeah, competitively, you want to be able to say you beat the best, but you know what? The trophy case doesn't say, oh, I won a gold and Annalie wasn't there. It just says,
exactly.
Here's a gold medal.
Here's a gold.
It should be fun, and we are going to be getting action underway in just a few moments as we continue on from Newport Beach after this timeout.
I'm going to say she's a solid 3.5.
Nah, she's definitely a 2.5.
Guys, look at that forehand. She's clearly a 3.0.
Guys, come on. I'm at least a 4.0.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Ratings don't have to be hard. Duper. Optimized for accuracy, optimized for fun. Download the app and claim your free profile today.
Not yet, buddy.
Back in Newport Beach, California, the PPA Takeya Showcase Tennis Club in Newport Beach. Fantastic look from the air. And it has just been so fun to see this tournament grow and grow in Southern California. Although anybody who spent some time in California knows this time of year, during the day, can't be more perfect. And even in the night, listen, relative to what's going on in Buffalo, New York right now, I mean, you'll take the nighttime in California, no problem. But the sun's starting to set early out in California, and the temperatures will drop very quickly as the players out there still working up some sweats, though. And we have got Salome Devidze, the number 3 seed, and Lea Jansen, the 2 seed, to battle here for a right to play on Championship Sunday for the gold medal against Catherine Parenteau. And should be a great match here as Lea Jansen able to battle her way into the semifinals just a short time ago on Championship Court.
As you can see, it might be getting cool, but that doesn't stop anyone from playing. Look at those courts out there. There's people on every single court.
Yeah, the courts are absolutely packed, and the lights are coming on, and it's going to be a long week of pickleball with lots of action all week long, under the lights, under the sun, you name it. People are excited to be in Newport Beach, California, and be a part of this tournament with the PPA Tour. So we are going to be getting underway here in just a moment as you see Jansen and Devidze getting in some final warm-ups. Jansen in the far court with the brown pants on, and Devidze in the near court with the skirt. And Sam, gotta love the video board. They debuted that in Cincinnati earlier this year on the tour, back there behind Lea Jansen, and it is just it adds so much visually, both on TV as well as to the people that are in attendance.
No, it's great, and it's great for sponsors. You can whip through the sponsors on the board. It makes the event feel bigger and grander, and hopefully we'll see video boards like that at more PPA events, MLP events, APP events, because they're great for the game.
You're going to have more and more of those. You're going to have more 18-wheelers pulling up to all these events to set up every week. But certainly worth it as the PPA season nearing its culmination for 2022. Not much of a long off season, though, because they will be getting going shortly after the new year for the 2023 season, as it just continues to get bigger and better.
It's very similar to tennis in that aspect that you can go out, you could play 30 tournaments in a year and really have no off season. And you know, a lot of players like that. A lot of players like to keep the momentum going, keep the body fresh, and just kind of go stop to stop and play. And then there's other players that like to play 2, 3, 4 events and then go home, kind of take a break, refresh, and get back out there a few weeks later.
It is tough, though, to find that mix, right, of how many tournaments is enough and how many is too much for each player, and that's an individual question that only they can answer.
Exactly, and this sport is so new. There's only been a couple seasons, really, of pro pickleball at this high level with all these stops and all these options. So I think in the next kind of 2, 3, 4, 5 years, the players and the fans, they'll kind of find out, hey, this is about the amount of tournaments I want to play during a year that keeps me at kind of peak performance.
By the way, for those of you watching the stream and you're wondering what the coverage tomorrow will be like as the mixed pro doubles will take center stage, 10:30 Pacific, so 10:30 local time in Newport Beach, 1:30 Eastern is when the live stream and the coverage on T2 on your television will get underway. And Sam, you're going to flip. You're going to be with the other half of the bracket tomorrow.
Exactly.
Dave Fleming, and you are going to be doing the morning coverage.
Yeah, and we're going to call some mixed doubles, which I'm excited about.
0-0.
And you know, as someone who's going to play next year on the pro level, it's been fun to call the singles. I'm excited to call the mixed doubles, pick up some of the nuances and some of the strategy, and hopefully implement some of those things into my own game.
0-0.
And I'll be back for the afternoon session like I was today.
Side out.
Side out as Jansen mishits there.
0-0.
That's one of the wildest pickleball skirts I've ever seen right there.
Well, fashion is as important as anything in pickleball.
Say You look good, you feel good.
Feel good, play good. Devidze, originally from the country of Georgia. Devidze played professional tennis as well before making the switch to pickleball. Beautiful shot by her there.
Yeah, that started with the serve. If you can get your serve a foot from that back line, you're going to be in the driver's seat on your third shot almost every time.
2-0.
Devidze covered a lot of ground, but Jansen had her working the angles and finally able to finish it off. It's one of those when you're Devidze and you hit that shot, you know you're probably going to be in trouble on the next one, but you got to hit it and see what happens.
Yeah, and I think if she's going to, you know, go at that ball again, it's kind of an all or nothing shot. If you're going to go there, don't just try to make it in. You kind of got to go for the miracle shot, the miracle angle, try to hit a let court, try to do something to throw your opponent off on that.
Because if you don't put it over, yeah, the other person can hit an unforced error. You're probably going to be in trouble, but.
Point.
Great shot, clips the line.
And builds it to a 3-0 advantage. Great look at it right there. How about the eyes of Lea Jansen?
Point.
And make it a 4-0 lead out of the gates here for Devidze. Onisha Smith
4-0
is the lead official for this match.
Point, timeout,
And you hear
5-0.
Lea Jansen, she quickly says, I just want a timeout here. As Lea's in a 0-5 hole, Devidze out of the gates in control in game one early on from Newport Beach.
The most important part about Tuesday night pickleball at the Orchard is the sound check. We got 36 microphones in here, and I'm checking the crowd audience microphone, the ambient microphone, making sure we get all the audio from these matches. Check, check, 1, 2. Check, check. Hello? 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 Somebody get me down?
Salome Devidze, I mentioned her tennis background, and you know, she's not a household name in terms of tennis, but you know what, Sam, you played 16 years of professional tennis. I mean, and Salome has you beat even. She played 17 years of professional tennis.
Yeah, and she got, you know, her highest ranking was 254 in the world, which is a great ranking. That gets you into the qualifying of the Australian Open, the French Open, Wimbledon, US Open. So she was at all those big events. She's played you know, tennis at a high level, so that, you know, is going to transition her over to this game, and she was probably one of those girls that quickly became a threat to some of these other pickleball players relatively quickly.
36 years old for Devidze, and already top 5 in the PPA rankings in the women's pro singles division. Jansen, meantime, gets the serve back. Looking for her first point of this match, and she gets it right there.
0-6.
That was a let court.
Oh, it was a let.
Side out.
I did what Jay Devilliers did there.
Yeah.
I looked away, I looked at the bracket, and then they're reserving. If you missed Jay Devilliers' match earlier against Tyson McGuffin, he had a shot that he hit it. He was so confident it was a winner, he didn't even look, and McGuffin able to get to it and finish it off.
Side out.
Jansen will get the serve back as Devidze hit that one long.
0-6.
And the winner down the line off the backhand by Jansen. Jansen was able to dispose of Yana Grechkina earlier on this court in the quarterfinals, although it wasn't easy, at least not in game 2. She won the first game 11-4. Game 2 was 13-11 in favor of Jansen.
Here we go. She's reeled off 2 in a row. She seems to be finding her game a little bit more here, and Devidze's got to, you know, do her best to stop little momentums in this game. You know, if she loses this point, if I were her, I would take a timeout and kind of stop the train at 3. We'll see what happens here.
She hits that one wide.
3-6.
She does call the timeout.
So 3 straight points for Jansen. We've got a break in the action from Newport Beach, California.
The most important part about Tuesday night pickleball at the Orchard is the net. Every Tuesday, 4:30 a.m. You're sleeping, I'm not. I'm measuring the height, I'm measuring the length, I'm measuring the circumference, and I'm measuring the tension. Who does tension? We do.
Lea Jansen trailed 6-0 to start this match, but she's rolled off 3 in a row now and continues to control the serve out of the timeout by Devidze. And make it 4 straight points for Jansen.
Devidze looks like a different player compared to the first half of this match. She couldn't miss a ball, was doing everything right, seemed to be the aggressor, and now she's finding it difficult to kind of keep balls in play almost.
Jansen tries to paint the line, but misses wide. So the serve back over to Devidze.
6-4.
Great work by our crew.
Point.
And Devidze ends the 4-0 run by Jansen, gets it now back to a 3-point advantage.
7-4.
That was in.
I can't overrule it. Did you see that?
Wow.
Point.
We thought it was in. Jansen thought it was in. Devidze calls it out.
Yeah, that ball was
It's right
inside the line there. Devidze almost made the call before it bounced, I think.
You know, we had Devidze on championship court on a match earlier this year when the PPA was in Cincinnati, and there was some controversy about some of the calls that she was making. Even before the match started, I don't recall who she was playing in that match. It may have been Lea Jansen, it may have been Parenteau, but I do remember the match started with there being some concern about whether or not Devidze was gonna make calls accurately.
Yeah, I mean, look, that was a bad call from Devidze, but there's also 2 umpires out there. One of them's got to see that clearly to make the overrule.
That one is clearly long by Devidze, so Jansen will get the serve back here at 4-8.
Point.
And Jansen now gets it to 5-8. And we're hearing from our fantastic production team that it was Lea Jansen that Devidze was playing in that tournament. I'm remembering in Cincinnati.
It's a little bit of bad blood here even before this starts. Hopefully that'll make for a more exciting match, which, you know, we could see them. They're getting into it now toward the later half of this first game.
So 6-8 as it is tightened up here. And now Devidze going over to talk to Onisha Smith. That's the great thing, and I'm sure it was the same way in tennis, right? The story within the story, like the game within the game. All these players know each other. They've got such history.
Yeah, like, you know, not everyone likes everyone on the tennis court or the pickle court.
Well, and it's not even necessarily, I mean, as you know, Sam, from playing, I mean, you might be friendly with somebody, but the second you step on the court, that goes away.
Yeah. And to be fair, too, some of these balls are tough to call. If someone hits a shot and, you know, 1/8 of an inch of it touches the line, you're pretty much guessing on that ball whether it's in or out.
Well, that last one by Devidze was out, and it ties it up at 8, so Devidze is going to use her second timeout. We're going to keep it here. But how about this rally by Lea Jansen? She was in a 6-0 hole, and now she has rolled off 8 out of the last 10 points in this game to get it even at 8-8.
Yeah, it's like with the last match we watched with Parenteau. She was down 7-0, reeled off 11 in a row. And right here, it's essentially, you know, been 8 points one way, 8 points the other way.
That is the final timeout by Devidze, so see if Lea can maintain this momentum. Devidze's only way to break it is going to be to get the serve back.
Let's go, Lea. Point.
And that is ruled out, so 9-8, Lea in front, 2 points away from game 1. Nice misdirection there by Devidze.
Yeah, Devidze did a good job of working the ball around the entire court there. We kind of saw
8-9.
A handful of different shots from her. She's got the ball back on her serve.
Right down the line by Jansen.
And she knew it. She gave the yeah before that ball had even bounced.
So she gets the serve back here at 9-8.
Side out.
But gives it right back.
Eight, 9. Point.
And now Devidze able to get it back to even. 9-9, so anybody's game here.
9-9.
Best 2 out of 3 winner to take on Catherine Parenteau for the gold on Sunday.
Side out.
And that's going to be long, so Jansen will take serve back.
You can see now this is kind of the first, they've got the lights on in the stadium. The match has kind of transitioned from day to night.
Oh,
Side
backhand by Devidze, well placed.
Backhand volley almost had some topspin on it.
Nine. Point.
Jansen
Timeout.
misfires.
Receiver, 10-9.
And the timeout is going to be immediately get taken here by Jansen as Devidze now has closed in on game point. So in spite of things not going as swimmingly as Devidze would have liked after she was up 6-0, Sam, she's got a chance here to close out this game as Lea. I don't know if she just took her eye off of that, but she'd like to have that opportunity back.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, it looked like she had all the momentum there, getting it back to 8-all, and it's, you know, she's kind of lost it a bit, but credit to Devidze. She's done a good job of battling back here. That last point, she hit a good deep serve, a good deep forehand, and you know, she's got herself a game point.
15 seconds. No timeouts. No timeouts.
We mentioned Anisha Smith, the lead ref. Michael Kunkis is the
10-9.
second ref in this match. So game point number 1 for Devidze. Both players now out of timeouts, by the way, but it won't matter as that closes out game 1. Devidze able to hold on and win game 1 11-9. So she's one game away from playing for the championship on Sunday. Lea Jansen will have a chance to try and draw even, though if she can take game number 2, one more look at game point.
I'm in the big leagues.
We'll step aside. Game 2 coming your way after this timeout from Newport Beach.
I need a bag, bruh. Send it through quickly. I'm making his dog.
Get what you want. Eric Weimer, blind man, wanted to climb Mount Everest. My man crazy, but he believed it was possible.
We're gonna do it.
And because he believed, he became the first blind person ever to stand on top of the world. Guaranteed Rate believes in your dreams. That's why we treat everyone like we treat our own family and work extra hard to get you the lowest low rate possible. Because if you believe, you will.
You don't get the moments everyone talks about without the moments no one sees. Early morning practice, late night drills, running it over and over. You don't get the crowd without the quiet. Everyone sees the glory, the medal, the podium, but every winning shot starts right here. Paddle Tech. Let's go again.
The Pro XR pickleball paddle answers the age-old question of how to get paddle speed and control with the same paddle and one grip, and this is it. Pro XR gives you more spin, greater control, and quicker reloads on every shot in the game, because you always have that constant feel for that leverage and control and paddle speed that we're all looking for. Pro XR is the most revolutionary technology in pickleball.
Match point, it's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
15 seconds.
Well, there's the lights on in Newport Beach, California, but a lot of the courts still filled with action as the PPA Tour continues at the Tennis Club of Newport Beach. Dave Ben, Sam Querrey, glad to have you along with our coverage here of the Women's Pro Singles semifinals. And Lea Jansen in a hole now, trying to see if she can win this second game to draw even in this best 2 out of 3. And nice start for her here in game 2.
Exactly, that's the start you want. Great backhand down the line. Gives her the serve and a quick 1-0.
Much better start than game 1 when she trailed 6-0. Got to credit Devidze, though. I mean, she took some punches there, but she was never really knocked all the way down.
No, yeah, she let a big league slip away, had a controversial call, which is always a little awkward, and then kind of just managed to find a way to win that set.
2-0.
So 2-0 here for Jansen.
Side out.
And that's wide, so Devidze will get the serve back. Look at that sky in the background, the beautiful colors as the sun is setting over the West Coast.
You can't find a much better setting than Newport Beach any time of the year, really.
Point.
Devidze just flicks it into the corner with ease. Yeah, there is no doubt. Although, you know what? Naples in April isn't so bad either.
You know, I haven't been there in April, but I'm sure it's amazing. I know they've got the U.S. Open there in April, which should be a great event.
And that's going to be long. There's a look at what we're talking about, that beautiful sky.
A lot of pink.
A lot of pink. Just absolutely gorgeous.
Side out.
Side out here, gets it back over to Lea Jansen. It's the great thing about the PPA right now that they've completed the merger and their players are now going to be free to play MLP. And they've always let the players play in the U.S. Open, which has been great.
Point.
No, it's going to be, you know, those team events next year at the MLP, having all these PPA players over are going to be awesome. I think everyone's really looking forward to that. Both sides, MLP players, PPA players, you know, and the draft, which I'm assuming is going to be next month at some point. Everyone always loves the draft.
I was just going to say, I think that the MLP draft is going to be must-see TV. Like, that's going to be amazing.
I mean, you know, it's only two men, 2 women on each team, so they're coveted spots. And, you know, you don't know who your partner is going to be, you know, on the doubles court, on the mixed doubles court. And so, you know, whenever they make that announcement, it's 100% must-see TV.
I just wanted to, I mean, Ben John's #1. I mean, is there an upset pick to be had?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Ben and Anna Leigh are automatic 1 picks. You know, with look, Tyson's playing great, Jay's playing great.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun to watch. Oh, great shot by Lea, putting it back into the corner.
And if it's anything like last year's draft, I'm not 100% sure how it worked, but it's one of those things where if you drafted the best male player, you weren't allowed to draft the best female player. You were kind of had to take someone a little lower. So I'm not sure if they're going to snake draft it again or what. They might not know either. They've got a few weeks to kind of come up with the format.
Yeah, well, it will no doubt be something that everybody in the pickleball world is going to be locked in to watching. Got a timeout being taken here by Devidze as Jansen has gotten it to a 5-2 advantage here in game 2. Haven't had a match go the full 3 games yet since the baton was handed to us, Sam. All of our matches were 2 gamers, so be kind of nice to have a 3-game with some drama to close out our coverage today.
I wouldn't mind a little extra pickleball. We'll see if Jansen can hang on here and send us to a 3rd. Love to know what that is that she just scored in her mouth. You don't see many bottles in a little spray form like that.
Time in.
Whatever it is, she's hoping it can keep the momentum going because she's been the one with all the momentum here in game 2. And Devidze with the forehand to get the serve back. The lob, and Jansen says, okay, you're gonna lob it, I'll take advantage.
The lob in pickleball feels like the lob works 1 out of about every 1 in 100.
Yeah, you know, Matt Wright able to hit the lob with some efficiency usually, but yeah, it's not a shot that a lot of people have hit for success.
No, a little more on the woman's side, you can kind of find success, but the men's side is extremely difficult.
Side out.
Here, Devidze with the reaction as she forces the side out. We'll get the serve back.
Wow, and the paddle whip. That was as big of come on as we've heard. That was a Tyson McGuffin come on there.
Side out.
I felt like Lea called that out before it even landed.
It was way out. Devidze here just
We have to watch your feet first.
kind of
Call
trying
stands.
to bully Jansen and pretend like she saw it in, but everyone knows that ball was out.
Call stands.
Well, that angle, I mean, I think it was...
That angle didn't help my case there, but
that angle did not help your case.
The original angle, the ball was out.
Well, the out call stands, so Jansen gets the serve back here at 5-2. And then Devidze puts that one away.
Two, 5.
Into the corner for Devidze. Makes it 3-5. I don't know that I've seen a player focus on the ball as much on the serve as Devidze. I mean, most people look at the ball when they kind of glance up while they're hitting it. It's like she's locked in on that ball.
No, you're right. She locks it. You see here, she's got that routine. She really kind of plants her feet, does the bounces, which I don't really see from any other player, and then bends and goes after it.
Point.
It's working right now. She's got it back to a 1-point game. That'll be.
Sorry, that's side out.
Well, that didn't land in, so not a let. It has to land in. It has to hit the net and land in for it to be a let. That one hit the net and went out, so that is a side out.
But I like that she's going after the serve there.
Point.
So Jansen makes it 6-4. Again, if you're just tuning in, as we've passed 5 o'clock on the West Coast, 8 o'clock on the East Coast. Coverage tomorrow on the live stream at 1:30 Eastern, 10:30 Pacific, as well as T2 on your television.
Four, 6.
Quick hands and reflexes by Jansen.
It's a great point there from Lea Jansen.
So serve back to Jansen with this 6-4 advantage.
6-4. Point.
Jansen makes it 7-4.
7-4. Point, timeout.
That's going to be long, and Devidze, the second she hit it, asked for the timeout. So Jansen right now with an 8-4 advantage. She's 3 away from getting this to a third and decisive game. And this has been very tight the entire time. I mean, there was the 6-0 lead early for Devidze, but Sam, other than that, this has been a very entertaining and very competitive match.
No, that's for sure. These points are hard to come by right now, especially in this second game. You're seeing scores kind of stuck. They were stuck at 5-2 for a while, stuck at 6-4 for a while, and Jansen was able to get a couple there in her serve, and quickly Devidze sees that and takes a timeout.
And at this point, it's as much about mental endurance as it is physical endurance, right, Sam? I mean, because you've been out there all day, you know this is the last match of the day, and you kind of mentally, you kind of want to maybe let your guard down a little bit, but you've got to stay focused.
Yeah, and that's what's different about pickleball compared to other sports. You'll play a match, you got to wait an hour. You play another one, you wait an hour. And now here, that they're kind of playing their third match of the day. Where other sports, you might warm up all day and you've got one basketball game, one football game, one tennis match. So this one, you really have to stay engaged. Not only while you're playing, but while you're taking those breaks, you kind of have to stay mentally with it and make sure you're moving around or stretching or doing whatever you need to do to be prepared for your next one. But if you're making a run in these singles days on Thursday, you're mentally and physically locked in for 6-7 hours during the day.
Well, then if you make a run at a Triple Crown
That was out.
on Sunday, then you're looking at potentially best 3 out of 5 on Sunday. So you could be in for a lot of time on a court if you are fortunate enough, and everybody will take that, no question. You ask any player, can you play for a Triple Crown? I don't think they feel like they're out there for hours on end.
Right, and at the end of the day, if you're in the position playing for a Triple Crown, it's worth it.
Devidze.
Point.
We're told singles this week 2 out of 3 on Sunday, so that will ease the burden a little bit.
That's good. Singles is tough. I mean, look, almost kind of like tennis. Singles and doubles in this game of pickleball are almost 2 different sports. Singles is so difficult and grueling, and the movement is tough.
Timeout, receiver, 7-8.
And it's a physical game, singles is, compared to the doubles.
Devidze gets another point, so she's climbed back now to within just 1 point of Jansen at 7-8. Jansen is going to use a timeout here. Jansen must win to get this thing to a 3rd game. And we're going to take the moment to show you the upcoming schedule on both the live stream as well as on the Tennis Channel throughout the week. We've got our coverage starting at 1:30 Eastern tomorrow with the mixed doubles. Saturday, 1 Eastern, 10 Pacific for the men's and women's pro doubles. And then Championship Sunday gets underway at 1 Eastern and 10 Pacific. So should be a whole lot of fun as we are just getting started with the first of 4 days of coverage from Newport Beach, California.
Server, no timeouts. Receiver, you still have 1. Time in.
Devidze trying to draw even here at 7-8. And Lea.
She's going to want that one back.
Yeah, she's not happy with the result there. So tied at 8. Devidze now suddenly with momentum on her side. And that does land in. Nine, 8 Devidze. The lob is long.
Side out.
It's a good job from Jansen to kind of break the momentum from Devidze there and get things going back on her own serve.
Devidze saw an opportunity to put it down the line, but she's unable to get it over the net. And now we're tied at 9.
9-9.
Ooh, nice shot by Lea off the baseline, and she's got a game point.
Yes, I'll recall. 10-9.
Jansen trying to get it to a 3rd game. And instead, Devidze staves off at game point number 1. Lea mishits there.
Great deep serve from Devidze.
And Lea's going to call for the timeout. So tied at 10. We'll go into extra pickleball in this game. Will there be a third game? Will this one end in 2? That is what we're all waiting to find out. Catherine Parenteau is certainly waiting to find out, as Catherine will take on the winner of this. Sam, how hard is that, by the way? You know, that's an unusual thing too, right? So now you're playing on Thursday, and you're gonna forget all about singles until Sunday. Is it tough to recalibrate?
You know, I don't know. I mean, it's so odd. You know, I think it's helpful when you play all the events. I think it would be difficult if you just played singles, got through today, made the finals, and you had nothing to do for 2 days besides practice, then play. But I think because most of the women and the men that play singles and do well, they do well in the doubles and the mixed too. It's almost nice for them to go out tomorrow and play mixed, and then Saturday and play doubles, and it takes their mind off the singles for a little bit. And they're athletes, they're good players. They can bounce back on Sunday and re-engage in the singles when they need to.
So Devidze now with a chance to go in front. And indeed she does.
Someone yelled out, "That's going out," right before she tried to hit that overhead.
What'd you say? Okay. Yep.
Do you call it hindrance if the crowd is talking during my overhead?
You can call it hinder.
That was a hindrance. They're screaming, that's out, while I'm hitting an overhead.
Okay.
No, it goes out your head. No.
Wait.
No, there's a hitting.
I can't call it a distraction, but she called
There's
it hinder.
no way that should be a hindrance.
Take a listen.
From the crowd.
Take a listen.
Don't talk during the point.
Yeah, well.
Wait.
Talking to you. Can I speak to the ref?
Okay,
you can speak, but can I speak to the ref?
Go ahead, just go ahead.
She hit the ball, and then the person said, "Oh my God, it was going out."
No.
I'm not talking to you.
No, it's an unfortunate situation, but
You cannot call
there's
him
no way
right
that
now.
that should be a replay because of what a
Okay,
fan.
listen.
Yeah, I mean,
Salome,
somebody swings in Tiger Woods.
listen,
Somebody
it
screams in
was
Tiger Woods'
during
backswing.
time
He doesn't get it.
period.
He doesn't get a mulligan.
All the time. Basketball, people are yelling when you're
on
trying to hit a free throw.
I want to see it.
Football, I mean, if you're the offense in an away stadium, they're yelling the whole time.
It's going to be
But
a
you-
replay.
No,
It is. It's a valid hinder.
no. I need the main ref right now.
We can call the ref.
Wow, it
we're
looks
going to
like
call
they're
the ref.
calling a replay.
and-
That
and
is
he
one of the
will-
worst decisions I've ever seen in all of sports.
Okay.
Devidze rightfully
It's a referee timeout.
unhappy. We'll step aside as they will confer in Newport Beach. Is it 11-10 or is it still 10-10? We'll find out.
Brewed with Valencia orange and coriander, Blue Moon is one of a kind. Something this unique could hang in a gallery. But then, you wouldn't be able to grab it. Sure, something so well crafted might belong in a frame, but then you wouldn't be able to drink it. So, we framed it with our signature glass instead. Blue Moon, one of a kind, every time.
He stands a titan in the arena. A legend of the game that holds one thing above all else: the will to endure. Ferocious in attack and relentless in his pursuit to be the best, to be number one. Tyson McGuffin and Selkirk Sport, champions of pickleball.
Ready yet? Not yet, buddy.
Welcome back to Newport Beach, California. Dave Ben, Sam Query, as we continue on here. And Onisha Smith having to navigate a little bit of an unusual circumstance there As you can understand both sides here. I mean, Lea Jansen clearly upset that somebody screamed in the middle of her trying to hit a shot, but Salome Devidze saying, come on, you can't take away a winning exchange from me based upon a fan making noise in the stands.
No, this shouldn't even be a discussion. And we were just talking a little bit about off air. It's like someone yelling at a Tiger Woods backswing or a free throw. That's just part of the game. If you want fans at your event, this is going to occasionally happen. This happened at tennis events that I was playing, and it's unfortunate. It's unlucky. But let's say Lea would have made that overhead for a winner. Are they replaying the point then in favor of Devidze? Of course not.
Well, Don Stanley has made his way out to the court to discuss it. Well, you can hear Salome expressing her sentiments pretty much in line with what we're saying, right? I mean, it's, that's part of sports.
Yeah, look, Devidze may not be a fan favorite in this sport, but she's 100% right here, and at no point should this be a replay. I mean, if that's the case, when you're playing, everyone should bring a drunk buddy with them to every match and have them yell out at critical points of the set or the game and see if you can just get a replay. This is a terrible precedent if this is a replay.
And, I mean, it was, I think from Lea's point of view, it was more what was yelled than the fact that something was yelled. It was that it's out and somebody was yelling that. But, let's take a listen. And it wasn't from that audio. It didn't sound so much like a yell as it was even a.
No, it's just a guy there excited. Look, there were no fans at Pickleball 1 year ago. She should be excited. There's people in the crowd. They're having fun. They're having some drinks. A guy yelled during a ball that was in the air. That's just part of the game.
To be honest with you, Sam, it's a little bit surprising that this is taking this long to figure out what they're going to do.
Yeah.
I mean, I get that they probably feel like they're establishing precedent, so they want to get it right.
Right, at this point, they just need to make a decision. And they've made it looks like the wrong decision.
All right, 15 seconds. Time in.
They are replaying.
10-10.
So 10-10.
I believe it's 10-10, yeah.
Side out.
And there you go. Now the serve goes back over to Jansen, and Devidze should have had a serve for match point there, and not a long break to kill her momentum either.
That was 5 minutes. I mean, we'll see how she handles this, but mentally this is going to be tough to overcome for Devidze right now.
Point.
And now Jansen has game point.
If I'm Devidze and I lose this point, I pack up my bag and I leave the court and I don't even play the third set. That's how infuriated I would be if I were her.
Short, side out.
That'll be a side out because it didn't get into the proper zone after it hit the net. So
10-11.
Devidze now will get the serve back. That, by the way, was the second game point opportunity of this game for Jansen. So Devidze has staved off 2 of them, and now she gets it back to 11-11.
11-11.
That's out. So Devidze now has a chance at match point.
No. 12-11.
So Devidze for a berth in the final. And that is going to do it. It's wide, and Devidze survives 13-11 and wins it over Lea Jansen. So Salome Devidze will take on Catherine Parenteau for the championship on Sunday. But I think more importantly, this game could carry some precedent in all things going forward on the PPA Tour. Don Stanley and the officials are no doubt going to have some discussions with the league about how they want to handle situations like this going forward, Sam.
Yeah, and also with the serving earlier with Jay and Tyson, they've got a few things they need to discuss tonight internally.
We'll hear from Devidze after this timeout.
On your six, ladies.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours.
What's your secret? Oh, it's no secret. It's the expert help I got at Foot Solutions.
Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
Welcome back down to center court. I've got Salome Devidze here with me. She's headed to Championship Sunday. Big congratulations to you. You went down 8-4 in game 2. Was there a conversation that you had with yourself at that point to bring yourself back into that game?
Of course. I was thinking that I felt like I was still in control. I felt like even though I was down, I was making my mistakes. So I just said, one at a time, keep fighting, don't give anything away.
Well, of course, we have to touch on the hindrance call. What is your side, your take on that situation at the end of game 2?
You cannot control the fans, right? They are going to scream, and it's great that they're so excited and they're screaming, but I don't think fans should be a hindrance. If you bump into something or if something rolls on the court, absolutely call this hindrance, but a fan getting excited, I don't know if we should be calling a hindrance on that.
Well, you actually come from a strong tennis background. You were a great tennis player. What skills did you have trouble learning when you came into pickleball, and which things did you think you do well because of tennis?
I think definitely my passing shots came from tennis. I can pick my targets and go for it, but I'm still working really hard on mixing the ball up and coming to the net. That's really what was tough coming over.
Well, clearly you're figuring everything out because you're in Championship Sunday. Congratulations to you once more. Guys, we're sending it back over to you, Dave.
All right, Hannah, great stuff as always, and a lot to talk about, a lot to think about on the PPA Tour after what we saw transpire in that game, and also, as you mentioned, Sam, with the serve issues between Jay Devilliers and Tyson McGuffin. But when all is said and done, we've got a fantastic women's championship set up for Sunday with Catherine Parenteau to take on Salome Devidze.
Yeah, maybe looking forward to that, and along with the men's doubles final, the mixed doubles final, and the men's singles. Championship Sunday is always fun, but we've got 2 more great days of pickleball tomorrow and Saturday.
And our coverage tomorrow gets underway at 10:30 Pacific, 1:30 Eastern on the live stream as well as on T2. For everybody here at Tennis Channel, I'm Dave Ben saying so long. Thanks for watching the PPA Tour.